have a podcast. She be cute.
Orly,
We're live.
how'd you end up here?
Good morning, Orlando.
Good morning.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to podcast Podfest 2024. We are here in Orlando, and Liz, you ready to kick it off?
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. Well, yesterday I said I was going to come up here and tell you what I did. I did a lot of the interviewing yesterday, so now
Yes, so we're happy to
Yes.
have you.
I guess it's my turn. I'm kind of still asleep though. I have to tell you, so bear with me.
What happened
had-
last night?
We went out last night, and I wanted to. You know these nights that you just go out and you with your girls that you like really feel comfortable with. And
Yep.
we laughed so hard that I had a stomach ache when I came.
Oh, wow.
It was amazing.
That means I would have peed.
Yeah. No, I did
I
that.
would have
No, I did.
laughed so hard I would have
I
peed.
did that. I did that. I promise. I was not going to go there. That was like TMI, but
Oh,
yeah,
it's okay. I don't
did.
care.
So, and that. Ah.
I love being raw.
Yeah. I told my fiance that I was home in bed and we were going to bed, and then they all wanted to go out. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to. And then we ended up going out. And then at 1:00 in the morning, here we end up. I accidentally sent him a text message picture of us out.
Oh, no.
Accidentally. Was crazy.
Accidentally.
What did I wasn't here yesterday. What did I miss?
Things that make you go,
I know.
I don't know.
I know. It wasn't mad at me though. So anyway,
That's sweet.
but okay. So tell me a little bit about what you do, though, because we didn't meet yesterday.
Yes, we did not meet. I was not here. So this is my first day here at Podfest. So I feel like I have a lot
Welcome.
to catch up on. So I am the co-founder of a company called Entreprenista, which is a media company and also a membership community for women founders and leaders. And we have a podcast called Entreprenista,
Okay.
where we interview.
It's a great name.
Thank you so much. We interview incredible women founders, share their stories of growing and scaling their business, all their lessons learned. We really show how it's really not as glamorous as it looks on Instagram to run a business. So share all the behind the scenes, all the learning lessons.
I love it. I
That is
love it. That
For
is so
sure. It is not as glamorous as it looks on Instagram.
No,
At
I
least
mean-
not for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I like to. Yesterday, I was talking about the overnight success that is really not an overnight success. It takes
No.
years.
It does. It does. And I believe that the harder it is to get to the ending, the bigger the reward. I really
Yes.
believe that with my
Yes.
soul.
That's what I
So,
call it: the short-term sacrifice for the long-term reward.
God
Absolutely.
helps those who help themselves.
Oh, I
right?
love that even more. Awesome.
Anyway, and so tell me real quick what you do also. I didn't know.
So yeah, we were not formally introduced.
No, not
Orly
formally.
Moore. I am a business coach for public speakers and entrepreneurs, and the only one in the world that guarantees they'll make 150K their first year of public speaking from public speaking, or I work with them
Wow.
until they do.
Wow.
So my condolences to those who want to work with me. You have me for life. I'm so
Amazing.
sorry.
150 a year. You first
Yeah, oh,
year?
that's minimum
year.
wage. That's
Did
minimum
you hear
wage.
that, guys?
That's
150
minimum wage.
for public speaking. Wow, that's
Yes.
okay. I'm gonna reach out to you when I need to
Yeah.
go in
And
public.
when people say, well, how do you guarantee that? Right? Like, how do you guarantee
Guarantee that.
anything in any business? Like, how do you guarantee something? And like you guys know your businesses. Well, you have to know your business in order to do anything. And so if people knew what the business of public speaking is, minimum wage is 150K. It's like
Oh,
working for
wow.
McDonald's for minimum wage. That's it.
Wow, that's
I'm
great.
guaranteeing minimum wage.
Guaranteeing it.
Can you
Woo.
reveal a few of the secrets on how, if you want to break into public speaking, what are the first things you need to do?
You need to get over the thank you. Wow.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I'm like, you need to get over the fear of, will they pay for me? What is my message? Do I have a message? Do I want to do this? That's the first ask. Actually, the question you have to ask yourself.
I feel like you just kind of gotta like when you feel that way, because everybody has a little anxiety in the
Yes.
beginning, right? Like stage fright or whatever.
Right.
Just get in there and you do it. And once you cross that line, you did it. I mean, you just, yeah. You gotta
I
just
love
do it.
being a mentor. I
Yeah.
like to call myself a mentor, not a coach.
Uh-huh.
Because a mentor has an emotional vested interest in your success. And the reason I'm saying that is that I was trying to mentor a young lady, 15 years old yesterday,
Yeah.
right here.
Uh-huh.
And I had her do something that is social
She had the crown on?
anxiety.
Was she
The
sitting
crown,
on? Oh, I
yes,
saw.
yes.
Yeah, I saw.
She
a
had a
little bit of that.
tiara. I showed her my tiara. And it was really cool. And so it's all about getting out there. And even with that fear, even with that anxiety, once you go out there a few times,
then it goes away.
Goes away.
Exactly.
It's practice. It's a muscle.
Yes,
And
yes,
it's
yes,
always
yes.
helpful to have a coach or a mentor who can help you along that path, because so many times if you have that anxiety, it's because you don't know what's on the other
Feel-
side.
yeah.
But if someone
Yeah.
can walk you through that and show
Absolutely.
you what those steps are, it just makes it so much easier, and you can get places a lot faster by having that support. So I love that
think the
you exist and your
support-
business exists.
Yeah, I think the
Love it.
support, it just takes one person to tell you or to see your potential. You know, it's just one person, and it's a game changer.
Talk into the mic. Gotcha.
Okay, okay. I
Oh,
was
well.
trying not to block
I
her
think
so
we have to
she can
turn our
see.
mics here so everyone can hear.
I don't know. Maybe we should just hold them.
So okay,
That's
well
it.
we can do that.
Because then I don't have to not look at you, and I have
Yeah,
to not
that's
look at the
perfect.
camera. I
There
don't
you
mind.
go. That's so
is
much
this my
better.
good
Then I don't
side
have
or my
to sit in
back
front
side?
of you. That works better,
Let's get
right?
cozy.
I'm not
Kelly, is
blocking
this my
now.
good side or my good side?
Right.
Well, I want to know what it looks like to work with you. So if someone wants to work with you, what should they expect?
Well, they can expect to know exactly what to do. Let's do the store analogy. You guys want to play?
Let's do it.
Everybody
I'll
would want to
play.
play.
Let's do it.
This
Let's
is a
do
game.
it.
It's a great game. So you and I are best friends already,
Okay.
and so we're gonna open a brick and mortar store.
Okay.
Cool. You know what that is. And so we have a friend who found us the best location. We all know that that's important. But we're going to need the key to the front door. We're going to need the hours of operation on the door. We are going to need a name of the store on top of the door. And when we go inside, we're going to need a camera system, an alarm system, a cash register, one of the swipe thingies for credit cards. And we're going to need insurance. And I know you get the gist of this, right? And we're going to hire a bookkeeper because you and I don't like to do that stuff, okay?
The whole
Certainly
setup.
not me. The whole
Not me
setup.
either.
But did I tell you what we're selling in the store?
No.
That's the business of public speaking. You're the product. All we need to do is package you well and tell you what to charge, how much to charge in the industry, because it's not Orly value,
Right.
it's industry value. And then you know what to do out there and how to speak to an event planner, where to find them, how to contact them, what to say first, second, third, how to negotiate up, not down. Many people undercharge and go and speak for honorarium.
That
Don't do
so
it
Would
anymore.
you be a coach for like a TED Talks? Would
No,
you
I'm
help
not a
with
TED,
that?
but TEDx doesn't pay.
Uh-huh.
So
right.
let's just put that out of the way. There are coaches for TEDx. It
But
gets
like if you were
on
going
stage.
on TEDx and I needed a coach, then you could coach me.
I could coach. No, I don't
Okay,
coach
not
on this
like
speaking
that.
on a TEDx. That's
Okay.
it's a
Different
specialty.
platform.
No, but it
Okay.
is a
Orly,
specialty.
you know what?
Yes.
I have an incredible introduction for you from someone who specializes in TEDx talks. So if you ever
Adam?
meet someone, not Adam, it's actually someone else.
Frank.
Her name is
King?
Ashley
Oh,
Stahl.
another person. Wow.
She's an entrepreneur.
There's so many out there.
She's amazing.
Awesome.
So she's had like multiple viral TEDx talks,
Okay.
and she helps people like write this viral TEDx talk and then be able to
30 seconds.
30
All
be able to
right.
leverage that to build your personal brand, to go get other speaking events, and then work with you to go make the money.
To make
Right.
the money. That's all I'm about.
Very good.
You know,
I love
never-
it. You got
never-
it. I mean,
never
do what
met a
you
dollar
love
I
and the
didn't
money
like.
will come, right? Though, right?
Yes.
Right. No, me too. That I couldn't spend.
Totally.
All right.
This was
well,
fun.
Thank you.
Thank
that
you,
was
girls.
fun.
I
Good
appreciate
morning.
this.
Hope you guys
Good
have a
morning.
great day
Yes, we will.
today.
Thank
And
you.
let's get busy.
All right.
Contestant number 1.
All right.
And you're in. Come on down. You mean leaving?
You can host. Okay, good.
Where's your name tag? I like it because that way I can, It's Trenton. Come on down, Trenton.
Good morning. Good morning. Testing 1 2 12.
There you go. You've done this before, huh?
What's that?
You've done this before, huh?
Oh yeah.
Good morning. We're here with Trenton today at Podfest 2024. And what do you do?
I am a voice actor. I'm a podcaster first. I am the co-host of Classic Rock Battles, the Limey and the Yank, where me and a British guy argue over whose rock and roll is better. But I'm a voice actor, and I do a lot of different things, but mostly audiobooks. And today I'm going to be presenting at 1:45 in the Citron Room about another platform for your story. leveraging audiobooks to grow your show.
That is so
I love that.
interesting.
Yep. It's really fun because I can talk to podcasters about how your existing content might be able to be used directly as an audiobook with a little bit of massaging. Or if you've written a book and you're a podcaster, let's talk about how to get that into the audiobook space.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a big audiobook fan.
Oh, cool.
I'm really ADD, and it's very hard for me to sit down and read a book. So whenever I have to travel, like from here, I live in West Palm Beach. It takes about 3 hours to get here, and I put on my. I am a mushroom educator,
Okay.
also a clinical hypnotherapist,
Excellent.
and I research. I listened to a book on the way here about how a mushroom can change your brains. I love that. And
I love how we can learn from that, whether it's a podcast or an audiobook. When we have that time where we really would love to have our brains fired, but
Yeah.
we're still just driving along
right.
or running on a treadmill.
It's like such a waste of time to just be driving down the road and do nothing. I know some people really like to relax their brain, but I don't. I like
Yeah.
the audiobook. So what you're saying is that basically I could take my story and turn it into an audiobook.
Yes, there are a lot of different ways you can do that, whether your existing content is an interview style like we've got here and you do collections of them, or you've written a book and you want to be able to put that in there. But the neat thing about it is Audible also already puts your podcast on there. You may already be on Audible and Amazon Music. And I tell people how to find out, and if they want to be on it, how to submit.
Do you have to be a podcaster to write a book, an Audible?
Absolutely not. But the thing is, you can use all three markets.
Uh-huh. Okay, so my question is, I wrote a book about 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I never published it.
Okay.
It's short and sweet, but cool. So how does one go about that? What would be the process?
My presentation focuses on using what's called ACX, the Audiobook Creators Exchange, only because that's the clearinghouse for Amazon and iTunes, and that's easier to start with. And the nice thing about this is, Kelly, it's going to help you with your story to go end to end. So you don't have to worry about the logistics.
Am I writing it and then submitting it? Is that how the process
very
is?
good,
'Cause
yes.
I really want to know. Break it down for dummies.
Write your book, submit it to Amazon as a Kindle ebook.
Okay.
Use ACX to go to Amazon and claim your ebook as you are the rights holder. You assert your rights. This is my book. I have the rights to do it. And you use ACX to put that book out there and look for a narrator if it's not going to be you.
Do you work with people through the process of doing that? Is that your business?
I love to help people with the process. Yes, that is part of my business. I work directly with authors and I'm happy to help them. I also work with narrators who are trying to figure out how to get into the system.
How long does the process take? So if I already have my podcast, I have 250 plus episodes from the past 5 years, and I want to turn it into a book. How long will that process take to do and work with you?
It's going to depend on how much work your content needs to be translated over to that platform. So it will vary a little bit, but the actual technical act of it is it's a few minutes to go claim the title. It's half an hour to upload all of your files and click I'm done. And then it's maybe a week to 2 weeks before it gets off to market as it goes through QC.
That was a good question. I like that.
Have you seen the results that people have gotten from creating their own book?
I've got a lot of really good examples in my slide deck, but the gist of it is that you make connections with so many people just like a podcast, but the difference, as you mentioned, when you're on the road and you're alone, you feel like you're more drawn into that person. It's a more intimate space because as narrators, we want to be right there in your ear, and we know that it might be noisy because you're running the vacuum cleaner or you're on a treadmill. So we want to try to be that intimate voice that is close to you.
So
Tells
do
a story.
you suggest having a narrator as opposed to the person who wrote the book narrate the book?
It's going to depend on the content, but I will tell you there is a learning curve. I do recommend people practice it, and I have some ways to do that so that you decide whether you're comfortable, because long form narration is not for everybody.
Right.
Many authors can tell you that.
Okay, I'm going to be calling you. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
I'm going to call you. I'm going to
Please.
call you this week, and I'm going to get on it because I had last night 3 of my friends say, "Why have you not published that book?" They speak in the language that I teach in this book, all of my friends, and yet I've never published the book. They understand.
It's all about finding the resources, right?
So I will be calling
Awesome.
you. Make sure you leave your card with me today.
I most certainly will.
Please
And
do.
anybody at Podfest, come up and talk to me. I'm happy to talk to anybody.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. It was nice to meet you. This was very
Thank you. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
You know?
Thanks very much.
I'm serious.
Absolutely.
It's time. And I mean, there's a reason why I did it, because I needed to add more. My life experiences didn't complete. I wondered why I was writing them. Now I know.
That is awesome because people are going to love to hear your story.
Oh, it's
Podcasters do that, but
It's
the audiobook,
wild.
it's a whole bigger.
Remember, I
market.
said that it's wild. But somebody else owns the .com.
Oh, we're so live.
Hey, all right. Who is
We're
up
yeah,
next?
we're live.
Oh,
We gotta
it's
keep talking.
live.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Thanks, everybody. I hope
Nice
you
to
have a
meet
great
you.
day. Thanks. Good to meet you both. Take care.
thank you.
Yeah. All right.
All right, who do we have? Come on down. Come on down the red carpet. Take the magic carpet ride.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Great.
So it's beautiful out today. Thank goodness, right? I'm so tired of the rain here in Florida.
I know.
And I have to drive back to Palm Beach tonight. So
I'm with
hoping
you.
that
We're going back
it's-
tomorrow. I'm in Palm Beach too.
Are you
so
in
I
Palm
live
Beach?
I'm in Palm Beach Gardens.
Palm Beach Gardens.
Yes.
I love
Yes.
Palm Beach Gardens. My dream is to be there when I retire on a house
Good
on the
morning.
water. You know.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
We are here with Suzette. Suzette Bravo.
Yes.
All right. Nice to meet you,
Nice
Suzette.
to
I'm
meet you,
Kelly.
too. Hi, Kelly.
Kelly.
I'm Stephanie. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Stephanie.
We're so
Nice to
excited
meet
chat with
you.
you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're glad to have you on this morning. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
So I am an empowerment and women's leadership coach. I have a podcast. It's called Bravo Unscripted.
Uh-huh.
I
It's a
interview.
great name, by the way.
Thank you. I love my last name. Like I really love
it's
my
amazing. You even have a channel named after you.
last name. I know, right?
It already gives you some great PR, right?
Right. And let's face it. I mean, Bravo, like it's pretty cool.
It is.
So my podcast, I interview ordinary people doing extraordinary things. So everything from recovery, beating addiction, to starting nonprofits, and like all kinds of really crazy, amazing stuff.
That's
And
great.
it's been such a great journey.
How did you start your podcast? What was your inspiration?
You know, I have gone through a lot in my life, and I found when I started talking to people, when you start to share your story, that this really beautiful thing happened, and people stepped up and they're like, hey, like me too. And they would share their story, and people's stories are so powerful.
They are.
So I just got this inspiration. I was like, wow, like I could bring these stories kind of public. And like, you know, one of the first interviews I did was this guy Travis Suit, and he started a foundation called Piper's Angels, and they support families with cystic fibrosis. And it started when his daughter Piper was diagnosed when she was 4, and he has built this amazing support system and the things that they do. And I was like, okay, the world needs to hear about this.
Right.
So
And you're the voice to get it out there.
that was my
It's
inspiration.
wonderful.
And I love to talk. So there's that.
Right.
You're in the right field then.
Yeah.
For sure.
Can relate to that. Well, good. What else? Tell us about the podcast. Like you tell us some more about it.
So most of the episodes are interview style. I do some solo episodes in between, and the solo episodes come up when I get feedback from people that have listened to the episodes and they have questions, because like I mentioned, I'm an empowerment and women's leadership coach. So I take inspiration from what people are asking about, people, what they want to know more, and I'll dive a little deeper. And for instance, yesterday I recorded an episode that'll come out next week on this phase that a lot of people seem to be going through right now, which is kind of like a death and rebirth. Like
I
it
call
feels
it
like a big
dark soul of the
transformation.
night. Have you ever
Yeah.
heard that?
Exactly.
And I get it. I had that in my life. And it lasted a while, but I don't think I'll ever go back there again. I think everybody has to have one of those.
Yeah.
And you might be right. But I'm feeling really good about 2024.
You know, that is such the message. And coming into 2024, I feel like 2024 is a year of action. It's a year of things happening. But in order for things to happen, there has to be a death. For a new beginning, there's always an ending. There's always a death.
Right.
And for me, I'm still sort of moving through that letting go phase. Things have really started to happen, but not fully. I'm still kind of in that transitionary
You're in the
period.
transition. Well, good. I'm glad you're growing. How long have you had a podcast?
It's brand new. I started, I think the first episode came out in August of last year.
Okay, and where can they? You're now on Owl, right? Are you professional on Owl now? And how do we find you?
It's on Apple, Spotify, all the usual places. Later this year, I'm planning to launch video as well as audio. So I'll launch the
Great.
YouTube channel as well.
Congratulations! How
Yeah.
fun! How fun!
Thanks.
Well, good luck to you, and thank you for the interview.
And Suzette,
Thanks
I
so
have
much.
to
We look
show
forward
you.
to seeing you around.
We both
Oh.
have our matching Little Words Project bracelets on.
Oh, yes, I love these.
Yes.
I love those too.
Adriana
We have
Carter.
that.
She's
Yeah.
the founder of Little Words Project. We just had her on our podcast.
Really?
Entrepreneur.
Awesome.
She's amazing and has created such a movement with these bracelets that just bring everyone together.
Yes,
Sorry,
love it. Love it. Thank you so much. This was great
You're
fun.
welcome. Thank you so much
So
for
nice to
sitting
meet
down with us and
you.
sharing a little bit. And good luck with your business. I
Thank
do.
you
I
so
do
much.
think 2024 is feeling really good.
It's going to be a
We all
powerful
said that
year.
last night in the car. We were all, it was like something is the air feels right. I think 2024 is going to be the year.
It's going to be a good year.
Astrologically, there's a lot of stuff going on. So, yes, that is.
Is it say
100%
yes?
True. Yes.
I feel it.
100%.
All right.
So, all right.
Let's get it on.
Thank you.
Have a great day. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Well, we are still live, Kelly.
We
And
are still live.
Who's coming here next?
Who can we find out about next? This guy here, he looks interesting. We want to know what you do.
And I see Cindy too. Hi.
No, wait.
I
Yeah.
Oh, is it Jason Waller? You're Jason Waller? You know how I know he's Jason Waller? Because it's on his t-shirt. Oh, you're a DJ. Okay, Jason Waller, the DJ.
I work. Yeah, I spin records. I spin records.
Put the needle on the record. Put the needle on the record. Put the needle on the record.
You got
Okay.
know. Jason, I think we're about to be on a panel in just a few minutes.
I believe so. Yes.
So good to officially meet you, not
Nice
just
to
on
meet you.
Instagram.
There you go. Nice
How
to
are
meet you.
Help me out. You want to swap out?
So,
I'm leading you. I've been pulled. Apparently, there is someone else that really wants
They
to
know-
know who you are.
you know how to mix the music, though.
Put the needle on the record.
You got it. You got it. You win for best shoes, by the way.
Oh my God.
Show everybody your shoes real
Okay,
quick.
these are the shoes. All right, are you ready? I can only
Here we go. Look at these shoes.
Ooh,
They win.
that's
All
how you
about
do it.
comfort.
You have to. I'm in
all about
class too,
style and
because
comfort, right?
when you're walking around comes.
I left my heels at him. He turned me down. You got to turn me back up.
So, Jason, I would think that you would have a clothing line or a shoe line or something.
That would be pretty dope if I could do a shoe line. I never thought about that, but I love sneakers. I love them.
Yeah, I
I love
figure. I figure you're a sneaker
And I
guy.
match my sneakers with my shirt on purpose.
Oh my God. How about shoes unleashed?
I think we might be onto something.
I
I
think-
might have to give you some royalties.
Jason, you know you can start a shoe line if you want to.
I don't know if I know how.
It's very easy. You just Google it, go to Alibaba. You can. There's lots of resources.
Is
out
it
there.
running sweatshops or is it legit now? Because I'm a little nervous.
Legit.
Okay.
Legit.
Okay.
They're an amazing partner of ours, so they're amazing.
I definitely might look into that. I know my
Yes.
girls, my daughters would want to do that for sure.
Yes.
But I do like the unleashed shoe line. That would be dope.
Oh, I can see like jumping up and like, oh,
It's like the opposite of Jordan,
Superpower.
right? Jordan upside down.
There you go.
I'm sure we could trademark it that way.
so I could see that being like really all around your superpower and all the things that you're already doing that are unleashed. That could be and part of your TV show. I don't know if you've talked about that just
I
yet.
haven't talked about I pretended I was a DJ when I came on.
Oh, you did? Okay,
She
well,
said,
you
"What do you
wear
do?"
a
I
lot
said,
of
"I
hats.
DJ."
Okay, so you have to share the big news that you are launching this month.
So we actually had a premiere for a reality TV show called Bam Fam, which tells the story of me being an entrepreneur, losing $1 billion business, climbing out of the ashes, having a top 5 podcast in entrepreneurship, and then rebuilding new companies. But the real story is my daughters, my son, my wife, the stuff and shit they got to deal with me. So that's the story. We did a premiere in Boca. Show launches later this year.
Well, with entrepreneurship being such a big thing, I mean, it's like so in vogue. So many people are leaving corporate and going into entrepreneurship that you get to peel back the curtain into what it looks like, success and failure, and with your family and how your family merges into the whole process. So how did the whole show come together? How did that happen?
So a buddy of mine is a director for a show called Bar Rehab with John Tapper. You know, where they go into bars and they rehab them.
Yes.
So he's one of the producers there. And we sat down in October when my company closed, not this past October, but October 2022, when I just lost $1 billion business and I was just devastated. And I was on a couple of other TV shows, 2 Minute Drill, Office Hours, things like that, you know, the things with David Meltzer. And he's like, look, we got to do a documentary about this Generac issue, about your company closing. And then we kept talking. He said, you know what? Let's do a show, since you want to do coaching, where you go into these businesses and you coach them on building them up, do ROAS, do all these things, how to scale, how to raise capital, and then, you know, just help them grow. So I said, you know what, let's look at that. So he got me in touch with other producers. They came out, they started filming me, going to companies, talking to them, coaching them. But when they came to film me at home and they saw my family, they said, oh shit, no, we have to do a reality show with your family, and you would be just a piece of that, which I
How'd
like
you feel
that
about
a lot
that?
better, because
Okay.
to me, if you're fishing, you know, I look at marketing or branding as fishing. And if you're fishing in a pond of only the kind of fish that bite on certain bait, then your pond is small.
Yeah.
Your availability to get a lot of fish or a lot of viewers or a lot of followers or a lot of people to follow, you know, to buy your product is small. What I teach about marketing and branding. So if we open it up to a reality TV show, now the pond is much bigger than just business. So many business shows put people to sleep.
Yeah.
And I'm a high energy dude. I don't want to be putting people to sleep.
I don't think I would ever put people to sleep. Just from knowing you for about 4 minutes
My
right now.
wife would beg to differ. She says I sound like the Math Channel sometimes. She's like, can you just talk? And I just fall asleep.
How did your family feel about going on TV?
So I've got 4 kids and 2 grandkids, and the grandkids don't know any better. 2 of my kids love it. 2 of my kids absolutely hate it. And my wife was on the fence, but then she kind of became a star on the show.
Okay.
Not dealing with my shit, right?
Yeah.
The more she gives me a hard time, the more funny she is and the bigger she is. So, I think she's found her groove. 2 of the kids are like, I don't like it. They kind of run from the camera. They're in it less. And 2 kids are like, give me more, give me more, give me more. So it's tough. And it's hard because like my son's one of them that hates it. It's like, I don't want to, don't share that. Don't post it. And he's been bullied because of it.
So hard.
And he's a tough kid. Like he's been in fights, he boxes, he plays football. But when you're outnumbered 9, 10 kids who are jealous that he might have a show coming out, or that he's on has a show coming out, and he's got all this stuff being posted, and he has to feel the blunt of that. It's sad. It's like, look, that's the world we live in, where it's not really the kids that are super jealous. It's the parents that are super jealous that infest their kids with nonsense, right? And so it just leaks into that, and it's sad. I just tell them, you know, just do your thing. School's a small piece of this, but it's hard. So that's been tough. Like, people don't realize you get a show, it's great, but there are things that come with it that hurt. I mean, there are, you know, I had a really nice exotic car, and the tires have been punctured like 6 times.
Oh my gosh.
Those are the things that happen, right? So it's like, it comes with the territory. I can deal with it. I just don't like my family dealing with it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the deal. So if you're going to do it, you got to be ready for it. And that's kind of the conversations we had before we started filming. And we agreed we would do it. 2 didn't like it, but you know, there's 6 of us, 4 out number 2. And so we rolled with it.
Family show.
Well,
Family
you know,
show.
it's so interesting to be able to be real about what's going on with your family. And we see so much on social media where everything is curated and everything looks so perfect that we need more of the realism. And even though 2 out of the 6 don't want to be part of it, but the whole thing of what you teach is mental toughness and to figure out how to do hard things. So it's a very interesting dynamic. So first, thank you, because I mean, that's really amazing. I know I can't wait to watch the show.
When does it come out?
So originally we had 3 episodes done. That was a pilot. It was supposed to launch in Q1. And we had a premiere in Boca last week.
Which was amazing.
Which was an
I
amazing.
wasn't there, but I saw it.
Cindy Meltzer put
Yes.
together. She
Oh
did the
my
whole
God.
thing. It
Cindy's
was
the best.
amazing.
Yeah.
But
Rock star.
what happened was is Amazon agreed to do 5 more episodes. So now we've got 8 episodes coming out
to be determined later this year. When you do streaming, it's ain't like, Hulu or Fox or FX, and they're like, we're coming out April 16th, one episode every Thursday. When you do streaming, they just drop it and all 8 are there.
You can
So
binge.
they're going to continue to film the journey and the story, 5 more episodes worth in March and May. And so I'm anticipating probably Q3, Q4.
Oh, that's
So yeah, and the way they piece it together, because they'll have stuff from the first 3 episodes, they'll move down because they tried to compress the story in 3 episodes, and now they're going to kind of make the story widen a little bit and be more personalized to each character. It's kind of squeezed together. So we've got several weeks more filming coming up, and we're excited about it. It'll be good.
That's awesome.
Okay, between the show and your podcast, so tell us about your podcast.
So I have a podcast called Unleashed. I used to have a podcast called True Underdogs, a top 5 entrepreneur podcast. I loved it. It was great. My old business owned that podcast. So I had a company I lost called Power Home Solar, Pink Energy. When that closed, that podcast went with 40,000 downloads an episode, millions and millions of, downloads overall. Like it went with it. So I started over, created the Unleashed podcast, which is really taking the handcuffs off. I can talk about anything. I'm not stuck talking about business and money all the time or entrepreneurship, which I love, but you can only do that so much. Remember when I talk about ponds? To me, I'm only in that pond. So now with my newer podcast, I have some of that pond. I've had Grant Cardone and Kevin O'Leary and, those guys on, Ed Milet. But I also have a different pond. I've had Sean Jones, the comedian, on. I've got Savannah Chrisley coming on. So, when you have different ponds that you can reach into, and I talk a lot about aliens, all of a sudden you get
Alien.
You get every audience now.
right. So I love aliens a lot. I don't know why. I'm just very intrigued.
So what do you think is going on with all of these alien sightings right now based on your learnings?
Well, I think they're real. I think they've been real for a long time. I always go back to, have you guys ever heard of Dolores Cannon?
Oh.
So
Okay.
I stumbled upon this, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. Me and my son were looking up everything alien pretty much. And I saw this story from her. I became obsessed. And what she does is she hypnotizes people, talks to their previous lives. Like, if she hypnotizes you, she can see all of their past journeys and the life that you had before
Oh my
then.
God, how do you get a session with her? But okay.
She passed 2
she
years
passed.
ago.
Okay.
But, and she's an innocent, no agenda older lady. So there's no nonsense there, right?
Yeah.
And listening to her, now listen, I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. God, I get it.
Yeah.
But I also believe in aliens. And I believe the way she says it is that there is one God and that these aliens or these spirits are angels. And they came in and they planted seeds on Earth to create human life. And this is one of many planets they do this with.
Yeah.
And they give it free will. Now, don't think I'm crazy. I'm telling you what she said, and I like it and I believe it, okay? And they create free will. And because of, if you go back to every civilization, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, right? The Mongolians, they all prayed and praised some kind of God that came down from the sky.
Yeah.
Statues that they made.
Yeah.
Aliens, angels. It's very possible. Somebody might want to fight me later today, and that's fine. I love a good fight. It's very possible that Jesus was an alien, an angel of God that came down and shared his powers and love, and went back up when we passed. Like that, to me, is more logical than a bunch of old people changing the book 1575 times and everybody putting their twist on it, and then not being able to explain certain things. So, that's why I believe that's kind of where we come from, and we're spirits from that. And when we pass, we're part of that. I also believe a minute for them to travel and see and check in and look at things is a million years to us type thing, right? So that's my theory on it. It's out there, but I believe it.
Okay, so you have a playlist about aliens on your podcast, or we
I
can
have a couple of shows that I
couple
talk
shows.
about that. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people get a little freaked out. They'll come in, they'll sit on a hot seat. I'm like,
Yeah.
so what you think about aliens? And I don't know. I'm like, bullshit. What do you think? Bullshit. And I'm like, I have aliens in my podcast room in the studio, and I'm like, you need to stand next to him. You need to tell me what you think. Look, that's Zara. This is Zog. What do you think? And I take it to another level. Finally, you got to talk about it, but people don't want to talk about it. It's kind of like politics. Unleashed. I could talk about politics now. When I owned a company that was going public, I couldn't talk about politics. I had to shut my mouth. I had to be handcuffed. I couldn't talk about anything. On Unleashed, I talk about everything, including politics. So that's kind of the freedom I have, which is a great freedom.
Who are some of your favorite guests that come to mind?
I've had Barry Sanders on, and I'm a big Barry Sanders fan. Calvin Johnson on. Mark Wahlberg's been on. I think my all-time favorite, though, is Eric Thomas. He's been on twice, and he's been my motivational coach. He's helped you speaking. I've been on stages. I'm trying to get more speaking engagements. He's been a coach of mine. It's kind of, I aspire the way he gets on stage and speaks, where he gets people fired up. I'm very high energy. Ed Milet's been on twice. He's a good friend of mine. That's another good one I've had on. My kids and wife, I mean, those really dynamic, inappropriate, funny, a lot of shit talking. Those were cool. It just depends. I mean, I had guests on where I'm just absolutely bored. If you do a podcast, you're like, shoot my face. When does this end? Why did somebody book this person?
What do you do in
What
those
are you
moments?
doing? Like, I'm sleeping with my eyes open. I know you can't tell. This is me just fucking smiling. Let's get done. I hate to say it. I have been that way a handful of times. And I yell at my manager. I'm like, dude, I don't care if they've got 1 follower or 5 billion. If fucking boring, I don't want them on the show again.
What's your vetting process to have a guest come on your show?
So I send it to them. They usually have to have some kind of following to get juice for the squeeze.
Yeah.
I've had people pay to come on. The CEO of Probiotics, she's paid twice to come on. She's a hoot too. I told her, you don't come on anytime you want. You ain't got to pay. But when she first came on, she didn't have a big following, and I thought I was going to be bored. So I have a rule in life, right?
Yeah.
To rent space in my brain, either have to love you or really care about you, or you have to pay for it. That's how it is. So if I'm going to have you on the show, I got to like you and want to be able to talk to you.
That's a quotable.
You
That's a
gotta pay for
tweetable.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that's the same thing with coaching. Like, I coach friends, but if they want me to get down and dirty, they got to pay for my space because I'm taking it away from something else.
There's only a certain amount of hours in the day. There's a limited amount of time. So you got to make every second count, and time is valuable.
I have friends that are attorneys that bill me hourly. I can't get mad about that. Like, if I call them and it's a personal thing, they're not billing me. But if they bill me for something, that's normal. It's what they do for a
Do
living.
they bill you in 5-minute increments, or
It's like
only
15.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
it's tough.
so bad.
But that's so cool. I mean, that's respect.
Yeah.
Right? Vice
You have
versa.
listen, when you have a relationship with somebody, whether it be business or personal, you need to set your expectations immediately so you can't be disappointed.
Yes.
How many times have we been in a relationship, business, personal, and we're like, fuck, I'm super disappointed right now. This is bullshit. That's all that. Now
Takers.
nope,
They're
I know what I'm
takers.
getting from that person.
Exactly.
They can't let me down. Like, I know what I'm getting, so I'm okay. I've learned to do that over time.
Jane, when you lost your company and lost your original podcast with hundreds of thousands of followers and downloads, and you had to start over, how did you do it? What did you do in that moment to say, I am going to get back up, I'm going to start over? How did you do it?
Well, if you go back and you watch the first episodes, you're like, this guy's lost his fucking mind, which I did. Like, the identity was gone. You're depressed. You have like, what's happening? Like, I lost my freaking mind. I go back and watch them and I go, I can't believe I was like that for like 90 days. I'm on there screaming, blah, like I'm just, because you're pissed.
Mhm.
I had a company taken from me that was out of my control
Mm.
that I took the fall for. Like, my brand, like, it was so devastating. It was so unexplainable. It was just great that affected my entire brand. And I had to figure out and say, look, it's not what makes me. You know, it's like football players when they retire. I've got a lot of NFL friends.
Yeah.
They go through sad times because they don't know who the hell they are when they retire. And when you're running I have 2,400 employees.
Wow.
When you're running a company that big, doing 600 million in revenue, and it just crashes, and you have this podcast with millions and millions of downloads and followers, and you're starting over, it's tough. So how did I do it? I got up every day and just grinded, and it finally got there, and it's starting to build again and starting to, enjoy the moments.
That's our exit music.
Is that done?
Wait, this is not working. Oh, there we go. Jumping in, guys. We are heading over with these amazing influencers to Creator Hall 3. So you're going to be able to hear from Jason Waller and Stephanie Carden and Joy McAdams and Scotty. And wait till you hear what they have to say about their incredible experience as podcasters and 6, 7, and 8-figure entrepreneurs. So come on, head on over, everyone. Meet us over there. We're going to get started at Creator Hall Citrus, number 3.
All right, let's go. We're leaving.
Oh,
Yeah,
you tell me where to go, I go. Tell me what to do, I'll do it. I got that.
Jason, we keep meeting like this. Such an awesome thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I still love your shoes.
Thank you.
We don't have time for a picture.
You just deal with speakers? Book these things up. Instagram.
Host. Where does he want me to sit? I have no idea. Somewhere else. But I want to go over there. I want to go listen to the talks. All right, I'm hosting. So who's our guest? Who's our next guest? Yes, come. I need a guest.
Come on up to
Come on
the
down.
next guest.
The
Come on
red
up.
carpet is on the right-hand side. Come on down.
And look who I have to my left, your right, my dear friend Orly. We just met. We're in
Yeah, we
love
just
at
met in
first sight.
person, but we've known each other. That's okay. But do I have any lipstick on? This is my good side. It's okay. Do I have lipstick on? Hi, Wendy.
Okay, this is live. This is live. Everyone's watching. This
You're
is
amazing.
but you got
All right.
gotta talk
We
into
are
the mic.
here. Let's talk to the microphone.
Yeah,
Welcome,
talk to the
welcome.
microphone.
What's your name?
Thank you. My name is Louise.
Louise.
And this is what it looks like.
We need you to talk into the microphone so we can hear you.
Your mic is on.
Okay.
Talk into it.
So this is what it looks like. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I can't hear me.
It's okay.
This is what it looks like when you're getting ready for TV.
Yes.
So you want to make sure that your hair is good. You want to make
I
sure
don't know. Is my hair okay?
you have your lipstick on.
Thank you. We're ready. So
And
tell
this
us
is-
about you and
this
what you
is my
do.
good side.
Good side. Mine is my left side, so we're good. I'm sitting on the right on the
You're
correct
sitting on the
side
right
because
side.
because my left is my best side. Okay, great.
Hi.
So tell us a little bit more about you and what you do.
So I am a podcast wannabe. I want to create my
Awesome.
first podcast. People tell me I shouldn't say this, but I am an award-winning filmmaker and an award-winning TV producer. But I really want to make a podcast, and I'm just so unsure of where to start. And I've been working on this for quite a while. I started with the Florida Podcast Association back in 2015. And then I got sidetracked by looking into film and producing for PBS.
Oh.
And so now that I'm coming back to it, there's so many choices of how to start. I feel like it's going to a diner and looking at the menu.
Well, you're in the right place. Well, there's so much you can absorb here, right?
Yes.
There's so
So
much.
I have a question for you. So
Yes.
what are your 3 biggest passions with podcasting? What is the message you want to get out with podcasting?
So I want to inspire people to realize their gift and pay attention to their gift by interviewing people who have already done that. Because as an educator, I met so many people who wanted to be something and then decided to take the safe route. And then they never realized their true gift. So that's what I've always done with PBS and with filmmaking. Ever since I was 13, I knew what I wanted to do,
That's beautiful.
but I was told, no, you have to either be a teacher or a nurse or a stay-at-home mom.
Oh
So
my God.
How did you do that? I mean,
I started talking to people I just started asking people, what's your story? And that's the thing that I'm having a hard time is finding the name of my podcast, because I wanted to use what's your why, but that's taken.
Right.
And so now that I'm here at the Podfest, I've realized that I can use AI to figure out the name. I didn't know that 3 days ago.
But I think that Rebecca had something really cool there to say to you. What is your passion?
Yeah, that's
Because
my
when
passion.
I understand. But you're onto something. Even though what is your why already exists,
Mhm.
could be your why is your fly, or your why, your why is your altitude, or something like that's really cool about your why, what it does instead
Yeah.
of what it is.
So
You know, a lot of
what
people
if
have like find your why. It's like find your why. Why?
Is
You know,
just
I could use
overdone.
I could use find your fly.
now that's hot.
Now that's hot.
Wait a
Find
minute.
your-
That could be the name of
that
your
is
podcast.
So cool.
Don't take it.
I'm not taking
Well,
it.
we're not gonna
I've got
take it,
mine.
but okay, guys. What's your fly?
What's your flight?
What's
Now
your
that's
fly
hot.
is if
Or
I
find
don't-
your fly.
instead of or find your no. What's your fly? Because
What's your
I don't give a fly. Instead of I don't give. You know what?
Oh,
my- yes. And I think you got something there.
Okay.
So you're
But
not
I'm
allowed to take
copywriting
it.
it
We're
right now.
copywriting it right now. It's on video. So we
Today
cannot-
is
and we're live streaming it. So
January
it's everywhere.
27th.
January 27th, 2024. We're here.
Well, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you introduced yourself in the beginning, your name and where people can find you. So
Why don't we
Yes.
do that now?
My name is Louise, Louise. My middle initial is A, which I do use, Louise A. Krikorian. Because if you go to Louise Krikorian Facebook, you're going to find a grandma with 3 kids, and that's not me.
that ain't you, honey.
So I am L.A. Krikorian Productions, and you can use
How
that
cool is that? LA.
on internet. Yeah.
LA.
And the interesting thing is, in Los Angeles, a lot of Krikorians own theaters.
Wow.
So it just worked out.
Oh,
very
maybe it's a
nicely.
family
I
thing.
know.
Like a family
I used
tree
to,
thing.
I'm from Los Angeles, but I don't claim
Oh.
it. I don't claim it.
No,
I claim
no,
Oregon.
No. But I'm also a
I claim-
jazz singer.
Excuse us. Give us a little bit of
And so I use the
sample,
name
please.
Louise Alice when I sing.
Oh,
little
wow.
sample, please. A little sample.
Oh my goodness. Do you want me to make one up for you?
Yes,
What's your
please. On the
name?
spur.
Say again.
Rebecca.
Rebecca, you are amazing. I am so happy that we met.
La 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 la. And I'm happy I met you.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Yay. And I know you guys at home are all doing this because that was fantastic. Okay,
Thank you.
so my
Yeah.
name is Orly. Can we try something with Orly?
Orly.
Yes.
Well, did you
Orly.
notice that I didn't rhyme it?
No, she didn't.
You don't need
But
to
whatever
rhyme.
Don't
comes
need
up
to
you.
rhyme.
No, you don't need
Because
to rhyme.
jazz is improvisation.
Oh, it is.
And people ask me, why would you produce a video about jazz? Nobody likes jazz. Really?
Oh, I love jazz.
you
Are
like
kidding? I love
Michael
jazz.
Bublé?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes,
Of
that's
course.
jazz.
Michael Bublé is amazing.
So
Yeah.
Orly,
Orly.
My favorite
Orly is here in Florida. Come see us today in Orlando.
is.
So beautiful. She has such a soothing voice. Congrats.
I have
And the
one more.
crowd goes wild.
I have
the
one more
crowd goes
challenge.
wild.
I have a challenge
Ma'am.
for you.
Oh, wow, she has a
My
challenge.
nickname is Pancake.
Pancake.
I would love to hear
Pancake.
a song about pancake.
Oh
That's
my
so cool.
goodness. Let's see.
Why
You have to
pancake? I don't
explain
know.
why pancake.
Oh, yeah,
What
that's a good one.
Good question.
That is a good question.
Yes.
Why
thank
pancake?
you.
Why
But
pancake?
it's not about me. It's about you today.
But why pancake?
Why
The
pancake?
question has been, now it's your challenge.
Okay, so when you go to Vegas, you know, as a single, you have to have a Vegas name. And how do you get your alter ego name? Well, the first name is the name of your pet. My pet's name was Pancake, and your last name is the name of your street that you live on, Pancake Val. So when I went to Vegas when I was a lot younger, not now, a lot younger. I hope my son isn't listening. I would always have an alias, Pancake Val.
Oh,
That's
that is
why
awesome.
pancake.
Wow, that is so cool.
Very nice. So while she was
So cool.
talking,
Yes.
Thank you so much for that question. Gave me time to think. Let's see. I came up with pancake, pancake, shake a bake a pancake, pancake, pancake. Don't you want a pancake?
Oh, I love it. Bravo. Very cool.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, we're here at the Owwll booth, and you are more welcome to come on our podcast. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right
Take a
back.
short
Thank you
break.
so
yes.
much.
Taking a
you.
break.
And cut. Very good.
Thank you so much. You're good.
I just happened to be here.
Happy to meet you.
Now I'm shaking.
You know,
I shake after.
really, why is that?
No,
It's-
it's because it's a hot.
Oh, it's excitement. It's like being off the stage. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it.
Thank you for asking me to sing.
Yeah. I'm a happiness specialist, by the way, the leading global happiness specialist in the world.
The leading.
Leading global happiness specialist, meaning,
Where did I? Oh, she's got my.
Yeah.
I have to connect with you on Owl.
yes.
So that's a podcast that I can now use. My first podcast.
That's right.
What's your why?
That's a
I'm
great,
putting it out.
that is a great name.
Many classes.
They won't, I promise.
All right, guys. The live stream is not stopped. We are here. We are here at Podfest, and it's just getting started. We are looking for people to interview for our podcast right now, right here. Step right up. Let us know. We are ready.
Testing.
Ready to interview you.
Yeah.
You. Let's go.
on.
Step right up.
Go back.
Ellie, let's come over here. Take over.
Right in the center.
Hi, Becca.
Well, hello there, darling. We're waiting for our next
We
victim.
are
I
ready
mean,
for our next victim.
interviewee.
Oh,
Not our next.
it's very
victim.
low. It's very low, right?
We can ask them to load.
No.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good
Come on
morning. Welcome to the Owl live
How are you
stream.
this morning?
Get comfortable. Take your time. Get comfortable. Put your purse down.
Kathy. We have here with us this
I
morning.
wonder who Kathy is, and I wonder
I know.
Kathy is all about. I'm excited
So
to meet you, and I'm
curious.
excited to see or hear what you are passionate about. What are you passionate about? Give me your top three.
Stay close to the mic.
But introduce yourself, please. Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Kathy Gagliardi.
Get really
hold it.
close.
Hold it.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
hold it.
Okay. I'm Kathy Gagliardi, and I have a love for children, and I'm trying to make the world more aware of neurodivergent children and give them a voice.
Of what type of children?
Neurodivergent. So
Okay, explain to those
Yeah,
of us who
because-
might not know what that means. What is a neurodivergent child?
autistic, so very anxious, have anxiety, huge, anything that stops them from living their life.
Communication.
Huge communication.
I'm getting chills because there was a woman that we interviewed yesterday that was in the same. Were you
Yes,
with
that was
me?
a neat interview.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so you would get in contact with her because she's an owl now. She's on Owl, and both of you are. She just has. I'm just chilling up. She has.
Yeah, she was saying that the cell phones are delaying the speech. She was a speech. Was she a speech pathologist?
No, she wasn't. She was.
I can't remember what she did.
What she was talking about was talking to your children who have autism slowly, and explaining more things. So,
Right.
yeah, that's what she was.
So I created this method called the belly flies method. And so each letter is an acronym for different tools and techniques to help the communication between the parent, caregiver, or
Yes.
the caregiver and the child. And this is to ease frustration and have a better mental and emotional well-being through their years as they grow.
Yes.
So I find that if you start really young and have that connection and have your own tools, create your own tools to do that. It started with, can I tell you a story?
Of course,
I'm ready for
please.
your
We would
story.
love a
Tell us your story.
Okay. I had a really great friend who her son took his life. And at that time, I didn't know what to do to help her or help the situation at all. So after not to feel awful for such a long time, I put my pen to paper and I wrote a book called Belly Flies. And that is
Called
What was
what?
the name
Was
of the
it?
book?
belly flies, like butterflies in your belly.
Oh, belly
So
flies.
just like an easy way for children to understand, Mommy, I have belly flies, not knowing what's wrong. They know something's wrong, right?
The way that they can explain anxiety
Yeah,
to their
and then it'll
parent.
start a conversation. Where do you feel those belly flies? Well, I feel them in my up here, right? I feel them in my head. And then it just starts a conversation and brings out what their anxiety is. And then to find techniques to solve that. Like, okay, let's go for a walk. Let's go and let's talk this out. Let's sit down, your favorite toy, and let's talk this out. So I created that, and the book sold like
I
crazy
love that.
to people who there's a divorce in the family, or a therapist, or teachers, or children who just suffer from anxiety. And
Which
that
is
really
a lot of children these days with anxiety.
it's crazy. And now that I see how much the parents require this teaching, I developed the method, Belly Flies method, to help.
And so where can they buy your book? If my children were little, I'd buy that book.
It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon and it's called Belly Flies.
You know what I love about that? I love that it's such a unique name, and it takes away that anxiety, the
Negative
those words,
connotation.
it actually is a label put on, but it makes you feel open and, oh, it's okay, belly flies. But I want to ask you a really tough question. Ready?
I'm ready.
Seatbelt on. With children that have these challenges, parents parents need to be patient.
Oh, so
And
patient.
but every parent isn't patient. What do we do with the parents that I don't have time for this, or I don't want to spend time for it? What do we do with the parents that are not going to make the time that it takes to help their child? Because that's real.
Beat them.
Beat the child? Great idea.
No, beat the parents.
Oh.
No, I was joking. I was
And
joking.
you always keep it light.
I
I love that
I think the parent realizes at some point.
answer.
Yeah, I think the parent realizes at some point, right, that they need help. So what you're trying to do is
frustrated. Yeah, they don't know. Even if they normally have patience, at some point they're just frustrated, and they in their heart they're giving up. And with these little techniques, they're just easy, and it's not a straining on the parent. That's the whole thing, is that when you give jobs, when you say you have to do this, then it's overwhelming. But these are just like love. Okay, love is one of them. Love is one of the acronyms, and that's a huge thing in my life. Love is everything, right? If you learn to just love yourself, love your child, give love to everything around you, then when you're just being, you're love.
Exactly. Everyone can't do that. So it's so, for me, the challenge, because the children are innocent.
They're so innocent.
I know. And so it's really some we're going to save and some we're not.
Right, but there are people who can help them.
I love that. And one of the things I love about what you said is the easy, because if the easier it is, the more I'm going to be apt to do it.
And things are hard, and they have to be easy. You have to offer easy solutions. There's so much in this world right now that is taking up our energy, that we need something easy to make life easier.
Agreed.
And for our little ones, how important is that?
Everything.
And so they'll learn to use these easy techniques when they're little, and it'll just grow with them. So when they're teenagers and they're going through, teenage angst and like a whole awful part of teenage life, they can use these techniques and then say, oh yeah, okay, I realize something's going on. Most of the problem is not realizing something's going on until it buries you, right? And realize something's going on. Okay, what are the things I can do that are easy enough to do right now to help me out of this situation? And then as they get older, 40s, 50s, like you always have something that's going to hold you back, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can break through that.
I agree. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To interview with today. And we can find you on the Owwll app. We can find you. Where can we find you?
Okay, if you go to bellyfliesmethod.com.
The bellyfliesmethod.com.
Bellyfliesmethod.com.
I'm going to go check out the bellyfliesmethod.com. I'm a hypnotherapist, and I work with children a lot and parents.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll recommend your book. I think it's a wonderful concept.
Oh, thank you. And it's twinklinglinks.com.
Twinklinglinks.com.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for being
so
with us.
much.
Have a great time at Podfest.
All right. It is time for our next guest. It is time for our next guest. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Instagram that I need to block.
Who is this beautiful young lady that just said, okay, Valerie sang a song. I think we attracted
We
Factor
did.
Valerie.
We did sing a
We
song, Valerie. We were
I bet
just
you've
singing
never
it.
heard that
Nope,
song,
She has
Valerie.
actually heard it.
Aha.
She knows
See
it.
that girl sitting over there? See that you gotta be in this part.
So this is Valerie, and she is the coolest kid that I've met all week at the Podfest. And there's not a lot of kids here, but she is really awesome, really adventurous. And when I met her, I was like, I want to come on here and get this girl talking, because she knows a lot about life, even though she's only 12 years old. So
I cannot wait
tell
to
us,
hear. But you
Valerie.
gotta stay up to that microphone so we can hear you. And wow, those glasses are beautiful.
Thank you.
Welcome. Do you have a podcast?
Yes, I do.
All right. Tell us about it.
So it's called Let Me Try Podcast, and I like to review products and experiences and like travel and stuff like that.
I think I heard about you.
Very cool.
I heard about you. I think you're kicking it,
How long
right?
have you
I
had your
mean,
podcast? How long have you had your podcast?
About a year.
About a year. And what is your favorite kind of product to review?
I don't really have a favorite.
Okay.
but what type of products? I mean, did everybody sends you products? I mean, do you just get like this?
Well, I
load of-
mostly I like to review like products around my house.
Oh, that's cool. I
okay,
like
so
that.
Household products,
hmm
toys.
Like I review like Bath and Body Works like perfume. And
Oh,
like,
nice.
A lot of perfume.
Gotcha.
Very nice.
But does anybody ever send you anything to review?
No.
Check out. Okay, I
Okay.
think you're gonna start doing that now. Like
Yep,
you're
we
getting
gotta,
ready
we gotta
to
get her
big.
some products to review, guys.
Yeah.
She's also very, very adventurous, and she likes to travel, and she likes to try new things. What's your most adventurous thing you've ever tried?
I've ever tried. Probably going on a mountain in Stratford, Tennessee.
Oh, that's fun. I
And
did
it
that a
ended
long
up
time
being
ago.
like kind of slow, and it wasn't very fast.
We were all
This is
bored, so
boring.
you were like, not want to do it again.
Yeah, it was too like I don't know. It was okay.
So, what is your next adventure? What's your thing that you want to do the most? You're most excited about trying?
Oh, I want to go to Spain.
Spain is
love Spain.
amazing.
Like we are like Madrid or Ibiza.
Madrid.
They say Ibiza, but it's actually Ibiza. Because I went and I
You
got.
have to wait a few years to go there.
Yeah. That we'll wait on that one. Wait on that one.
You can't go there yet.
Very neat. So I think this is a great podcast for you. I heard about you over Christmas. I think it was a young girl. I thought maybe it was you that was doing reviews on Christmas toys. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. That's
I haven't done any reviews on my Christmas gifts yet, but I plan to.
Yeah. What a great idea for you to do that. So,
Well, I actually, I did do a review because for a Christmas we got to go to Universal, but on the car ride there I got a concussion and I couldn't ride anything.
what?
And so
On
I
the
did a
car-
video.
What were you doing?
Is your dad a
From the
really
back
bad
seat?
driver?
like, laying on the side and I just went really forward really fast. But
Did somebody
I mean-
slam on brakes?
Yeah, we had to because it was really foggy.
Oh, man.
gosh. I'm
But,
glad you didn't get hurt too
So
bad.
I did a video on how what rides you can do or things you could do if you can't ride anything
Oh,
within
because
a
they
big
wouldn't let
ride.
you ride because you had a concussion.
Yeah, but I got butterbeer and stuff, so that was good.
Yeah, well, that'll just give you a great excuse to go back.
Yeah, you got to go
Yes.
back.
Are you living in Orlando? Is that where you live?
No, we live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge on the bayou. So, oh, yum! I love that. I love that food over there.
I've also heard you're very adventurous with food.
Yes, I
I've
love
heard
to
you'll
try a
try
bunch of food.
everything. What is your favorite food?
Eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict. And what have you tried that would really surprise us?
Crawdads.
No.
I've been eating crawdads because they eat
Yeah,
those
those
crawdads.
recently.
Do you suck the head?
No, I only eat the claws. That's my only.
Oh,
that's,
yeah.
the only
Okay.
part I really like
Yeah,
about this.
I have to admit I do. I suck the
Well,
head.
I like to eat seafood gumbo too.
I love
Oh,
the gumbo.
Yeah.
Right, that food down there in Louisiana is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is delicious.
Like
Good.
spicy? Like spicy?
I do. I love spicy food. In my gumbo, I put 3 tablespoons of Tabasco.
That's
Oh
amazing.
my goodness!
I read something one time that said people who like spicy food have higher IQs.
and they get sick less. I think.
Yeah,
they-
probably. That would
heard
make
that.
sense. That would make
Right.
sense.
I did not know that.
That's what I heard.
What about what's a food you try that you will need ever?
Well, I kind of like every food, so that's
Oh,
really
that's
hard to
amazing.
pick.
That's amazing.
Right.
Like those crunchy green beans. I don't.
Crunchy green beans. Okay, all
Not
right.
into the green.
I don't
beans,
like-
Not right now.
I don't really like.
What about
green beans.
spinach? Are you a spinach?
I like
eater?
spinach. I
do
really like
too. I
spinach.
love spinach.
That's
Most people
amazing.
your age don't really
I like spinach and cinnamon smoothies. They're really
Oh yes.
good. With like peanut butter powder. That's really good.
Oh, good one.
Yeah, I love cinnamon. I put cinnamon in everything and on everything.
Yeah, it's really good for you. Really good.
It's good.
Thank you for joining us today. You
you for
are.
Is there
having
anything
me.
else you want to talk
Special.
about before you go?
No.
No, that's it.
Are you a member of Owwll now?
She
Yes.
is a member of Owwll.
Right.
I bet you're probably our youngest member. That's really cool.
And are you on there? So if anybody listening out here who's a member of Owwll would like for you to review their product on your podcast,
Yes,
you can do
I
that.
would love to review any and all products and experiences.
Okay, and so tell me, like, where are you going with this? If you could do anything you want, how do you want to see this turn out?
I want to do like more traveling and like review more places to go. And like last night we were going to go on Spirit Airlines, but it was supposed to leave at 2:40 and it ended up leaving at 11 p.m.
Oh, I've been
And so we
there.
had to switch airlines, and I
Been
made
there, done that.
a podcast episode about how bad that was last night.
I love that. I love
It was,
Spirit-
that was
Spirit
bad.
So
Airlines.
your reviews aren't always good.
Yeah, they don't. They're
honest.
not
You're
always.
honest.
honest.
You're very
Yeah,
honest.
they're
gotta be
always
honest.
honest reviews. So
I like that.
Right.
they're not going to
That's
be always
important.
good.
That's right. You have to do that because everything can't be good all the
Yeah.
time, right? Yeah. Well, thank you. Good luck.
Yes,
Good luck
thank you
to
so much.
Thank
You know, if there's any parents out there that are having trouble getting their kids to try new foods or try new adventures, they could also call you on the podcast and say,
Right.
Yes,
how
of
do
course.
I get my kid to try spinach?
Do you have a
Yeah.
YouTube channel yet?
I do. I have a
Okay,
let
what
me
is your-
try. It's
what is
just
it?
called Let Me Try.
Let me try it,
Mhm.
Let
or
me
just
try
let me
it.
try.
Let Me Try. The same as my podcast.
Oh, cool. Let me try. Love it.
I love it.
Okay. Well, follow Valerie
Yes,
on Let Me
follow
Try, and
Valerie.
you can find her on Owwll
Yes.
and let her review your product.
That's right.
Of course.
Thank you for being
Or
with us.
your
Thank
hotel
you.
or your airline.
Yes,
Yeah.
I review all things.
All things. All
Thank
right.
you
Well,
so
have a good
much.
time. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Awesome. That was awesome. All right, we are here at the Owl booth. You guys come on by, download the app. You get $10 to make calls on your account. And the ambassador who you use the code will also get $10. And just find one to get a code. I am Kimbro. I am the comedy guru on Owl. And if you don't have a code from an ambassador, you can always use mine, comedy. But next we got coming to the deck is, we got some interesting people lined up. I see Jeff on the red carpet. So we're having a really good expo here, the Podfest Expo here in Orlando. I'll turn you. You want me to turn you up?
All right, guys. Hello.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Hey.
We're back. Double trouble.
High five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Deb here.
Deb.
Yeah.
Moray. Deb Moray.
Some people say Morays. Let me get.
Well, good morning, Deb Moray.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
Very good and happy to be here.
We're happy to have you here.
Absolutely.
And Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. We're back.
We are back. You're back after yesterday interviewing my husband.
He had a lot to say.
He
But we
always
want to hear
does.
what you have to say now.
Okay, fair enough. So, where to start? That's always a problem. But I guess I'll start by saying I have a full service marketing, advertising, and public relations agency, multimedia, creative, through to production and media buying. And I love handling and working with clients, communications, solving their business problems, helping them launch, grow, probably even problem solve.
Fantastic. Well, tell everybody a little bit how you got into this.
How did I get into podcasting? So Cass and I each had worked on terrestrial radio. There was a day when there was just AM radio, not so much podcast. So we did a show called Living the Good Life.
AM radio.
AM
Everybody
radio.
watching
Structured.
AM radio.
Imagine that. And
Living the good life.
Our viewers probably don't even Never experienced AM radio.
Fair
I
enough.
remember it. PBS was a kid growing up.
Yes. So Living the Good Life as a radio show covered topics from radio reviews and wine reviews to topics of even controversial political issues, which Cass loves doing. And then when the terrestrial radio issue sort of phased out, we said, let's transition it to the podcast. So now it's livingthegoodlifepodcast.com. And we do that together, which is still fun. And part of what I do for marketing, advertising, and PR, I host and produce radio and TV shows for clients. So it seems to make sense.
That's fun.
Tell us about some of the controversial issues you talk about.
Oh dear, I knew you were going to go there, Jeff. Oh, you son of a gun. So,
Most fun road, of course.
of course. So there is a contentious issue about the election. So that's the easy, low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Cass and I have long covered those kinds of topics, but locally we also cover public education, which has long been an issue in our state and many other states because public education just doesn't rock like it should.
Right.
Yeah, public education is a topic that needs a lot more focus and attention. So what's the sweet fruit or the bitter fruit of public education? What's the sweet part?
The sweet part is I really believe in it. I always believed in it. And I had received a good public education, but I also had parents who could help steer that. So many kids now don't. So we often have a discussion about that relative to teachers' unions and how it needs to evolve. But also, I spend a lot of time in the nonprofit sector trying to help people who have intellectual or developmental disabilities, who have trouble reading for other issues, for other reasons. And so we try to help people receive educations. I also try to help them launch businesses because sometimes they're just not groomed and ready to do the typical go to college track.
Got it. And what type of businesses are you inspiring them to start and run if they're not ready for that college track? Like what sort of things?
So usually we start interviewing and finding out what their interests are, what their hobbies are, what their personality is about, and then try to guide that and develop maybe even a small craft that becomes a simple little business for someone. Also, we've learned and developed something called customized employment. It sounds really sophisticated. It isn't. It just means that some of those folks have incredible talents, but they just need some help and accommodations to help them learn how to get a decent job. So we try very hard to help that. So in terms of teaching them entrepreneurship, if they can do that, that's great. Otherwise, Jeff, it's really nice to try to help them be their best self, make their life as happy and fulfilling as it can be. And that doesn't always have something to do with advertising, but sometimes it does.
Well, it makes me think of a metaphor that someone once shared with me a long time ago about the lost horse. Have you ever heard the story of the lost horse?
I'm going to right now, and so are our guests.
All right. Well, one day there was a little boy walking through the forest, and there was a horse just standing there. And he saw the horse, and he could tell that the horse was lost, and the horse didn't know its way home. But he could tell that the horse had an idea of how to get home. It just didn't know exactly how to get home. So all the little boy did was take the horse and guide it to the road. And once the little boy got the horse to the road,
He
the
knew where
horse
to
knew
go.
exactly how to get home. So that's exactly what you're doing. You are literally guiding these people to the road and showing them a path, and now they know how to get home. Now they know how to start their businesses.
What a good idea. Someone during this wonderful Podfest used the expression of being Robin Hood of ideas. I think I'm going to steal yours, my friend.
The
Is that
little
okay?
boy with the horse in the woods.
Yes, that's it. I'll never forget that.
Thank
It's a good example.
Well, what else would you like to tell everybody out there about what you do? Let's hear some more. Let's hear a story. I want to hear something good. Something juicy.
Oh dear. We can't name drop, right? Let's see. We need to have a good story. What would be a good, I need a little prompting here. Do we want a nonprofit story? Do we want an advertising story? What do you think we want? What kind of story?
All right, let's put together a story that has excitement, drama, ideally something being thrown across the room,
and
an explosion.
No, you're not. You want, he would go there, wouldn't he just?
All right, maybe she would be better asking this question because I'm just going to keep going to this side.
Give us your biggest success story.
Biggest success story. The next one. How about that?
The next one. I know this year's going to be good. I have a feeling.
Yes.
So it's funny, but I think about success not just in terms of how many clients I have and how much money I can make.
Right.
I think that in the past few years, especially working with people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities and seeing a little light bulb, no, a big light bulb go on in their faces, I guess that has, to me, it provides a sense of success. That's success, but one that warms my heart. It does. And I'm not always that schmaltzy, honestly, but I've seen it enough that it makes a difference. And it makes me think that even though I love making money, who doesn't?
Right.
That has its own rewards.
You know, sometimes I was just telling someone else that it's one person to see something in you that can really make you go for it, right? I mean, the insecurities that maybe disability. I have ADHD, so I mean, one person to say, Kelly, wow, you're so good at this. You can do this, and let me introduce you to this person. It really drives that person to the next level. And I think that I hear you saying that's kind of what you do.
I think that is good. I think so many people don't take the time to listen or think about what other people's gifts are.
Right.
And I know I
love
get
that.
And I get paid by the hour. Sometimes you're paid by the painter, some by the hour.
Right.
Sometimes there's just that joy and the success in the minute.
Yes.
When the light bulb goes on. And I think that's pretty terrific. And I love
Seeing
doing
someone else's gift, being able to see it in them is
Well, even to Kelly's point, to see someone else's gift, that is such a gift to give someone. It's like probably the most valuable.
the most
People
valuable.
don't know what they don't know until someone makes them aware.
Right.
And that sometimes just one little statement can be a complete mind shift.
I
Your whole trajectory changes.
So, Jeff, we spoke a little bit yesterday that you help people with performance and achieve their greater higher self, whether it's productivity at work or making money or whatever.
Correct.
And so you're certainly doing it at a different level than some of these folks. And I've worked with people too who were CEOs and went from a small, tiny little candy shop to something that became an international wonder. When I think about it, there are times when just working with someone and helping them find what motivates them, what turns that light bulb on.
like that
So it's IDD on one level, but it's also your average CEO who could be brilliant in so many ways and then just need something else.
Well, here, let me share this with you real fast. A lot of it's about unlocking people and getting them out of their mental prisons. I've always been a student of history and studied it my whole entire life. And the actual specifics I might not have down, but long story short is 17th, 18th century France, the empire was booming. They were doing amazing. And it was either like the Spanish, I think it was the Spanish army. One of the armies wanted to invade France because Louis XIV, they couldn't stand. He had Versailles, he had all these fancy parties, yada, yada, yada. So the French conqueror, who had the eye on him, because Louis had spent so much money on this palace and all this opulence, and he had everything inside. While he's busy doing his partying and enjoying life, it was either the Spanish or someone was taking over big parts of France because Louis, he built such high fortress walls. He built his own prison. That's what they said. Higher walls, you're putting yourself in a prison. Literally, you're not free. Yeah, granted, he was enjoying everything inside of that, but if he stepped foot outside, he would have a spear go through his chest. So a big part of what we do is getting people out of their mental prisons. Drop the walls. Sometimes people think higher walls and thicker walls are the answer, when in reality, removing those walls and building the confidence and the strength and the self-esteem to face the outside world and face it eye to eye, that's the real strength. That's the real gift.
So how do you remove the barriers? How do you start to do that? I know I have some of my thoughts. Your turn, Jeff.
Well, a lot of the ways I work with, it's funny that you ask, is through fun. I believe by bringing people out of that, seriousness, when people are super serious, like, don't get me wrong, there's a time to be serious in life. Well, you're doing accounting, whatever, but going through life, if you're too serious, those are shields.
And you're not
That's
enjoying
protection.
it seems like, you got to relax.
Exactly. Just enjoy and flow. And when you can teach people how to do that, if you've already been successful by being super serious and stern, well, that tells me a few things. It tells me in one area you've compartmentalized amazingly, and found financial success. But you can just look at somebody and see how they emote and carry themselves through the world. And if they're not able to interact, if they're totally internally driven, there's walls up. And when you can break those walls down, that person goes to the next level. Now they can interact. Now they can start living their best life. Now they're free. They're free to love, share. Like one thing when I was training salespeople with my last company, a little woo-woo trick that I used to give them, that anytime I told people in the industry we did this, they always looked at us like we were crazy, is I said, when you're sitting across the table from someone and you're showing them our product and you're talking about it, I want you to visualize a pink line going from your heart to their heart, where you're making a connection with them.
That's
and you're
beautiful.
feeling that. And you start to notice the person all of a sudden on the other side relax, because now it's not just about the transaction, it's about the connection you're building. And mentally, when we think, we emote energy, we push energy out there. So if you're consciously trying to connect with someone's heart center, you're bringing them in. And you may not get that deal that time, but there's a good chance you'll get it in the future if you don't get it that time, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to be loved, appreciated, and seen.
So does that sound like it would be the high-powered sales executive, and it's less about that than being able to have interpersonal skills and be able to relate to someone, break down their defenses, and talk to them like a human being? And that
was our timer.
That was subtle as a ton of bricks, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I need a new pair of underwear. What happened?
Wait, okay.
What was, I'm
Did
not
we do
sure I
something?
understand what that was
Oh,
about.
no, she's from another.
You got us into trouble. She blamed me.
Was that like the hook? Oh my God, that was not subtle, kids.
No, that was some feedback, but the first one was your 1 minute warning.
That was our 1 minute.
It was a warning. So what to say other than
Do we have something that was maybe a little more subtle?
So Kelly, Jeff, this has been so much fun. This has been so much
Thank
fun.
you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much
So
for
living-
coming on and wait for what you do.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
What about that gratuitous plug? livingthegoodlifepodcast.com.
Tell everyone.
Right.
livingthegoodlifepodcast.com or Communication Works, which is the name of the agency, and sometimes it does. Thanks.
And you can find her on Owwll.
She's on the Owwll app.
Thanks, guys. So much fun.
Thank you.
You know, it's really hard.
I know it is.
All right. That
We
was
have
awesome,
Eve
guys.
up next.
Okay, we got E. Our ambassador, EA, is up next to.
No, Eve.
Okay, you guys, we're live. So I want you to, we're going to switch it out. We're live. So coming up next is
Eve.
Eve. Okay, Eve is coming up next. And Jeff and Kelly is at the helm. All right, Eve, slide on in there. You guys, you get a chance, stop by the Owwll booth, scan the code, drop in your promo code. You'll get $10. Your ambassador gets $10, and it will be awesome. Okay, you guys ready to go? 10, 9, 8. You ready? We're live, baby. We're live. Jeff, Kelly, you ready to go? Here we go.
We are here this morning with Eve, with this beautiful flower, like she just came out of the Garden of Eden.
Absolutely. Yes, I did.
Straight from Hawaii.
Yes. Hawaii and the Garden of Eden, exactly.
Beautiful.
Can
So
you-
tell us a little bit about you.
Sure. I have a podcast. It's called Please Me. And it's about destigmatizing conversations about sex and sexual health.
Fun.
And I talk about a lot of different topics. One of them is big clit energy, which I have on the back of my shirt.
Okay.
And so I'm giving off my big
so
clit
funny.
energy today, my confidence. I've got my little flower, and I'm hoping to attract some nice conversations today.
All
Big
right.
clit energy, does that
I'm
attract?
going to let you take
ED
this
energy?
one away, Jeff. This one's for you.
No,
So
Kelly,
does
you
BC
might have to help
energy,
me.
BCE energy attract BDE energy? Well, That's the hope, right?
That's the hope.
That's the hope.
BDE, BCE.
But big clit energy, as is BDE, is all about confidence. And when you're confident in your sexuality, it's gonna kind of shine into all of the areas of your life. So, whether it's the boardroom or the bedroom.
So tell
It's
us
gonna
about
serve
how
you.
you do this. Like, how do you get women to have BCE? I've never said this before. This is, I need
So
hypnosis. I need to get over this.
you do. I think I'm making him blush.
I'm loving it, though.
Me too, actually.
Oh gosh, I'm making everyone blush. Well, that's good. I just talk about confidence building exercises and different things that you can do to really.
What type of exercises can you give us an example?
Sure, like she wants like extra details. So breathing exercises, things that can bring you to
Oh, I
the
like that.
present
Okay,
moment. Sexually, things that bring you to the present moment would be things that, can kind of wake your body up. So like touching yourself, massage. Also, always telling your partner what feels good to you, because communication is so important in the bedroom. And that is how adults play. So if you're not having fun in the bedroom, you're not doing it right.
Amen to that.
Right?
Amen.
So communication is so key.
I think it is. And I think a lot of times men think that we are like them. And that's a little frustrating, I think, and so the communication is key to get the word out to the men, like, we're not like you, right?
Exactly.
The things that turn us on are not the things that turn you on.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
So if you want to go into it deeper,
I would love to,
in the
actually.
cleanest way I know how.
Yes, in a clean way. And I'm always very classy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll shower after this. We're fine.
So actually, I talk a lot about the orgasm gap, and the orgasm gap is something that exists. It's a phenomenon where in heterosexual relationships, women have the least amount of orgasm of any relationship type, including being single. So bringing awareness to the orgasm gap is really important to me.
I agree with that 100%.
And I like to talk about it a lot because, one person at a time, I would like for them to close their own orgasm gap. And so I'm actually hosting an orgasm revolution on February the 12th. It's going to be online. And I'm going to have people wearing a T-shirt that says Orgasm Equality on it, and talking about the orgasm gap and why it's important to them. And just bringing awareness, because like you said, men don't really understand what women need in order to, pleasure them. And unless they know what we need, they're never going to close that orgasm gap. So talking about communication is super important.
Well, I think this is because I think a lot of men in particular, they don't have the education or understanding. Like you said, a lot of men do think
Men are from Mars and women are from Venus.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's having that communication that open, because, women are bringing feminine energy, men are bringing masculine energy, and understanding how to make that energy flow.
Right.
And that's the thing you see in a lot of relationships. And, I have a little experience in this area you're talking about, but
bet you
this isn't
do.
about me. This is about you. So with that being said, is understanding how the energy works together, how it dances into harmony. And that's a lot of communication, what the woman really likes. And sometimes the men don't understand what the woman likes because it's just not hardwired into them. Then men can learn to find a lot of pleasure in pleasuring the woman, because
yes, amen.
Right.
There's a whole domino effect that comes from that, because just speaking as a guy, a well-pleasured woman really appreciates the man that knows how to pleasure her. Is that not true?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. And you're going to find that all of the time, because what we see in the media always in movies and shows, etc., is penetrative sex. And penetrative sex is not the way that women orgasm. 95% of women, right? 95% of women. Well, 95% of women need clitoral stimulation and external vulva stimulation in order to orgasm. And, men don't realize that, because what we learned from porn and from the media is that penetration is sex.
Real.
And penetration is not the only thing about sexuality. There's so many different things that you can do to stimulate the woman in order to get them to get a hard on to.
Do you feel like your audience is mostly women or men?
it's interesting because I really am targeting women, but I find that so many men, more men are listening to my content than women. But I think that's amazing because men need to learn what we need.
I
So
would put my man. I would make him listen to it with me. So because
I
you
think
hear it
it's
from
important
somebody
for
else.
everybody. It's important for women to understand what the orgasm gap is
You got
so
1
that they
minute,
can
Jeff.
get their
1
needs
minute.
met by
1 minute.
communicating with their partners. And it's important for the men to understand what the orgasm gap is so that they can learn how to pleasure their partner. So both.
Exactly. Thank you so much. That was a really fun interview.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This was a lot of fun.
But thank you for having us. And
Thank
we
you.
can find you on Owl.
Yes, you can find me on Owl, and please join the Orgasm Revolution on February 12th.
I love it.
All right.
Yes.
I think
We're
gonna. It's a podcast. It's a podcast, or is it actually?
It's going to be on virtually. I'm going to be posting on all of my social media about the orgasm gap, and then all of my guests that have been on the show that want to participate, and anybody else will post on the very same day about the orgasm gap in my T-shirt that says orgasm equality, and then tag me on Instagram or whatever social
All right.
media.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was awesome. Okay, next on deck is hey Eve, come on over to see Ellie. Come to the counter. Eve, come over to the counter. Very good. All right, Jason, who do we have next? Okay, so for those of you who can hear my voice, come over to the Owl booth, download the app, punch in your promo code, and we are about to get on with our next interview. Once you download the app and once you have it on your phone, then we'll put you on the Owl podcast live to our Owl community who were not able to attend the conference. So Jeff and Kelly, are you ready to go? Countdown. Here we go. It's all yours. Okay, you're live, guys. You are live. You are live.
All right. All right. Good morning, James.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Are you,
Kelly?
It's Kelly. So tell us a little bit about you, what you do.
My name is.
Speak into that mic, please, for me. Speak into that microphone.
You want to speak right into there, yeah? You can pull it out if you want to, if it's easier.
You can hold it if you'd like.
That'll be easier. Thank you. James Van Proyen. I do 2 different podcasts, one related to veteran business, called the Veteran Business Show, and I do another one about a relay race called Ragnar Relay.
Wait, come closer. What is the relay?
Ragnar Relay, Ragnar, Ragnar Relay.
Ragnar Relay. Okay, what is that?
It's similar to Spartan Race. There's
Oh, okay.
yeah, but it's road and trail relay race. Basically, it's starts on a Friday, ends on a Saturday.
Okay.
Different cities across the U.S.
Okay. How often do they do that?
Schedule kind of usually the first race is right now about April, and the last one, the very last race every year is Florida Trail.
Yeah.
And one's usually the first weekend in December.
Super cool. Jeff, are you into cars?
Am I what?
Are you into cars?
A little bit, yeah. I
You
like
probably
cars.
know more
They're
about
fun.
cars than I do. I mean, I'm into fast cars.
So it's like customized. They're putting engines, big tires on.
No, but this is
them.
actually relay like running.
Oh, this is physical.
Yes, very physical. So sorry if I didn't explain it correctly, but
Okay, so it's
yeah,
like a
it's
Spartan race or something.
It's like Spartan Race,
Got it.
except
Love that.
just running only. So it's trail. One's a trail version, and one's a road.
Where does it take place? Where do you do it?
I do it all over. Haven't done all of them, but Atlanta has a trail that's coming up in April this year. They're going to do Arkansas for the first time. So
Nothing in South Florida.
they do. Yeah, oh, Florida. They used to have the road version. The very first time I ever did it was 2010. I did it. It was Port St. Richie to Daytona Beach.
Wow,
Then
long.
that
Do you
was
work-
last
do
year.
you
they
work
had
with
that
Supercar?
What? I'm
Do
sorry.
you work with Supercar? The Supercar people from West Palm Beach. There are a lot of my friends.
Never heard of
Neil
it, no.
London, all of them know.
No, that's awesome. No, I'll have to
check
ask
into
you.
that.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
But they had one from Miami to Florida Keys, but that one that was quite a few years ago. Because they have to get a lot. The race has to get a lot of course, permission for the different
Yeah,
cities. So one of the
permits and
cities
all that.
cut them off on that
Of
one.
course,
So.
yeah. How do you train for that? How do you get ready for it?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to ask that. So, fortunately or unfortunately for me, I am a natural runner somehow. Found out I was in 20 years in the Air Force. So, a few years into my Air Force career, the Air Force switched over to a running test. And to get ready for that, units would run. And then that's how I found out I was a good runner. And the more I was military, the more I ran. I was running at one point about 10 miles a day, 6 days a week.
Wow, that's a lot.
I was running
That's a lot.
that many miles. So, but
6 days a week.
I can
Oh my
kind of
God,
just
Joe.
wake. Like I can do a half marathon pretty much never training. So, I mean,
impressive.
So I don't. I run, but not consistently. I don't have a consistent running training.
You can just
cycle.
run anytime. It's like I can sit here and talk anytime. You can sit just
Like Forrest Gump, you
run
could
home
just
if you
like
want.
run Forrest.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Life's like a box of chocolate.
Yeah, so
Like running.
I don't recommend that, and I don't advocate that for people. But for me, somehow, so far, maybe when I'm older, it'll be different. But
How are the knees?
47, my knees kind of been screwed for a long time.
Yeah,
so
you
just
got to
kinda
be
deal with
careful
it.
because running can be hard on your body
Absolutely.
too. I run at like 3 miles a day, but I've noticed that my neck is kind of getting like a little bit turkey neck, and I've been told it's because of the running. So
yep.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're doing the physical running. We're all running
Yeah.
from something.
So tell us a little bit about the first podcast you said.
Veteran business
Okay.
show.
What about that? Talk about that a little bit.
So a lot of the guests that I talk to, I like to basically hear how they went from what they did in the military, what they do in business, and that kind of journey.
Okay. How did and I mean that's probably really great for somebody coming out of the military because sometimes I hear they don't really know what to do, right? They're kind of lost. And that creates a lot of anxiety and PTSD and
Interesting enough to me, it's not as much a transition podcast
it's not,
necessarily
okay.
in itself, but to your point, entrepreneurship, a lot of times people in the military are already doing entrepreneurship or transition out pretty quickly to entrepreneurship or want that as an option.
Okay.
So it really fits that space.
Okay, and they can find you on Owwll. So we can find you on Owwll now.
After today, I'm actually ashamed to say I'm not on Owwll at all. But I
We
will
pulled you up here too quick, but you're getting ready to. You're
going to be on
Owwll,
Owwll.
right? So you can
absolutely.
find
Yes, I will.
James on Owwll. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Enjoyed having.
And what was your name again?
I'm Jeff.
And then Jeff. Thank you.
I
So much,
appreciate
Jeff.
you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, that was awesome. Okay, we got James next. James, come down, and it is your time to get on the mic. And we have Joy is on deck. James, are you here? Okay, so we'll take Joy. We'll move straight ahead to Joy. Joy, come on down. We're here at the Owwll booth. We're doing a live stream from the Owwll podcast booth. We got Kelly and Jeff. Are you guys ready to take it live? You ready? All right, here we go.
Ready to take it live. We've got joy and pain, sunshine and rain. Hi, good morning, Joy.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be here.
So nice to have you here. This is Jeff.
How are you, Joy? It's a joy to be interviewing you.
It's a joy.
Joyful.
So you can't come in with anything but sunshine with a name like Joy, right?
Joy to the world.
Like an energy lifter.
Exactly.
What do you do?
This is the first
Joy?
time she's heard all this, by the way, I'm
I
sure.
know. First time she's ever heard that song too.
Oh, well, fun fact, when I was little, I was really shy. And so, especially around Christmas time, all the Christmas songs, Joy of the World, all that stuff, everybody would point and look at me.
Right.
So, yeah.
So do you have a podcast?
Yes, I do. The Waterfall Racing podcast. It's from our Waterfall Racing team. It's an endurance sports podcast. So I am an endurance athlete.
You look like it.
Well,
when you walked up, I was like, whoa, look at her.
Good shape.
Yeah, and it's amazing how it happened. I got on LinkedIn. I'm a LinkedIn influencer. And the way that happened was I wanted to pursue a growth mindset. And I thought, physical challenge. I've always been fit and healthy, but I never have pushed myself
to the limit.
Let me try and run my first marathon. And so in doing that, I trained. I didn't have a coach, just Googled everything, but I took my audience on that journey, and that grew my community. so fast because they were all, behind and cheering and all of that. And so that's where it all started, really. Training for that transformed me. And that's when after that.
So how long have you had the podcast?
So I have had the podcast now. We're only going on 2 years.
2 years. That's good.
But it's a triathlon podcast because after the marathon, I got into triathlons, doing Ironmans. And so we interview the top endurance athletes, the world champions, the Olympians, everybody that are in the world.
And how often do you do this? Like, do you interview people once a week, twice a week, every day?
We usually put out one once a week,
Okay.
or twice a week, depending. But consistency is definitely the key, though.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so how often are you running yourself?
Am I running myself?
You run every day?
Oh yeah, I'm one of those crazies. I actually came here a little early to train at the Orlando National Training Center.
Uh-huh.
That's why I have tennis shoes on today and not heels.
Ew, I wore high heels the whole week, and I was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, so I take
high heels at home.
Yeah, I take it really seriously. Next, I call
And you eat healthy, and you talk about that on your show and everything.
And we talk about the common everyday person. Here I am, a middle-aged woman, but I'm getting stronger. I'm getting faster. And it's kind of like that juggle. Even though we interview the top athletes, everybody in our audience, the thousands, the majority can relate more to the everyday person who's trying to juggle work and a family and
how
still
to
chase
incorporate
the dreams.
with your busy life.
Exactly.
Well,
Thank
you
you
mentioned
so
mindset
much.
too earlier. So
Yeah.
the mindset controls a lot of our body.
Exactly.
Our mindset controls how far we're going to push.
Exactly.
So, you hit a certain age and you tell yourself, I am done,
Mm-hmm.
then we start to get done. But if you hit a certain age and you say, I'm just stepping on the gas, then your mind's like, ooh, wait a second, time to get back into gear. So you're living proof of this.
Right, exactly. And my point is, I don't expect people to go do crazy, events, but anything's better than nothing, right? So we can all at least chase the better version of ourselves.
Absolutely. I love that. Well, thank you so much for coming on with us today and sharing. And we can find you now on Owwll.
Yes.
All
yes,
right,
absolutely.
great.
I'm there.
So if you need a coach,
Yeah, exactly. Send me your
find her on
questions,
Owwll.
for sure.
Thank you so much, Joy.
Thank you, Joy.
It was a joy.
All right, that was a joy. Next on deck, Junaid. Junaid, you are next. We're sitting in with Kelly and Jeff, 2 Owwll ambassadors. We got EA just stepped into the room. Welcome to the show, brother. So if you have not downloaded the app, please make your way over to the red carpet at the Owwll booth. We've got our world-class ambassadors that's hosting the live stream podcast on the mics right now. We have Kelly and Jeff, 2 favorite Owwll experts that we love kicking it with because they've got nuggets to drop, great stories, cool things. And okay, so we have Junaid. Did I say that right? Junaid. All right. Okay, we're going to go live right here in a few seconds. Then we got Jeff and Kelly, Junaid. All right, you guys, and you are live right now.
We have.
All right, we're looking forward to hearing about you. Tell everyone who you are, what you do.
I am Junaid, like Lemonade. I'm a home studio architect. I launched my podcast called Hacks and Hobbies, Passion to Profit Stories. I've been doing it for 6 years.
Did you say hats and hobbies?
Hacks and Hobbies.
Hacks and Hobbies. That's a
Hacks?
great name.
Hacks and Hobbies.
H-A-C-K?
Yeah.
Okay. Hacks and hobbies.
Yes.
First, I thought you said hats. So.
Hats and Hobbies.
Right.
If I take hold of this.
You can hold it.
Pull it right out if you want. Yeah, yeah. That's how I do it too. Yes.
So, what else can I say?
We want to hear about it. Give us a
wanna
story.
know what
Tell
is
us
it? What's
something.
hacks and hobbies?
Hacks and Hobbies. Where did it start? It was really funny. So, my first podcast started in 2012. It was just 3 of us talking about still brewing it. We had ideas. We're like, hey, we want to talk about it. But that podcast only lasted for 4 episodes because we're in 2 different time zones, 3 different cities, and we didn't have cool tools like Riverside or Squadcast or Zoom even. So we're like, you know what? This is fun, but didn't feel like everybody was in it like as much as I was. Fast forward to 2018, I finished reading Gary Vaynerchuk's book, Crushing It, and he's like, just document your journey if you want to start a podcast. And it just so happened that I love beekeeping. In 2012,
You love beekeeping.
I love
Oh,
so
fun.
the podcast started as me documenting my
I love
beekeeping
that.
journey.
Honey.
I want to have a beehive.
Yeah.
That's very interesting
exactly
to me.
what
I
it
want
Oh
that.
no, you can get different types of honey, like
Yes,
from
you can.
flowers,
I
like
love that.
tupelo or
Amazing.
sunflower.
Right, and not to interrupt, but I have a question.
Lavender.
Please.
Lavender honey's amazing.
So, I know. Well, so are you? Do you worry about getting bitten by the bees? Like, if
Yeah,
I had
stunk.
a beehive in my backyard, would I have to worry about my neighbors getting bitten by my bees?
Not at all, because when you have a home for the bees, they're just worrying about protecting that beehive. As long
Okay,
as they're not bothering them, because I had 4 beehives in my backyard, and they were facing the other way, so their entrance is, away from my house.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's what started the podcasting journey. I was
Okay.
like, hey, I'm gonna jump in my car talking about Queen Bee. Now, my friend was like, you know who Queen Bee is, right? I was like, yeah, Queen Bees. They lay the eggs. Like, and they're like, no, it's Beyonce. She's Queen Bee.
Oh.
Check out the first episode. I talk about Beyonce and the connection between beehives
Right.
and queen bees, and it was just me documenting the journey. And like Joy was talking about earlier, you got to keep working at it. You got to do the reps to get good at the stuff that you're doing. So the first year was just me documenting my journey, understanding, hey, what does it take to podcast? What does it take to put out content? Now there was consistency and then inconsistency, right? But as I continued to podcast, I was like, I wonder if there's other crazy people like myself who are also doing the same thing as me. Maybe I can bring him on the podcast.
Uh-huh.
So to date, I've interviewed over 450 guests on my own podcast.
Awesome.
Wow.
That's great.
Impressive.
And I was like, in the beginning, it was really hard because I was doing everything myself. And we all want to say, hey, I'm going to save money, but I'm going to do it myself.
And then you can't get
happens
it all
so
done.
much. You can't
right?
do it.
You got to figure out.
You
Let
have to
people do
outsource.
good.
You got to bring people on.
So
Yeah.
it was so bad that I got myself fired from a job because I was spending so much time on podcasts. So I was like, I'm gonna do it right the next time. So I hired a team. So now all I do is I show up to record the podcast. I do 4 to 5 episodes.
And they
a
make it
week.
pretty easy on you now, don't
so
they?
easy.
I know that's a blessing because I'm getting ready to start a podcast and I don't know how to do all that
I
stuff.
think
so.
something that people would want to hear about,
Yeah.
if you can say it really quickly, is how did you find your team? Because it's always people always say,
Right,
"Oh, I
that's-
hired all these
that's
people."
really
But
interesting,
nobody
and I-
realizes how hard that actually is to do.
Really hard to find the team.
Extremely.
You want to find people that are motivated to work with you. They're motivated in learning. They're motivated in keeping going, and they're open to training. So the person that I was working with, she was initially came in to do social media marketing, but I was like, hey, I'm doing this podcast. Do you want to learn some more? So I trained her on my own practices, and she was like really open to be able to learn.
To learning.
So for the past 4 years, she's grown as a producer.
And so she's
grown-
still with you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
so
great.
amazing.
It's been amazing. It's been a
All
lovely.
right, we have like 10 seconds.
All right.
Give it your spiel. Tell them why to go.
How do we find you if someone wants to?
Absolutely. So look up Hacks and Hobbies on any podcast platform. If you want to connect directly to me, I'm at SuperJanaid on every single platform: LinkedIn, Instagram,
And
whatnot.
Owl.
And Owl.
Now the Owl
Absolutely.
app.
I'm also
Now
on
the
Owl.
Owl
I've
app.
been a beta tester on Owl since the beginning, and I love what Jason is doing.
OG.
It's so amazing, the
It is a neat
platform, and I
concept.
just
It
can't
really
believe it.
is. Right.
Thank you so much for this
Thank
time.
you so much
All
for coming
right.
on. I
That's
love
Janaid.
so much fun.
Janaid like lemonade. He's also Owl Ambassador. Thank you. That was an awesome interview. Next on deck, I have Jason Waller, who's going to share a little bit of his experience and some expertise. We have Kelly. I think Jeff is stepping out, and it's going to be EA and Kelly right now. EA on deck. EA on the microphone right now. All right, so stop by the booth, everybody. Get your smartphone out, scan the QR code, download that app. If you don't have a promo code, All right. So we have Jody as our next, and we switched out Jeff. We got EA is going to be co-hosting with Kelly. So our next guest is coming up, and we are going to have some. Oh, she's got to get the lipstick on. She's got to look pretty for the cameras. I like that. The eye candy, stepping up to the microphones. EA and Kelly is about to go live right now in 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, our number one owl, EA. This dude is clocking some serious calls. He's the man. I want to be him when I grow up. EA, take it over. Call you.
Woo-woo. I would say good morning to Podfest 2024. This is my first time here this day on day 3. It's been a beautiful, amazing time. I've met some beautiful, amazing people, right? And this is the podcast we rapid firing. We actually getting to know people right on the spot. Bam, bam, bam. So I met this soul literally like 3 seconds ago, right? And she told me something I wanted her to share this with the world. So before you share with the world, tell them who you are, where they can find you, for the producer over there, and then rapid fire. Tell us who you are, what you all about.
Jody R. Weiss. I live in New York City. You could find me at Jody at jodyrweiss.com. That's JODYRWEISS.com. And I'm launching a podcast on consciousness called Exploring Reality Maybe.org. You can go on exploringrealitymaybe.org and sign up for it. It launches on Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
Yep.
Sounds fun.
And I also work with Dr. Doug Carnan with a kindness campaign, an international kindness campaign.
We
to
need that
really
so
inspire adults in
Oh my God.
custody and kids to understand that kindness is actually their most powerful superpower.
Superpower. You're a superpower. Oh my God. Isn't she a superpower?
She is a superpower. I
Oh
love.
my. Down the app already?
Yes, I have the Owl app.
Yes. Okay. So the Owl app is a game changer. We need you on there. And guys, when she gets on there, what's your name? Jody. What's the last name?
Weiss. WEISS.
Make sure you guys call her today. Not right now, but right now. Just to give her a warm welcome, because we have an app community and they're watching right now, and that's why we're talking to them.
We're live.
So this beautiful soul right here, call her and know today, right now.
Let her share her kindness. We need that so bad in the world today. So thank you so much for doing the interview with us. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
So before you go one last time, how can people follow you?
Yeah, you can follow me on LinkedIn at Jody R. Weiss, and you can follow me on Instagram at Jody R. Weiss.
Yes, and call her on Al. That's the most important thing. We're building that community. Yes, call her on Al. Call her on Al. We're gonna chant. Call her on Al today.
Love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome. All right, Jody, thank you very much. That was very cool. Next, we got sitting in, it's going to be Soda. Soda, come on, red carpet, and have a seat. And we're going to get you on the mics, and you're going to share with us some of your Soda. Soda, you're on. Soda? Okay, come on down. Hey, guys, we're live. We got to switch it out. Jody, thank you very much. As soon as you're done, switch them out because we're bringing the next one in. All right, so if you guys have not stopped by the Owl booth, please do so. Scan that QR code and punch in your promo code, and we're ready to go. Okay. Okay, you guys ready to go? EA, you ready to do it? You are live right now, buddy.
I'm sitting down. I'm ready. I just got the word we ready, and it's live, and we can't stop. So we're going to go rapid fire. When we see them on the red carpet, they keep coming. Line up, get up, out and about. So before we start, beautiful, what is your name, and what do you do? Tell us about you.
So my name is this on? My name is Soda Kichkowski. So I am a sleep health educator and a certified sleep coach.
Say it again, a sleep coach educator. Awesome.
I don't think this thing's on.
Okay, I need you too.
Let's do it. Is it on? Okay.
Ooh.
So I'm a sleep health educator and a certified sleep coach. I have been in sleep medicine and sleep health for about 18 years, but I am new to podcasting. So my very first Podfest, very first day I arrived, I hit 90 days for my podcast.
Oh my God! So you're like
I'm a newbie.
Yes. What they? the newlywed type. You're in that stage. But what's the podcast about?
So the podcast is called the Doze Podcast. It's the short and sweet of what you need to know about sleep. So my mission is to change the conversation about the way we view and prioritize our sleep. Because how well we sleep, right, is a catalyst for our personal and our professional goals. And
aging.
It's for everything.
And
Beauty,
aging.
sleep, everything.
Oh my God.
Everything.
And you're on Al? Are you on Al now?
I am.
Guys,
That is going to be
call
amazing.
her like
I don't
today.
think we have any other sleep coach.
I've never heard of it. I would love to call you.
Yeah, and there,
for real.
there's soundscapes and meditation apps and so forth. But my podcast is really focused on what will work, why it will work, what won't work.
You talk about
why it won't work.
And most specifically, what will work uniquely for you, because sleep is a personalized journey.
Do you talk about sleep apnea?
I talk about everything. So
just
my
shot me.
latest podcast was about the 3 a.m. wake up, why we wake up, and when our cortisol levels are kind of like misaligned, and why that happens, and what can we do about it.
Where can we find the podcast?
So you can find it on any channel. It's the Doze Podcast with Soda.
So Doze, spell it, because I'm telling you, some of our people are a little bit
DOZE,
different.
like sleep. So the
Yes.
doze.co for all social channels.
Yes, that's how you can find her too. Find her on Al first. Get to know her. That's like we
I'm
just
gonna
did.
Find you on Al. 'Cause
Yes, I'm gonna find you today and talk to you. I got a list of people. I just want to really get to know about what they do, because I've never heard that. And you were like by yourself in this, so you
I am
own the
so
market. You own the market.
Yeah.
And thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, very cool. Okay, next coming on the microphones, we have Jason Waller. He's a keynote speaker. We're super excited to hear what he has to say. And we're going to go deep in with Jason. He's got 10 minutes, so I'll give you the sign on the countdown. I'll bring you up when you're hot. So you guys get down here to the Owl booth. Get your smartphone out, your phone that's smarter than you are. Scan the QR code, download that Owl app, and punch in your ambassador promo code. We have everybody here. We have Rebecca, we have Kelly, we have EA, we have Jason. If you don't have a code, find one of the ambassadors, grab that code, download the app. My promo code is comedy. You can always use that if you can't find anybody. But next we have Jason Waller, who's going to be sitting in the microphone. We are live on the Owl social media, LinkedIn live stream page, so that the folks who are not here at the expo can kind of see what we're doing here. We've got an awesome red carpet. We've got everybody from the Owl booth is buzzing around here, and we've created a lot of excitement here, the red carpet Owl live stream podcast booth. When you get to that store, and you can pull it up on the Apple Store or the Android Store, and it will be OWWLL. Download that app and plug in that promo code. You get $10. You get $10 credit on your account, and you can make some calls to some experts that are live when you happen to be on. So we're having a lot of fun here at the Owl booth, and it is fun, mad fun. So definitely stop by and see us. Get your phone out, download that app, and get in the mix, because this is something you definitely want to have. Also, just want a quick reminder, if you guys are around. Okay, here we go. We got Jason already. Okay, here we go. We're live.
Let's get it, guys. This is the final day for Podfest 2024. It's been an awesome ride. You cannot leave this place without seeing the Owl podcast. Make some noise for yourselves. I need to hear clapping in this building right now. People, make some noise for me, please. Yes. Okay, Podfest 2024. It's been an awesome ride, man. If you don't know about Owl by now, I don't know where you've been. You need to get over here right now, not yesterday, but right now. Okay, we got some beautiful things with Owl. It's for today's working entrepreneur. A lot of us, we got jobs too. You gotta have Owl so you can connect with other people that look like us. I need you here right now. Not now, but right now. Let's go. We're doing interviews. We got Pod Brother over here. He out of LA. You got my boy EA. I'm here. I talk for myself. I got a third personality. So my other personality is speaking right now. I'm from Oregon. I mean, I came all the way from Oregon. So if nothing else, come see me. I want to see you. I got a podcast. I want to get everybody on. But I want you on Al right now. I want to get you on Al right now, though. Jason Waller is here. Jason Waller, what you do, sir?
What do you want me to do?
Yes, I love the attitude.
What do you want me to do, dog?
I want you to get hype. I want to get people over here. The only way they're going to come, we got to be
everybody come up
entertaining.
here. Come up here real quick.
We need everybody over here.
Close,
Right
close.
now, we got some things to tell you. We got some secrets to share with you about Podfest 2024. This beautiful app is a catalyst for everybody in podcasting.
Amen.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
He said a church thing. Okay? So make some noise for yourselves, even wherever you at. I'm super proud of you for making this journey, man. I came from Oregon. Okay, I came over the river and through the woods, right? It was a long road. But I'm so blessed. I'm so honored to be in everybody's presence. I'm bowing, and now I need you guys over here lined up and learning more about Al. I want to tell you more about Al right now, but I need you over here. Come meet us, right?
Yes, right.
Hey, my energy is on 10,000 right now, so I apologize. I'm not trying to take it off of my guy. He's with me. Oh, I got somebody wanting me about Al?
No, I was going to introduce Jason.
Okay, well, I got somebody. Sorry.
No, do you want to introduce him?
No, I don't know Jason. You know Jason. It'd be better if you did it, I think. Okay.
Okay, everyone, we are in for a big treat. We have the
No, that's okay.
Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year, $1 billion entrepreneur here. He's been in Forbes magazine, Inc. magazine, OK magazine. He's launching his reality show, Bam Fam. When is that coming out, Jason?
Later this year.
Later this year on Amazon. You guys are in for a here, Jason. Hit it up with your From Ashes, right? Out of the ashes.
Out of the ashes. All right, can you guys hear me okay? Crank me up a little bit, Jay. Just a little bit. See if I get those people in the back, bring their ass up. Can you hear me in the back?
Yes.
You're in the back and you hear me. Come up close real quick. Everybody come up here fast. I got a 10-minute message for you. It's going to change your whole fucking life. Come up here. Come up here real fast. Everybody come up here. Game changer. You like game changers? You watch football? Everybody likes game changers, right? Everybody here is doing a podcast, starting a business, right? How many of you got a podcast and a business? Get loud. Right? Why are you here? So let me tell you a story. So I grew up with blue-collar parents. How many of you got blue-collar parents that didn't have shit growing up, right? I'm sure everybody can relate, right? I grew up in a house where nothing was enough. I went to school. I had the fake Tommy Hilfigers. I had the $300 broke down car that the accelerator just stayed down, right? Hubcaps, I had to clean it with Armor All and a rag. Lived in a trailer park, made fun of. And I got motivated. I watched my old man, right? How many of you could do this? I watched my old man play it to not lose. How many of you today play to not lose? Too many of us. We don't play to win. We play to not lose because we play it safe. And I watched him struggle and play it safe. I watched my mom struggle and play it safe. My old man had an opportunity to be an entrepreneur, to be a business owner, to do business with one of his best friends back when video stores were popping. You remember the Blockbusters? Right. So he could have been a part of that and owned a shit ton of Blockbusters. Instead, he decided to stay working the 9 to 5, that I need to make sure that I've got benefits. I need to make sure that maybe they didn't even really have 401k back then, but maybe we get some kind of 401k. I got to make sure we got insurance for my kids. He played to not lose. I hate going to school, getting made fun of because I didn't have any money, getting in fights because my car was horrible, dating the girl who ended up being my wife. We have 4 kids and 2 grandkids, and her family judging me, saying, look, His family's like the Flintstones. They live in a trailer park. They stick their feet and move the house. That's what her family would say about me. They thought I was white trash. And I was. And I probably still am. I'm okay with that. But that gave me a motivation, a fire in my belly to be different. I'm sure a lot of you got that fire in your belly. I'm sure you guys are here today because you don't want to be the same. You don't want to be irrelevant. You want to be relevant. You don't want to go into the crowd. You want to stand out for the crowd, or you wouldn't be doing a podcast. You wouldn't be out here trying to build your brand and be different like everybody else there. And the world needs everybody else out there. But it also needs you if you've got fire in your belly. So I took that motivation and I started not one, not two. I need somewhere to put my gum. This is bad. I got it. Sorry. I can't talk and chew gum and walk at the same time. Everybody know that? It's three things. I can barely do two. But look, I used that motivation to start not one, not two, not three, but 4 businesses from the ground up. I had a goal. I love my mother-in-law now, but there was a time I couldn't stand her. She was evil. I got my wife pregnant when she was a 16-year-old. I was 17. She had her at 17 and I was 18. I wasn't allowed to go see my daughter born at the hospital because my mother-in-law, she's my mother-in-law now, at the time was trying to give her up for adoption the day of her being born. Went under an alias name. It's in my book. And I had to go in there, and that was a day that changed my life forever. I walked in there. This is when you can look at the babies, and I'm looking. I don't know which one's mine, and I'm taking pictures, and I'm 18 years old. Like, I got my shit together. Like, I can't have these people dictate my life and me not see my daughter because I don't have any money, because of who I am or where I come from. It's not right. Doesn't matter about where you're from, what your race is. None of that matters. You create your own map. You create your journey. You either live in excuses or you find a way to step on the excuses and change it. So that day I changed and I said, I built not one, not two, not three, but 4 businesses from the ground up. And my goal was to take my mother-in-law and her family on a private jet to an island one day. I've done that multiple times. Okay. I wanted one day to make her believe in me so much that she invested in one of my businesses and I made her a millionaire. Now, how about that? For turning one of your haters to your biggest lover and follower and believer. And that's the key to success, in my opinion. You got to grind and you got to be able to overcome that adversity. If you're in the podcasting game, it feels like watching paint dry to grow. You're like, shit, I only got like 1 extra subscriber this week. I only got like 2 extra. That's how it works. It doesn't work like, bam, you're like, it doesn't happen like that. And for those that it does, there's no foundation or stability. It is persistence. It is consistent. Like you're just posting, go, posting, go. I had 2 views today. That's more than yesterday. I had 5 today. That's more than you have to look at it with all goals day by day, week by week. You can't look at the big goal. When I built my companies, my goal wasn't to build $1 billion company or be a millionaire. My goal was like, shit, how do I pay for my kids to go to school? Like private school, because I didn't like where we lived. How do I buy a house for the girl I love? How do I show them that I'm not white trash and I'm trailer trash? How do I do that? How do I step out of this box? How do I not be, nothing against my parents, but just be that? I want to bet on myself. You know, I want to put, scared money don't make money. If you ain't betting on yourself, you ain't doing anything. So I had to sit there and live that by example. And it was hard. I was 24 years old, opening my first company, and I had people 30 and 40 working for me. And I was insecure. I was like, I don't have a college education. I ain't even got a high school education. People working for me, and how do I tell them what to do? It took a bend not break attitude. It took a day where somebody pissed me off so bad in a sales meeting that I lost my shit. My head spun around, and I said, why don't you take your happy ass and walk through the fucking door? Anybody else got a problem here? They want to be fired? And guess what? That day was another day that changed things. Because then I said, look, they work for me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter their education. Doesn't matter their age. They work for me because they believe in me. So if I don't believe in me and I don't show them believe in me, not going to work for me. So you got to have that mindset when you're building a podcast. You got to have that mindset when you're building a business. It's all the same thing. How you put in your work, you set your goal. When I built that company, I was like, I just want to get to $1 million. Got to $1 million. Great. I just want to get to $2 million. Great. $5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. We were doing 600 million in revenue in a year. I didn't say, holy shit, let's get to there. I had 2,400 employees. I wasn't like, let me get to 2,000 employees. I was like, let me get employee 1. How about employee 5? How about 10? It's about setting those goals. When you walk up to the mountain, when you walk up to the building and you look all the way up to the 100th floor, you go, shit, I can't get up there. But if you go, hey, I can get to that second floor. Then you get to that second floor, you're like, you know what? I can make it to that 4th floor. And then you get to that 4th floor and you're like, damn it, I know I can make it to the 10th floor. And you set those goals early. So one of my heroes, he's been on my podcast. He's a dear friend of mine, the Hall of Fame, Barry Sanders. Everybody know Barry Sanders, right? Good friend of mine, been on my podcast. I talked about him earlier. The day my company closed, I lost my $1 billion company. That's a whole other story, right? But that company that I lost, the day it closed, he flew down to see my dinner family. Now it's like, what can I do? You know, I made Barry a believer of our friendship. He was on my podcast. I built that relationship through my podcast. And then he ended up doing TV commercials with me for my business. We ended up being friends. I tell you this story because he showed me and taught me something. And Barry's a humble, quiet dude. But when I interviewed him, he said something very important that I live my life by. And I'm going to give you this to wrap it up. You have to live in the moment. The moment can't be too big and it can't be too small. It goes back to when I'm looking at that building. Setting your goals too high, you're going to be discouraged. You're going to be let down. But if you're just going to that 2nd floor, then the 4th floor, then the 10th, then the 5th floor, and you're living in that moment, you're never surprised and you're never let down. Because when you're let down, you quit. When you don't get the followers and the expectations you want early, because we live in a world of I need instant results, you quit. And if you don't get the results and the things that you want in due time, you feel like you're in the wrong path. That's incorrect. Your path is your path, and you've got to follow your path. You've got to follow that fire in your belly. So what my advice to you today is set those goals realistic, 30, 60, 90, 180. Keep those goals there, okay? Live in those moments. Watch your progress. Document your progress, but don't get frustrated that it's little by little. That's what it takes to get the 100th floor. That's what it takes to build $1 billion business. That's what it takes to get a top 5 podcast. I've done it twice, and now this one's a top 30 podcast that I'm building in a different kind of group. The other two were was True Underdog and BAM podcast for entrepreneur. This one, Unleashed, is in society and culture. Because I talk about all kinds of shit. I talk about aliens. I talk about business. I talk about politics. I talk about sex. I talk about a reality TV show. I talk about everything because I want to make sure that pond of my followers is very diverse. I'm not going to stay in that niche. Now, I'm not telling you to change your mind, but I've done the niche. The niche only goes so far. There's only so many fish, so many subscribers that you can get in your niche. So I wanted to change that to say, I want to be diverse. I want to be out. I want to talk about politics. I'll talk about politics. You know, before, when I owned this big company going public, I couldn't do that. I was handcuffed. I was silenced. All right, you listen to my show? There ain't none of that on there at all. So my advice to you, stay grinding, stay focused, stay in the moment, build it one day at a time. Don't make it one day you get successful. Make it today, day one. Bam!
There it is, mic drop.
Jason Waller, wait. We got to make more noise than that, man. He gave too much game, guys. I need more hands. Anybody that's standing right here, I need the hands to clap. Jason, that was awesome, baby.
I think you wanted me to interview people. I'm a really tough ass interviewer, so be careful.
We're going to have Jason interview. Well, DA, we're going to start with DA real quick. Oh, EA, I'm so sorry. And then we have photos of Jason's new reality show coming out too. I'll bring those up.
All right, you guys. That was very powerful. Jason Waller sharing a little bit with us. Now he's going to do some interviews with a couple of Owwll ambassadors. If you have not downloaded the Owwll yet, please do so. Stop by the booth. Get out your smartphone. Hit that QR code. Download the Owwll. Plug in your ambassador promo code. And it will be amazing what you're going to experience on the Owwll app. So Okay, we've got Jason, we've got Kelly, we've got EA on the microphone. Are you guys ready to take it live? EA, you ready to go? All right, here we go.
It's the Owwll Podcast. We are here live. Jason, and Miss Shrooms. We're gonna be interviewing people. I want to sit in on this one because this is a famous one, man. We got Jason Waller. You guys' podcast, everything you just said, man, you're fucking famous, bro.
I don't know about famous,
bro.
but,
You one of the nice
I feel
people
like
to
I'm a
meet.
fucking gangster though, but I
Bro.
ain't famous. But I'm a gangster.
I don't know, but I
Famous
don't even
is
hear
a
like
state of mind.
I'm DTF. You know,
Famous is a
down to
state of
fight.
mind, right? So it's like you one of the people to meet here.
Yeah.
And so is she, right?
I don't know.
So
but
I'm honored.
I'm pumped. Just listen.
She is pumped. She said she was out all night too.
Yes. What was you doing?
Over here, like, look, don't mind me. I was out all night. Like, oh,
You was out laughing?
yeah.
And
Laugh all night, giggle.
I really did.
They had the
yes.
giggles
It
out
was
there?
So funny, and my stomach hurt when I got home last night. I was just with my girlfriends, and we just had a
We
blast.
were having a blast.
Where'd
we
you
had
guys
a
go?
Straight up blast everywhere.
Oh,
Speakeasy.
shit.
We ended
Nobody,
up at
I didn't even get the
Speakeasy.
invite, dog. I
didn't
landed at midnight.
We
I walked in, it was a damn ghost town.
I was in my hotel.
No,
I didn't get an
But I
invite.
was actually supposed to be home in bed, so we
Yeah.
won't go any farther than there.
Well, you rather be a partier. This is like he said, live in the moment, man. I took notes.
I love to live in the fucking
too.
moment.
Yeah, live in the
Tomorrow's not
fucking
promised,
moment.
bro.
Yes.
Live now. Give everything you can right. Like, I like bucket lists. I mean, like Barry Sanders, my biggest. I love that. I grew up loving the guy, and I ended up putting him on a podcast to being friends. Right?
That's big.
You know what's even bigger? He comes to our company dinner, and my old man who loves Barry Sanders is doing dinner with him. I'm like, check. Right?
Two off the list.
Yeah. He comes and coaches my son at a football game at my house. I'm like,
Oh man.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness,
that's
right?
forever.
those are the things. I did a round table with Trump. Don't judge.
Hey,
And let me tell you something.
that's what Trump.
But all those things, right? When you can do bucket list shit, that's what life's about. It's not. I mean, look, everybody wants nice things. I get it. I mean, I like nice shit too. I didn't have
Come on,
anything.
man. Come
So
on.
I like
The
like
watch.
nice things.
Look at
Yeah,
the
I like
watch.
nice stuff.
Come on now.
But that's not what you remember. You remember those moments and memories. So when you can do the bucket list stuff and you can make it memorable for those that you love and care about, that's a game
Man, I'm
changer.
right
Dang.
with you
And
on
sometimes
that one,
money
yeah.
means you can do
You
that.
gotta have that. You gotta have the money. You gotta have the credit. You gotta have the stability. You know what I'm saying? But shit, like I said, you one of the guys to me. She's one of them. Owwll, the community to be part of. If you're not a part of Owwll, man, make sure you download it. It's on both platforms, both Apple and
Really
Google
cool
Play.
people
I went
in
on the
there,
Owwll
man.
podcast a while back too, and got on the live calls. It's a dope podcast.
It's a very dope podcast, man. Shout out to Jason Hill and the whole team, man. Ocean
He
Tree
lost his
Creative.
voice yelling out
I
Owwll
know,
so
but
much.
it's
He's
hard.
moving so
He's been
fast,
talking
man.
a lot.
He doesn't know how to sit down. That's the CEO that doesn't know how to
He
just
does
sit
not know
down.
how to
Sit your ass
Live
down,
in a
Jason.
fucking moment, brother.
I told him he's here like Russia. So I'm like, can I get a coffee? He's like, no, we ain't got time for that. We got to get there this time. I'm
Right.
like, holy fuck, who let the Nazi out? Jesus.
That's totally Jason. Yes, man. Make sure y'all following Jason, man. LinkedIn, that's like the strongest platform. That's where I see him shining the most. So make sure y'all get on that LinkedIn. Google Jason Hill if you need to. You should already know about him, man. But he's a big deal. He's a big deal too.
He's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, he's kind of a big deal, right? I think he's a big deal. Words have power. That guy's a big deal. Doing a lot of great things for this community as a whole. I've been out here a few times, man, and I'm saying every time I come out here, it's been big people. I've seen you twice. This is my second time seeing you. Yes.
Fam.
Same message.
Fam. Right.
Very consistent.
I wanted to.
I got a good looking family.
I wanted to
Yes.
post this the other night. I had something else. I had
Bomb
to
ass
get.
party.
It
That
was a
Cindy
bomb?
put on. Cindy crushed it. Cindy Meltzer set up the party
Cindy.
there. It was fantastic. We got to do a preview of the show. Show comes in later on this year. We're actually continuing to film part 2 of season 1. So we're at 5 more episodes. It's going to be busy in March.
I need to come on that show, bro. I need to be on that
family
show.
right
Like,
there.
it's a reality show. So you
And
got to
her.
come see me, and then just randomly
Yes,
you're on.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Just tell me when the dates you filming. My pull-up game is amazing, bro. Like, trust me.
It is. I have to say.
Your pull-up
His
game.
pull-up game is amazing.
I've heard pull. Yeah,
The pull-out game, right? Right?
I heard the pull-out game.
Different podcast.
I never heard the pull-up
Different-
game.
Yeah, the pull-up game. Like, you got to
the
get
float
there.
game, but I wasn't sure.
I'm from Oregon, so I
In
have
Utah,
to
they
get
call
everywhere.
it floating, by the way.
Damn it.
You're from Oregon.
I'm
We
from
talked
Oregon.
about that, right?
Born and
Oh.
raised.
This is not PG-13, by the way. If
No,
if you're
not
listening
right
to
now.
my fucking
Oh, not-
podcast,
you're about
it
to
is
go,
NC-17 R.
This
Well,
is not going to be a
I get in where I fit in. I can do anything you like me to do. So
Hey,
like,
I
I'd rather
spoke
be
with- hey, I
PG.
thing with Bennett. You got to know your audience. I freaking crushed it. I didn't say any bad words.
Right?
It wasn't inappropriate talking about
You was you. You was being you.
I would you know your audience. You deliver.
Right.
Right? And I wasn't in there with these senators like, hey, yeah, fuck you. I was like talking about solar energy, why it's important. Well, all these things about my business. And I thought that was great. You know, it's one of my best things I've ever done content-wise, and be able to articulate certain things in business and with renewable energy, or I can get out there and just talk shit. Like I could do either.
Hey, and everything in between.
And everything
You're in the
between.
solar energy
Yes.
business.
I was in the solar energy business for a long time. We had the largest privately held solar company in the country, Pink Energy Power Home Solar. We had 2,400 employees.
Wow.
We were getting ready to go
Damn
public.
it.
It was worth $1.05 billion, and we closed.
Wow. Amazing.
How did you close? I mean, I just
So we used a
story.
product called Generac.
Okay.
Right? Everybody know Generac? They do the generators.
Yes.
Well, they bought a company called Pika Energy, and they were having issues with their part. We didn't know. They partnered with us in 2020. So 20,000 of our 40,000 customers had their product. We installed solar in 5 NFL stadiums. Like we were the darling of solar. And then all of a sudden, a couple fires happened. Like what? We get 30,000 plus customers, no fires.
Damn it.
So the fire marshal comes back, says it's from this part. So we contact Generac, and Generac says, oh my goodness, we haven't seen this before. Well, that's not true. That was lie one. Other dealers contacted us saying, hey, we're the largest. We're in these issues with fires. We said, okay, this is a problem. So we're getting ready to pull the shit off the shelf, and we're freaking out. Legal is.
Yeah.
They come back and they say, we have this firmware update. Like a Tesla, they update your car, right?
Yes.
This firmware update that can update their panels in their system where they won't catch them more and things are fine.
Not firmware.
We're like, put that shit in writing. Are you sure? Yeah. So they go through the steps. They do that. We believe them. They send the firmware update. There's more fires. We feel like things are great. Wrong. What it did is it disabled part of their systems. So now, and you didn't know as a customer, we didn't know. So now you're paying for solar and you're paying for your power bill, and you're not producing what you're promised. So you're getting upset. We went from 800 phone calls in February 2022, 30,000 in March, overnight because of the failure of their stuff. So we start investigating it, and Generac takes responsibility and says, okay, you're right, we need to fix this. They send a letter for Pink Energy's going to fix it. They drag us along. They should have done a national recall. They didn't. And then we ended up eating the bill of $81 million. They didn't pay us for service and refunds, rebates. And the brand got so bad. I was the face of the brand, TV commercials, cars, everything. So it went downhill. We closed, and my brand took a shit. Ended up suing them for $1 billion. It's still in court. Customers are suing them. And this will be like a 4 or 5 year thing. So I lost almost everything and had to start another show about, because somebody saw that story and was like, we need to do something.
That's power. That's power. And there's people that's going through it right now. I'm a 100,000,000% sure, right? Make sure you guys contact him. I know he's on app, but he's all over. So call him anywhere you can find him because he has the juice. Juice.
Invite these two wonderful people up here. Yes, you too that have a podcast and talk quick. I know that I told them you were launching a reality show. It's Eden, right? Come on up, Eden.
We didn't get to talk.
They have a radio show.
I'm still here. I'm here till 3.
Yeah. So they have a radio show.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Sit in the middle. Is that easier?
Yeah, that would be great. We're going to ask Amadeus too. Would you mind if they just sat here? No, not me. These two. Yeah, they just wanted to ask Jason a few questions, and they have a podcast, and Jason had a podcast that he was bringing in 40,000 a month on advertising. So I think he's got some tips and tricks he can share with you.
She took it.
Oh, okay.
Let's switch.
Okay.
This one's bigger, longer.
Oh,
wow.
like that.
Already started
Okay.
that way. Sorry. He's like, give me the bigger one.
Just to make sure you
Very
know.
true, by the way.
Well,
Size does matter. I don't know what they're telling you, but it does matter.
first of all, do we just jump right in? We
jump
don't
right in.
even. It's kind of
That's
just
how I
got-
do. I don't pregame.
We kind of just were lassoed in and didn't know about this. But anyway, we come to the panel, and so we got a chance to hear you speak and loved it. I'm Eden, and this is Amadeus. We are the morning show on 99.9 Gator Country in Jacksonville.
Eden and
Amadeus.
That's a cool name. Amadeus. I like
It's not mine. I stole it from Mozart.
So what we're here for at Podfest is because we have one of those shows after the show podcasts, but we're trying to grow that, have it niche down, And so we're trying to learn. We also would love to monetize. And we didn't really get to hear as much as we would have liked to about you, Jason, and about how the business rising from the ashes and what you've got going on now. And of course, we want to know about the reality show.
Okay, so you want me to start with the business?
Please.
So the business was my baby, because if anybody loves solar more than me, that would be incorrect. I completely believe in solar energy, love solar energy, started the company from the ground up, and we became the largest American-made privately held solar company in the country. 2,400 employees, 17 states. I mean, we 5 NFL stadiums, Major League Baseball stadium, college stadium. We did all the things the right way, and we had a product liability manufacturer's warranty issue with the company Generac, where they should have done a recall. They didn't. It ended up affecting half our customer base, cost us hundreds of millions of dollars, hurt our brand, and we went back and forth with them, and we ended up closing. And it was hard because as an entrepreneur and a business owner, that's all I've done since, for 20 years. I built 2 other companies before that. They were successful. I sold them. I built this, and we were getting ready to go public. We signed an LOI to go public on July 2022, and we ended up closing the doors. And so it was tough. And I had employees that would have been millionaires overnight. I had, everybody was getting stock options. It was hard. And it was an identity issue. It put me in a dark place because I had this very uber successful podcast that was the company owned, was making about $500,000 a year on. I was the talent on the podcast. My podcast, the company owned. I was the face of the business. So all that kind of plummeted, and I had to start over. And it was hard. It was like, what do I do? Literally the day after we closed, I'm on a whiteboard and I'm writing what business we can get into now. Because here's what I know I do well. I motivate, I inspire, I know how to market, and I know how to sell. I know how to monetize, I know how to be efficient, and I know how to really groom great leaders to take things to the next level. So whether I'm selling Celsius, bottled water, solar, flooring, HVAC, I know how to do it and do digital marketing. What can we do? So I partnered up with the guys that used to work for me, invested in their business, and really ran it as chairman of the board, not the face. We opened a flooring company. It was open. Our first year of business was 2023, and we did 11.7 million our first year.
Wow.
It took me 2 years to do that in solar. We are profitable Q4, and we're forecasting 30 million this year. And we just added a bath company to go with it. So what does that mean? So now we got a flooring company and a bath company, and now I'm going to move to Boca. We're going to open up here as well in Florida. But I have to get back to building because I've got kids and a wife that look at me and say, what do we do now, Dad? And I want to show them it's not where you get, it's when you get knocked down, how you get up. And I couldn't just lay there. I wanted to.
For how long did you lay there, though?
I mean, day one, I was writing on the whiteboard and getting to work, but really mentally, emotionally, I was defeated for like 3 months.
Wow.
It was bad. I never knew what depression was until that hit.
I've been there. I was out of work for 18 months once. And I remember when I finally got my job, I had to move to another state out of Florida. And I remember laying in the bed thinking I would never do anything drastic, but I get it. I laid there thinking I get it because I thought the best was behind me. What do I have to look forward to?
I never wanted to be the guy. You meet these people. Yeah, I used to have $1 billion company. I said, I used to do this. I don't want to be the guy that used to. I want to be the guy that is. Well, this bothered me. I was like, look, part of it's ego. My wife's like, it's your ego. Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, I'm a man. I'm protecting my family. I'm the leader. Yeah, it's part ego. But it's also part of like identity. When you're running a big company and they lean on you and that's all you know, and you're taking the public, CEO coaching classes to be a public CEO, and you're building this brand and you're polarizing and things just going, then it's boom, it's over. And the world hates you. Like literally the cities we were in, they were putting on the news like I'm a crook and the customers were sold something that doesn't work. And it's like, that's not even the truth. But I had to deal with that. My kids were getting bullied. My wife, like it was rough. And we got through it. I'll tell you, what brings families close together is those battles. When you go through battles, you're going to find a blessing. And I believe that. And so this has been one hell of a battle. But the blessing is I'm better. I have more wisdom. I'm stronger. I'm closer to my family. Because sometimes you get lost. You get too big. Even me, I got lost. You just get lost. You're stuck in the moment of like, oh, this is what I do now. And sometimes you forget what's most important.
There's one more thing you are, and I've known you now for 3 minutes. You're inspiring. Like just what you just said to me is inspiring.
I appreciate that.
Did you go through and find out who your friends are?
Oh my God. It's crazy you just said that. That's what I was thinking of. I thought, and I just did a podcast that I thought certain people loved me and cared about me that didn't. When they weren't getting paid for me or my business, they were gone. And it was hard for me to accept that because I am human and I have feelings. As tough as I portray online and a badass on the podcast and like, let's go, like I have feelings. And I think when I was going to take this company public, you become numb to those feelings because without leadership, there's chaos. And we have 2,400 people looking up to you. You go through a pandemic and your company doubles in size. They don't look for issues. So you can't show issues. You become a stone.
Yeah.
And that stone affected my personal feelings at home, my relationships at home, to where my family would think that I had no feelings. And this has allowed my feelings to come back and go, holy smokes, that person I thought was one of my best friends and loved me is not. They're not even there. They're not getting paid. They kind of threw me away like a redheaded stepchild. And I struggle with it. Like it's hurtful, but then it's motivating. Because it goes, look, asshole, I'm going to be there soon. We can kind of do a little business together. But I know the deal now. And I said this earlier, and this is what I'm learning. If I have relationships with people and I know what I have to expect out of them, good or bad, my expectations will not be let down or superseded with greatness. Like I know what this person is capable of, not capable of, and who they are up front. I can control that.
All right. Once you know the snake is the snake, you can go.
And look, there's a place to have a relationship with a snake. Sometimes you need some of that, right? Like I have to do business with the person, but I know what it is. I'm not going to get close. So now I'm learning to really not be so naive because people kiss your ass when you're on top and they think you think they're your friends and they love you and they don't.
I'll ask you about your reality show, but I have something else to ask you about. When you wear a watch like that, do you feel like it's really important? Do you mind that I'm asking you about this? It's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous diamond watch. Clearly, it's the real deal. Are you trying to express like I'm here, credible? Is that important to you?
No, not expressed. I'm credible. So here's what it is. This was a 40th anniversary, and I'm glad that you asked because I'm a flashy person. When you grow up in a trailer park and you don't have nothing, you like my stuff.
Sure.
However, I've done all the Lambos and the Ferraris. There's no, and I've not hurt anyone's feelings. I hear midgets or fireworks that come up in the air and cartwheels and circuses that come out. They're nothing special. They're cars. You get rid of them. But watches to me are unique. So this was a gift from my wife on our 40th anniversary. I always admired having nice watches. And the problem is I don't have any bad watches. So I have to pick the watch I'm going to wear, and I feel naked without it. And I usually don't wear the bling bling one. I usually I have a rose gold Sky Dweller that I love that I got for my 39th birthday from my wife. And I love that one. But this one matches this, and it pops a little bit. Yeah. And look, it's a reminder, right? It's a reminder to me of how hard I work. I can, you still have all these things because I lost almost everything. And we're starting over and rebuilding. It just reminds me of that. But it's not really incredible. I don't care what anybody, if they like my watch or not. I like it. And it's a great conversation piece and it pops. And I'm a big believer. If you're going to buy nice shit, you're going to buy a nice car. It just sits in my garage. Why? What if you die tomorrow, right? That's why I wear the shit out of this watch. I had a Lamborghini Urus. I put 450,000 miles on that thing. Well, it's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm driving it every day. Like, it's not sitting in a garage. I sold it, but like, I'm a big believer of enjoy that stuff because you earned it. Now, I don't do it to go, look what I got. I do it because I like nice shit.
What does it say about me that I drive a 19-year-old Honda Element?
You're very conservative and you're okay with that.
Yes,
and
I
that's
am.
okay. But look, material things don't hold value to me. Like it's not like I want money to have a watch. I have it, and that's great. But I want to be able to have these things and them not just sit in the jewelry box. My son collects shoes. He collects the baddest, coolest shoes. Yeah, can I buy cool, Tigger the whatever shoes? Like, yeah, I guess, do some homework, clean the house, do something. Yeah. He gets them and he never wears them. Right. And I go, what are you doing? He's like, dude, they're like valuable. Dude, you're going to sit there and then you're never going to sell them the value. Like, what are we doing?
I have a necklace my grandmother gave me, and I never wear it because I'm afraid to lose it.
You got to
My
wear it.
husband said that is ridiculous.
You have to enjoy. Like, what happens? Not wearing this watch is going to make or break my day if I get hit by a bus tomorrow. But at least I wore it a lot of times where I enjoyed wearing it.
Right.
You know how many conversations at pieces I get to talk if I go to a poker table and they're like, dude, tell me about that watch. Like, we get into it. Like, I like that. Now, you know, I'm not doing it to be like, look at me, look at me. I'm doing it more like because I want nice stuff. I want to be able to show that. You know, there's a guy, Wes Watson, out there. I don't know if you guys know who Wes Watson is. He's in Miami. He's very, very out there, very flashy. 12 cars. He overdoes it. There's a tasteful way to do it. Sometimes I got a little bit over the edge. I got to bring myself back to be a little bit more tasteful, but I just enjoy my stuff.
We want to let other people have a chance to talk to you, but we've got to hear about the reality show, and we're going to learn more about it.
Yeah, so you can go to bamfamshow.com. The show comes out later on this year on Amazon Prime. Originally, we are going to do a 3-episode pilot that was going to launch in Q1. We did a premiere in Boca last week, but Amazon's elected to add 5 more episodes.
Wow.
Great news. So we're going to be filming in March and May, and then they will wrap up an 8-episode season 1 later this year. It's streaming. They don't give you dates. Like if it was with like FX, it'd be like March 3rd. It comes out every Friday. With streaming like Netflix and Amazon, they don't give a shit. They're like, it comes out, and then we drop all 8.
And they streaming now.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they don't advertise. So, you know, they're going to do 5 more episodes. The journey still continues. They take clips from every other thing that we go to and have. Like they'll take footage from this, maybe use some of that. But yeah, the show comes out soon. You can check it out there. It's exciting. It talks about entrepreneurship, family, drama. I've got 4 daughters and a son and 2 grandkids, so it's wild.
Jason, thank you for letting us jump in.
Hey, thank you so much. Now, you guys are in Jacksonville?
Yeah, we'd love to have you on our radio show and on our podcast.
Hit me on Instagram. Let's do something.
We'll do it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Awesome. That was great. Jason Waller dropping some nuggets. Next, we have Augustina is going to slide in there on the mic with Jason and chop it up here at the Owwll Red Carpet live stream podcast booth. If you got a smartphone, come on over, scan that QR code, drop the app onto your phone, find an ambassador, hit that QR code, you get $10, they get $10, and it is amazing. All right, Augustina and Jason Waller, are you ready to kick it? All right, Jason, you're killing it, bro. You're the man. You are the man. You're live.
All right, microphone check. Everybody hear me? We're good.
Check.
Okay, so introduce yourself.
I am Augustina Rush.
Augustina Rush.
Yes,
And you said you had a business before, correct?
correct. 20-year business.
Hey, what's out of control, dude? What's up? Can me and you arm wrestle? Like, I bet I kick your ass at arm wrestling. Let's find out. Come here. Let's arm wrestle right here, dude. Come on. Come on. Cheer up, dude. Life's short, baby. Come on. I love you too, man. I love you too. Go ahead. Finish up.
Yes, 20-year business I lost in COVID
Okay.
and went through a big similar experience you went through. It was a $1 million company, 4 schools, 30 staff, and 5 investors that lost their money because of COVID due to insurance technicality between pandemic and natural disaster. And so with that, it was very devastating. It was my future for my kids, and it was something I worked really hard in for 20 years. And so it was a really big blow. I went through an identity loss and just kind of like yourself, like for this 3-month period of time, experienced massive depression for the first time of feeling a major loss, like a part of yourself that just disappeared. And so I actually went to the Hawaiian Islands and chilled out for 3 years.
Oh shit, what was that like?
It was relaxing. I spent all my time on the beach. And so it was nice. I needed that from working so hard. And so it was a nice kind of escape from reality. And then I decided one day I was ready to come back to reality. And I moved here to Florida at the end of August and started my sensual massage business and meeting a lot of really great couples and people. And through that started some sex classes and getting ready to start an erotic and kinky sex talk show. And so I was hearing you talk about niches too. I was just like, yeah, I've got a couple different things I'd like to talk about. And so,
Oh, by the way, that's a great niche because those shows explode.
yeah,
Like
I'm
I think it's like
excited.
Call Her Daddy's like the number 2 show in the planet. And I remember when that came out, I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then it took off. I was like, holy shit. So
Yeah, I'm really excited because it's going to provide a couple of platform that just explore and have a safe conversation just from the way they were raised, right? Or their religious backgrounds, or they've been having kids and they forgot what it was like.
one
to
thing
be
you should talk about, and
productive.
people should talk about this. Don't steal my idea, but they got OnlyFans. So you can have only dads.
Seriously, no, my husband and I have been talking about this, and they have only dads hats that you can buy. That it's OnlyFans. It says only dads. But I agree with you completely.
Yeah, I mean, you see everyone that make money doing that. I'm like, what about these single dads out there that are making money? You know, feel bad for those guys.
Exactly. Yeah. Or the dads now that are at home taking care of the families. Well, the wives are out doing some of this stuff now. So
Amen. to
been
that.
a lot of
So you're going to start a podcast about it.
Yeah.
When are you starting?
by this spring. So I'm learning and getting all my equipment and figuring out which applications to use and which people to connect with.
There you go. She's ready for you right there.
No, we've been
So
talking.
yeah, I think the biggest key we talked about earlier on the panel to grow your podcast. It's not what guests you have that's important for
Right.
credibility, but it's what shows you go on. That's what drives people to get you popular on your podcast. So it is a twofold. If you're going to grow something, one of them is going to be, hey, I bring guests on, that gives me credibility. I go on that person's show, that gets me subscribers. So that's kind of the key to success, in my opinion.
I've been hearing that. That's one of the big things I've learned this weekend.
I like to do podcast swaps. Right? Like, come on my show, I'll come on your show.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kinda
Shout
like
out.
the rule.
Yeah. That's great. I love that.
What questions you got for me?
Well, I've just met you and just walked in on a little bit of your story. And I think one of the really amazing things that you have put out there that I completely agree with you on is about how we respond, in situations when we are faced with a defeat, that where your hands are tied behind your back and you just honestly cannot change what the outcome is that you're facing. And it is a matter of, staying positive and having a clear goal and set goals. I have various goals too for the next few years and checkpoints and a vision board, and just being able to get back up.
My advice is, though, so I have to tell our CFO, he would get really pissed. He'd be like, I need a year's projection. I said, listen, asshole, I'm not going for 6 months.
Right.
Because I have a 30, 60, 90, 180. That's it.
Right.
Only advice to people say that start setting goals outside of that. They're going to change so much. Don't.
They are going to change.
Keep them short.
They're going to change.
Try to focus on the shorter goals. The big goals will eventually get there.
Yeah, your SMART goals.
Yeah, correct.
Right. So what is one of the things that you have found starting over and jumping into something new that you weren't doing before, tackling something else and overcoming that fear then of starting that something new?
I've been pretty good about fear only because I've started multiple companies. They're similar. They're, home service industry type businesses. I think that something different would have been coaching. When I ran a company, you're coaching your executives.
That's right.
But now I coach entrepreneurs in their business. So I have to listen to them, and then I have to be subjected to make sure I understand their goals.
Right.
Because it's not my goals.
Right.
And then I need to make sure that I can help them find their way and goals, a faster way to get there with my experience and knowledge. So
that's great.
That has been something that's been unique, that's been different since I had to start over.
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed doing that a lot. I've met great relationship from it. I've also had some clients, a couple NFL athletes that didn't do anything. They just paid. I'm like, guy, I got to fire you because you're not doing anything I say. You want coaching, but you literally do nothing.
Right.
So it's got to be a mutual thing. But that would be the thing I think that was most unique and different when we closed and started something new.
That's great. Well, it was really nice talking with you.
Nice talking to you too. And congrats and good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You as well.
Awesome sauce. Next, we have coming up, you can sit down, talk to Jason Waller right here at the Owwll booth. We got the red carpet. Mark is on the mic next. Go see Jason Hill. Go see Jason Hill.
Okay, let me just, I have to,
All right. Okay. Mark and Orly. All right. Step on in there, get a chance to chop it up with Jason Waller. Orly, how are you? Okay, you guys are live. Here we go. And Jason Wall, you are on, man. Here you go.
We're on.
I think that dude woke up pissed at bacon. He's just angry. I don't understand. And look, I can be angry. I go 0 to fuck you real fast, but I'm still at 0. We're good.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right.
All right.
We're here with Jason Waller and Mark Porteous.
How you doing, Mark?
I'm fantastic.
Tell me about yourself.
Well, my name is Mark Porteous. I'm the co-founder of the Soul Affiliate Alliance and the Joint Venture Directory.
Okay. What is that?
My wife and I run a mastermind of transformational leaders.
Okay.
We help them to collaborate, to be at each other's stages, on each other's podcasts, live and virtual events.
Mark, talking to that mic for me. Mark, talking to that mic.
Yeah.
A little closer.
And the Joint Venture Directory is a place where business owners, podcast hosts, we have like 600 podcast hosts on there that are looking for podcasts. But it's a place where anybody that owns business can come to find places, people that want to collaborate and grow their business together.
Okay. Like it.
Yeah.
What about you? I saw you get interviewed earlier.
I get interviewed. I interview. I do whatever I'm told to do.
Jason's been bossing me around too.
Well, I'm Orlia Moore, and I'm a business coach for public speakers and entrepreneurs, and the only one in the world that guarantees they'll make 150K the first year in public speaking from public speaking.
You're gonna hit me up, right?
You asked me.
So you
to,
know
I
I've been on a
will.
couple big stages.
Yes.
And then but I was running a company, I couldn't do it full time. That's something I'm trying to get into more.
And it's
right.
yeah.
I want to get up and speak more. I've done. I did Dan Locke's event. I did a event out in Utah for Keaton. I've done a couple events, but I want to get speaking more. I love getting on stage and trying to light up a room like I did earlier.
We should have you on the Podcasters Cruise.
Wow.
That's a good stage for you.
Cruise.
Yeah.
What about cruises?
My wife is not a fan of cruises. I love
Oh my God, we love
cruises. I'm trying to get her to like want to do the cruise.
Yeah.
I think she's scared with all the dead bodies from COVID. This is her mindset.
Oh,
I don't want to get on these boats.
Oh no. We just came off a cruise, but I've been,
How old was the boat? Was there ghosts?
No, it's
You believe in aliens?
beautiful. Yes, I do.
There you go. What about you?
You like me? Yes,
Okay,
we do.
good.
We already know the story.
Yeah.
We get it.
I think we're all aliens.
By the way, Elon Musk definitely is a fucking alien. Absolutely.
Well, at least he's a good one.
He is a good one.
He's a good one.
When we see
like the good
Mars,
ones.
then we'll be the aliens.
Telling you.
That's right.
You know, I keep reading all the stuff that we might have came from Mars.
Anything is possible.
I know all about it.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know that like-minded people right here. That's beautiful. I love it because nobody is pushing back on this.
I'm all about business, but
And
also
Jason is
way out
totally
there.
about it.
I love alien stuff.
Yes,
You know why? Because it's just like it's intriguing.
it's intriguing.
They changed it from UFOs to UAPs because they're not just all flying. A lot of them are in the water.
So, question:
Ooh.
Do you believe the aliens or whatever come from the water or the sky? Both.
I think they originally came from the sky, but now they live in water, and that they're not always visiting from far away. That they just live here all the time.
What about you?
I believe the same thing as
I
he
do
does.
not believe the water.
No,
You don't believe the water.
My wife tried to tell me mermaids are real. These sirens.
Yes.
I don't believe.
I don't believe in the mermaids, but I believe that
Okay.
the aliens can easily live underwater. There's so much unexplored. There's more unexplored under the water than there is on the moon.
Hmm.
Everything on the moon's been explored, but there's so much
Well, I'm
underwater.
opening my mind to all of it because you know what? There's no smoke without a fire. If I ever learned anything, right? And so what you guys are saying is probably true to some level, but we haven't explored all of it.
So maybe the grays, the greens that look that way, maybe they're like amphibians and they live in the water.
Again, I look at the Navy reports. Look at the Navy videos of the ships coming out of the water and into the water, and you see a lot in the Air Force. I think the ones in the
And I'm
Navy
sure
are
they've
more.
encountered a few things that they don't tell us about. And I'm sure they've dug a few things that they don't tell us about.
They're not using plant medicine either.
No, no.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to do more research on the water stuff.
Yeah. I'm glad that we got him thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm still new to thinking all about all. I mean, I'm a fan.
Yes.
And I believe in aliens.
Yes.
But I've always been like, nah, the water thing don't make sense to me. But I'm gonna look into it more.
Right. Well, a lot of things develop in the water, and you know how we are. Like we're cells that split into two, and a cell needs to experience itself. So water or not, it still has to experience itself, and we came from that. So I believe in that.
Yes.
Right.
Do you ever watch Ancient Aliens?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the ancient alien theory, That's the idea, that we came from the stars, planted here, and then we've evolved over tens of thousands of years.
And about your speaking, I would like to give you a couple of statistics to think about too. Would you like that?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I love stats.
Yes. $113.2 billion industry, 64,000 events a day in America alone, Canada, and the United States that pay speakers. So think
Sign
about
me up.
think about that. I mean, like, a lot of people are actually losing on.
What do you need? You
the
need my
message
speaker
out.
reel? I got a nice
No,
reel.
that
Oh,
won't
what do you-
work. See, here's the thing. There's a lot of things. I'm not an agent. I'll teach you how to fish or your VA. No problem. I'll train your VA, but I need to train you first on how to talk to an event planner these days. These days, it's not the same thing. Like the old days, when I started, now they're called baby boomers. I'm a baby boomer. But today they're millennials and they don't care about you and your fame and that you've been on Fox News or NBC or anything like that. It doesn't matter anymore. It's how much do you charge? How do you show up? Stay on time, finish on time, come on time, fucking send me my stuff on time, the way I want to see it. Now, that's super.
That's it. It's a good superpower.
It is. But Mark is really well connected too. Extremely well connected. I've known Mark for about 8 years. We just figured that one out. And super well connected. The JV Directory is an amazing, amazing.
Where are you both
platform.
located at?
We're both in Florida.
She's in Sebastian. I'm in Lake Mary, between Orlando and Daytona Beach.
Palm Bay. Up and coming.
I'm looking to move to Boca. So
Oh, Boca. Nice.
That's South New York, you mean?
that's what I heard.
Yep. I moved from upstate New York and have been here for 30 years.
Everybody went to Boca.
All the New Yorkers from the city went there. All the people from upstate stayed somewhere in the middle. Yeah. Right near Disney. Yeah.
So
Well,
back to aliens. Are we aliens?
Yeah.
We are. Because we're different. No, I believe that. I believe that we have some kind of DNA that allows us to survive the way we do and evolve the way we do. And if we didn't understand that, then we wouldn't believe in it.
I agree with you 100%. 100%.
When I was 22 years old, when I moved here, I read a bumper sticker that changed my life.
It
said that we're not human beings having spiritual experiences, we're spiritual beings having human experiences.
Amen.
And to me,
That
that's
is
what my whole
very,
business
very
is based
true.
on.
Yes.
Solid.
Solid.
I think that's the best tip, the best thing I heard all day. I'm not blowing smoke up.
Beautiful.
Really, that was the best thing I heard all
I
day.
love it.
Eckhart Tolle
No,
wrote.
he liked it.
Yes, he did. And I've heard it so many times before. So I
My first book is
agree.
called The Human Experience. And
Oh, that's
what everything is
beautiful.
based on. So.
That's awesome.
Well, you should definitely hit me up. I'd love to come on the podcast thing. Let me know.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I will follow up with you.
I
Thank you
appreciate it.
for having us here on Owl Podcast. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
This is Owl Podcast and the Owl app. You can download the app. And,
Got the app.
And you
And he's on there.
I am on there.
I'll find you on Owl.
Tried to call him a couple of times.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't log on a lot.
I
need to
know.
log on more.
All right.
Speaking of the mic,
Speaking of the mic, we're gonna get our
Speaking of
next
the
our
mic.
next guest over.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
get Mr. Phil.
you know what you need to do.
Phil Reed. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah,
Warren.
no.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you,
I
Mark.
appreciate it.
We are calling
I'm
Philip
afraid.
up to the mic.
Phil.
Philip. Okay.
Phil.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
here's Phil. That's Philip.
Who?
Okay, it's gonna be 3 minutes. So you can really be fast. Come. You've been waiting an hour. We've been waiting here an hour. Yeah. Oh, you want Jason to leave? Oh. No. Okay, welcome to the show. Philip Reed, meet
Am I on?
Jason Owwll.
Close to the mic.
Yeah,
Like,
you gotta
Gotta
really
get
speak up.
close to the mic like
what do
this.
I do with my hands?
Just come closer.
They turned
here.
us down. You got to turn us up a little bit.
Yes. Oh well.
Microphone check. Turn up a little bit.
Yep.
We're two big guys.
Microphone check. Turn up a little bit. Yo, hey, up a little bit.
Oh, they're not allowed. Now they're not allowed. They're getting yelled at. Okay. So Phil, tell us what you do. So that and Jason.
Yeah, explain what you
just a
do.
few minutes.
Okay, so I have a podcasting platform called Phoenix National Network, aka the PNN station, and we cater towards entrepreneurs who are looking to rebrand themselves through podcasting, and we walk them through from soup to nuts. like concept to reality, basically, and get their show out there on all the platforms that we can. We're on over 50 platforms right now.
Holy shit.
That's awesome.
I think the show's only on like 4.
Oh, really?
Am I missing something?
Maybe. Here, there's a good connection here.
Apple
That's awesome.
Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, iHeart. I don't know if there's something else. Castbox. I think I'm on those 5.
Well, you guys can catch up.
Oh, yeah. We're on Amazon, Fire TV, Roku, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, all the above. Keep going.
By the way, I love your glasses.
Oh, thank you.
Those are
Thank
dope.
you. Thank you. Yeah, I just decided to change my look this year.
I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He makes a statement wherever he goes. You see, that's how it works.
So, any cool entrepreneurs you recently gathered on your team and your network? Or?
Yeah, actually, I just put it up with former basketball player Lowe's Moore, and he has a show called The Blueprint that comes on Sundays at 7. He interviews guys like Denzel Washington, and the last person I saw was like Isaiah Thomas.
I know Isaiah Z. I know him.
Yeah. He was a
great guy, so I know him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And it was a great interview. You learn a lot about him, and so we just got him on our platform last week. So that's amazing. It's an amazing transition. I also got this guy by the name of Steve Sparrow, and he's called the Master Connector. Okay. And this guy is amazing. I don't know where he finds his guests, but he's had several like celebrity interviews on his program, podcasters, and he just gave our platform as well.
Well, if you guys need any guests from the NFL alumni or NBA alumni, I'm an ambassador for both.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you ever need some connections there, I can hook you up with the president of each alumni association, and you guys can get those guys on some big names there too.
That's
Bob
amazing.
Oates is one of them. There's from Knicks. Yeah, he's one of them, but he's an alumni. Charles Smith. Charles Smith, one of my best buddies. He's the president of the NBA alumni, and Bart Oates is one of the Giants. He won of 3 football
people.
No, the
Hall of Famers.
He's in Hall of Famer.
So, right.
Why am I drawing a blank?
You need
It's
another
coming
cup.
up. What's
You need
the
another cup.
Super Bowl? Super Bowl. Hey, it's me. I'm here.
Go Lions.
See, go Lions. Okay, whatever you said, go Lions. We're here. All right. Thank you so much, Bill.
Appreciate it. Thank you, my man.
We're gonna
Hit me up on Instagram and let's connect.
Oh, absolutely.
DM me on Instagram. Yeah.
Yes.
And mention this
Yeah,
one so I'll find it. Look at it.
You got
Yes.
it. Absolutely.
And take one of these flyers because it seems like he's gonna be. Are you signing them for us?
I can. It's not.
Is it necessary? No, we don't know.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Well, I'll hit you up on.
Cindy, you had something you wanted to get on. Cindy, do you want to host as well? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so we have 2. We're good at it. All right, so who do we have up next? Yeah. All right, guys. So we have Darren and wait, who? No, we had Darren and who is the other? Who is the other? Is it okay? And one more coming in 1 second.
I am. All right, so I got to know both of you guys because I don't know a lot. But you guys walk in here, rolling in the outfits, sunglasses on. I fucking dig it. Tell me about you.
So I go by Moneybag Rich or Mastermind Rich because there's two sides to finance and mindset. But also my real name is Darian Richardson, but I'm a mindset coach.
I like that. What about you?
My name is Brendan Boyd. I'm a digital media entrepreneur, content creator, podcaster. I like to make money and help other people make money as well.
So you don't have no cool, dope names like this guy.
Nah, just my own
Get
name.
behind then, man.
Nah. My brand. Brand is the most powerful name.
I like it. Yeah. I like it.
Wait, hold up. What are you talking about?
Right?
What's going on?
Right?
You're talking about the look. He got the look right now.
Sometimes you gotta flex a little bit.
This is why we got the glasses, because you out here blinding
You
us.
got the recording glasses.
I'm
I noticed
recording.
this shit.
Yeah.
I love those.
He's a fire,
I
yeah.
use them when I play poker.
Okay.
And then I'm like looking at the cards and I'm
you
like
studying it. You studying
and
after.
then I look at the people and they're like, "Why are you filming me?" I'm like, "Shut the fuck up." Well, they got to turn us up. They turned us down because
Yeah, because
Old
homeboy
Man
went
Rivers over there got a little angry.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Old Man Rivers.
You want to arm wrestle everybody.
Got to turn us up a little bit. Nobody can hear us.
Yeah, if he was smart, what I would have done is I would have came
Okay,
over
shit. There you go.
built a
Right
relationship.
there. Good. Don't be scared. I got your back. Don't be
Yeah.
scared. I got your back.
He should have came over and built a relationship with you and came on and talked about what he got going on.
I could have helped him sell whatever the hell it is he's selling.
100%.
Nobody's at his booth and he's mad.
The problem is
because he ain't selling anything.
The problem is he needs mindset rich.
Yes.
Because if he had mindset rich, he wouldn't be thinking from a lack mindset. He'd be thinking from an abundance
We
mindset.
wouldn't be renting space in his brain, pissing him off. He'd be busy making money.
100%.
Absolutely.
So where are you guys located at? Here?
So I'm in Miami. Brendan's in LA.
I'm in LA. Yeah.
Oh shit. All right. Well, I'm moving to Boca. I'm in Charlotte.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Now, how do you guys know each other?
We met at a conference. What last?
Yeah, we met at a conference
last July or something.
Yeah.
And then basically what I did was I was able to help Rich make 50,000 leveraging this podcast. And now we got a 6-figure podcast without brand deal sponsorships, so having a large audience.
Started last year.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of like what marketing? Like what are you guys doing to?
So I teach a couple. I mean, I'm speaking at 2:45. I'm gonna break down some strategies, but
I gotta fly out, so I won't get to see it. But I want to.
Okay, cool. So I taught him a couple strategies, digital products being one, but specifically get a VIP package.
Yeah.
So you've been to the movies. Well, I mean, have you been to movies post COVID? I haven't.
I have.
Okay. So post COVID,
I didn't even know there was COVID. It's flu C.
Right.
Flu C. Go ahead.
So when you go to so let's say you're going to the movies, you're gonna buy a ticket, popcorn board, but you could buy a combo.
Yeah.
You can get the highest level, right? Because some people like the highest level. So on podcasting, most people just come on the show, right? But they don't know what to do with the content. So an easy way to monetize is offer them a VIP package. That might be access to the long form and short form. Give them a certain amount of clips. Give them some segments, right? If they got a product service, make a commercial with them on site because you're already filming. Film a little 20, 30-second commercial and give it to them in a package. So I believe Rich did that. I think his might have been about $600, $700. So he sold.
So someone comes on your show. This is how you built it up.
Yes.
And they're like, look, I'm going to come on your show. And you're like, all right, come on my show, but pick one of these packages so you get your content so you can build your brand.
So
That's
Brandon,
smart. I like it.
Brandon was a little humble with that, but he taught you how to break down of charging somebody to sit in the seat for the content folder. What happens after they get the content folder?
Very smart.
Breaking down even more product oriented things, and so my program specifically is a lot more than 600. So add another 0 to that, and we have multiple clients in there.
Well, yeah. So that's when you start talking about leveraging.
Yeah.
Because once you have podcast is really a leverage opportunity. It's probably the fastest. Like you and I already built a relationship. It's only been a couple of minutes.
Right.
So now we're gonna get busy after this. So if you spend 20, 30 minutes with somebody, you ingratiate them. You're basically interviewing them, but you're listening. What they got going on, what's working, what's working, not working, what's their story. So then after, you're able to say, hey, I know someone that might be able to help you with this. I can help you with this. You already built the know, like, trust.
Right.
So I'm going to want to work with you after that. Right. So that's an easy way to start leveraging. I call it a pod close. I know we don't have a lot of time on this, but
yeah. So because we don't have a lot of
take
time,
more time. You can wait a minute. We get off. We get off when I'm ready.
we have the audience growth tour coming up, and so we have a bunch of different stops, a bunch of different states, but Miami will be the beginning of June. So if you want to learn more about audience growth techniques from Brendan, but also being to mindset, public speaking, email marketing, all these type of things, you're gonna want to be at stuff like this, especially if you're not here to be in a room with gentlemen like Jason.
Yeah, listen, he got his.
And Brendan here. So we want to make sure that we're around a lot of solidified.
Clearly, I should have wore my watch.
Listen,
Clearly.
Somebody asked me earlier, like, do you feel like you had to wear it? Yeah, I fucking bought it. Yeah, I want to wear it. I ain't gonna let it sit on.
So is that a factory bust down, or is that at is this factory bust down?
No, I had to add it after.
Okay, cool. What's going on? Look
yeah,
at that.
Yeah, I
Look
got
at
a
that.
good jeweler if you need one. Got a good connection. Quick question. You know Wes Watson?
No.
So Wes Watson's a big name in Miami. He came out from San Diego.
Yeah, I know Wes.
He does like body lifting and he
Talks a lot of shit.
Talks a lot of shit.
Talks a lot of
So he's
shit.
been on my podcast and we've done some talk together. Good dude, but that's probably someone you want to connect to help build the brand up. Is Wes Watson? He's got
Yeah.
good following.
Wes talks a lot of shit, but he's real, right? And
He's
I
real.
think what's good about Wes is he knows his audience.
Yeah, I'm not his audience,
Yeah.
and you guys might not be either.
Yeah.
But he's got a great following, a great story, and his following is really guys that struggle out of prison, bodybuilders trying to better themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how he charges what he charges these people.
Yeah.
But he does it, and I ain't hating. I said, "Fuck, go get him," and he does very well. But he's a big name, has a big following that you can talk to in Miami. That just like he's got I don't know, call it maybe 1 million followers, but he's got 40 or 50 million views and subscribers on YouTube. He's a big deal there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so big deal there. What platforms are you guys big on?
I would say Instagram for sure. Instagram, I'm on all platforms, but Instagram is probably the biggest one.
Yeah, well, for me, Facebook is the biggest. So we just had a couple reels hit, 1.7 million and a little bit over 1 million for the other.
So you guys need to get it about. We need to connect real quick on Instagram.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll have you guys put, and then we'll connect. I definitely want to talk to you guys. Maybe there's an opportunity to have some synergies together.
Absolutely.
And see what we can do. If there's any value I can bring you guys. But I like what you're. I love that idea of selling content. I never thought about that.
Bro, I got you.
It's smart though.
I got a bunch of them, bro.
Because there's so many people that start podcasts. They're like, how can I make money on this? And then the other people that come on the podcast are like, hey, I'd like to see that stuff. And I got a whole videographer and editor that does all my shit.
Yeah.
And we just give it to people come on my show.
Well, the thing is this: sometimes people don't know what they need and they don't know what to do with. So once the podcast is over, right? They're excited, but they're not gonna do nothing. And most guests don't even rewatch the episode.
I know,
right? So packaging it up, that allows them to, it's just easier. It's like, okay, here's your files.
Yeah.
Here's some clips. Here's a segment. Here's an email blast, text message blast. It's just a great way for them to get a little bit more once the show's over.
No, I love it. I love what you guys are doing. Let's connect. I'll be moving to Boca soon. So you're in LA. I go there a lot. I'm actually coming to LA February 5th to the 7th. I got to get another tattoo. And then I'm going to see a couple people I know down there. You know Clinton Sparks?
Yeah, he's from Boston. That's where I'm from originally.
Okay, so you guys boys?
Well, not boys, but he knows who I am.
Yeah, that's my dude. So I'm going to see him too. See some people out there. But
Okay.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he used to invest in Karmaloop. So when I was in fashion, Karmaloop sold our brand. So yeah, he knows me from.
So I invested with him on that gaming thing.
Yeah.
Exet,
yeah.
And then he turns around and leaves it. I'm like, motherfucker, I still got shares in that business. But I think it's doing well. I ain't seen a check yet.
Yeah.
But we'll see. He's a good dude. I lean on him, certain things if I need out there in Cali. David Meltzer.
Yeah.
Ed might let him close to, but he just moved to Florida.
Yep.
So those are the guys I know out in Cali. But I'm from Arizona originally. So
Okay. Yeah.
Spent a lot of time in
I'm
Cali.
about to go out there to shoot like a couple podcasts.
Who are you seeing? Like,
Yeah. So Pace Moby. He's coming on the show. And this is other dude actually just hit me. I can't remember his name at the moment. But yeah, probably
if you guys come up to Charlotte, we'll do a podcast. I got a studio in Charlotte. It's pretty nice. I got aliens in there.
Yeah, you got to come on ours.
We just met somebody from North Carolina earlier too. We racking up all the NC people.
Yeah.
You have J. Cole on there?
I've not had J. Cole.
He's in Fayetteville.
Yeah. We should probably have him on.
Definitely should have him on.
Had him on?
I haven't had him on the show yet. No.
I've had Eric Thomas twice.
That's great.
Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, Mark Wahlberg, Sugar Ray Leonard, Kendra Lust for all the porn stars out there.
Yep.
Had her on. Sherry DeVille, another porn star.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I have a porn star problem. They
no
come on the
problem with
show.
that.
Listen,
They come on the show.
it's a lead magnet.
Dude, that's it. Like
It's a lead magnet.
1 million followers.
Yeah.
Come on and talk about what you want to talk about. You're fine. You're fine.
You know how you monetize that? How many episodes you got right now?
Oh, well, the new one, I think I'm up. So I have 450 episodes with all the podcasts combined.
Yep.
The first two were top 5 podcasts entrepreneur year over year. This was a top 30, and it's for society and culture. And I think I'm at like 50 episodes.
All right, so let's say you took those 50, right? And it could be what's the name of that one?
Unleashed.
Okay. So it could be like the 50 things I learned.
Does that mean we're done?
Yeah.
So,
hey, you're going to piss off Old Man Rivers again. Be very careful. Old Man Rivers going to come over here and beat you up. Okay, well, hey, listen, let's connect. I want to hear more about that. Really, hit me up.
Yep.
Let's connect. I'll give you guys my number on DM, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys.
Sounds good.
Check you guys out. Thank you guys.
All right. No. We have
Right on. How you doing? I'm not the VIP.
okay. All right, whatever.
Check. 1, 2.
That's right. No, I remember that game. Where do you watch the next meeting? Angelo?
Jason, are you joining?
So, you want me here and him in the middle?
You're the, I'm in.
So we only get 2 of us.
No, we got 3 of us. Jason, you're, oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, we
need another chair.
Jason, you want to do this one, or do you want me to do it? I can do it. Okay, I do it. Scott, nice to meet you. How are you?
Yeah, jump on in. I'll go in the middle. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
You go in the middle. There you go. No. Angela's coming in.
Yeah, we can. I got it. All right.
This is Scott.
What's going on? Nice to meet you.
I want to be live. Hello. Just on gas, you know, they're a little bit.
All right. What's going on? How's it going? How are you enjoying? How are you enjoying the weekend?
This is my first day.
It's your first day?
Yeah, we're speaking at 2:30, so I figured I'd pop over and take a peek around and see what's here.
What are you guys speaking about?
So we're actually gonna do a PM live.
We're right in.
Together first, and then I'm gonna record my first podcast.
You're recording your
Live.
first podcast?
Yes.
This is the place to
Live
do it.
here. That's what I heard.
This is the place to do it. Give me the background. Give me the context. So where are you guys from?
Well, I'm from Spokane, and I came out here to kind of kick her debut off and get her debut going. I live in Spokane and came out to see the grandkids and Ange and kind of do this podcast, you know, and we're both loving the fact that we get an opportunity to kind of see what this is all about.
It's a little wild.
I actually have a podcast
A lot.
myself. It's called MVP Talks with Rip, and basically just kind of it's fun. It's entertaining. We get to see our personality, which we don't know if we're going to be funny or not or whatever, but
It's a process.
You got to be yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You got to be yourself. That's what people come for.
Well, like we were talking with Jason, you know, 32 years ago yesterday, my Washington Redskins and us, we hosted the Lombardi Trophy, and
congratulations.
Was fortunate enough to have a football team that in the history of the Redskin franchise at that point, the Commanders now, we'd won a Super Bowl in a 16-game schedule. Prior to that, we won 2 Super Bowls in work stoppage years, and this team in 91, 92 was special, and to be a part of that was pretty cool. She was just, I think, a year and a half old at the time. And
Little one. Thanks for aging.
yeah, and so it transformed to a fact that what she did and how growing up, she was always such a good athlete, Scott. And then she was the poster child for the LFL, the Lingerie Football League, and she was a quarterback for the Baltimore Charm and the Seattle Mist, and loved the game, and it gave her an opportunity. Yeah, well, it gave women an opportunity. You know,
Uniform, but
yeah,
they have to sell tickets, you know, and they put them out there, and they're
around.
it is. It's a little bit different now.
Yeah.
So it's not live on MTV2 anymore,
Right.
where when I played it was. They've changed the uniforms, you know, a little bit after the Me Too movement. Took a little bit of a
It's
dive.
a little bit,
so
more conservative, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
conservative now. You know, times have changed in a decade.
Okay, so coming out of your career, when did you retire?
I actually was my last year. We spent I spent 12 years in Washington, most of them in Washington, and played in Cleveland, St. Louis for 2 years, and then my son passed away. Unfortunately, her brother in 1998 of a brain tumor. Took 3 years off, and then got a call from Bill Polian, likely an unlikely source. He was the general manager for the Bills when we beat him in 91, 92. Called me and said, "Hey, we're not happy with the backup here in Indianapolis. Would you like to come and back?" Man, I go, that maybe could be the best job in football.
Yep.
You don't ever have to see the field. He knows I wasn't there to try to compete against him. Him and I are very cerebral. So it was kind of a great mix. And had my last in 2001 in Indianapolis. And
You taught him everything he knows.
and I said, young man, this is all I know. Take it from here. He did pretty good.
When you leave, okay, talk about, you know what I love? I love sports lessons that translate into life, into business, because there's so many similarities. And I find a lot of successful entrepreneurs, they kill it in sports, and then they take that lesson and they apply it to everything. So biggest lessons that you learn on the field and then post-field career that you apply now when you're building something?
Well, I think it's teamwork. Obviously, you have to have a good core of people around you and support yourself with. And I mentioned earlier about my son passing away, and to honor him, we started a foundation, the Ripon Foundation, and for 15 years we were the premier provider of hope for families with children that are battling childhood cancer. And so you use those things that you have in sports, and use. If I didn't have a Super Bowl, we wouldn't have been as successful, because business people come and they knock on your door. They want to be a part of something good. And our community in Spokane was instrumental in that. And so I just think it opens some doors. Sports open doors, and that any kid doesn't have to be a superstar in what they're doing, but if they play multiple sports and become a teammate, they understand the work concept of what it takes to be successful. They can do it in business and translate it to business after they're said and done.
What lessons did you learn from your dad?
The good ones or the not so?
No, I want to know the bad ones first.
No, I think it's a combination of, like looking up to him for so long and then playing, but also like when I played, it was so hard to fail because there was such a magnifying glass. So it was something that really, like, every single time I wanted to play perfect. I wanted to be perfect. I wanted to do everything perfectly. So it's kind of like what I came here to talk about was it's okay to screw up. It's okay to be a human. It's okay. And it's not just in sports. And that's really what relates to life, because after that, it was like I was so scared being on such a big stage and doing something wrong or saying something wrong, especially nowadays. But, now transitioning to that, into business, into parenting, into coaching, it's really interesting. And times just changed. I mean, there are things that I didn't have to worry about that now kids who are playing sports, I mean, there's so much more they have to worry about these days.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to, like, obviously everyone holds themselves to a super high standard, but if you always feel like you can't screw up at all, the pressure is going to be enormous.
So much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So much pressure.
Because even, I mean, you have like a celebrity sports figure for a dad. That's not like a no pressure environment, right?
Yeah. They're like, you must play just like him.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, sure. I picked a football up a week ago.
And I think that's one of the things we're going to talk about too, is when I came into the league, first there was some doubt. I was a 6th round pick. Obviously, the two greatest players that played in the history of football, Tom Brady and I, were both 6th round draft picks, and became Super Bowl MVPs. But when I was drafted, I had a couple years to learn the system.
Yeah.
Today, my nephew plays. He's played on 4 teams already. He's a great player. Had a great career at Boise State, Brett Rippon, and for him, they want to win yesterday.
Yeah.
Whereas I had an opportunity to sit and watch. Angela had a very difficult situation because it was a new league. They're starting up. She had to go in there and be the face of the league and win, play well. That's it.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah. In her bra and
Just throw that out
her
there.
bra and underwear and a hockey helmet, basically, she had to go out there and win. But they sold tickets. She did a wonderful job. She represented herself. She loved the game. She loved the sport.
Amen.
She loved her teammates, and it was a pretty cool thing. But I think that's the problem that they have today. These athletes coming up is they do want to win, but they want to win yesterday, and so they're thrown into
generational problem.
Absolutely, and now we got the problems with NIL. We got problems with in college sports where they're basically professional sports in college now.
Transfer portal and
I think we got 1 minute left. Where should people? Okay, first of all, what are people going to get in the podcast?
podcast mine. We got 2 different ones going on here. Okay, mine real quick. I'm going to be interviewing parents of professional athletes, parents of successful business owners, CEOs, because I want to dive into that. Everyone wants to talk to the athlete. Everyone wants to talk to the famous person, CEO, the founder, but it's that person that raised that athlete and human, just to bring everyone back to reality. It's like, how long were they in diapers for? Did they breastfeed or bottle
The
feed?
origin story. Yeah,
Fun
yeah.
stuff where it's like you're raising kids now and you don't know what their future holds, but also too, they have to bring them back as like a human. It's a human that you're raising. It's an athlete you're raising first, not a superstar.
I love this.
So just bring everyone back to reality.
What
It's called Huddle with Rip.
Okay.
This is my first podcast that we are filming live today.
I love it.
So
Okay.
I'm actually in front of an audience. So it's either going to go
Nothing
really
wrong
good
with
or
that.
really bad.
Dive
Either way, all
into the deep end.
publicity, good publicity.
It's good. Now to debut is what we're going to be doing today, and appreciate you having us on, Scott. We look forward to maybe do another one of these.
Do more, longer next time. All right.
Thank you,
Thanks, guys.
Scott.
Thank you.
That you have Laura and Chuck's next. Yeah, all right.
That guy's name's Jay.
I gotta keep talking. Okay. All right. My bad. Okay. All right. Good luck, guys.
Go Lions, keep it in the NFC. All right.
Right.
Okay.
Do we have
up
anyone next? Am I
We
talking to
do.
myself?
We have Laura and Chugs up next.
Okay.
Laura, I think this is Laura right here.
What's going on,
And
Laura?
Chugs.
Chugs? How are you guys? What's going on? Really nice to meet you. Okay.
Good to be here.
How's everything going? How's your conference? How's Podfest going?
Podfest is going amazing.
Podfest is going. What have you seen so far?
Oh, so much.
So much. You learn anything?
We have learned a lot.
Okay. The number one thing you've learned today.
The number one thing I've learned today is.
And make sure you talk into the mic.
Oh, yes.
The number one thing I learned today
Pulling it close.
is to just start.
What do you need? No, you're good. Just like talk.
Yeah. So
Okay, yeah.
the thing we learned is just start.
Just start. Have you started the show yet?
We have actually.
What's the show?
So our show is called Darkness Falls Yokai Detective Agency, and it's a fantasy noir boy love.
Okay.
So it's kind of set up like a K-drama.
Yeah.
So we have the mortal story, we have the God story, and
I love
it's
this.
a fully immersive world.
Where did you get inspiration for this?
My mind.
Your mind.
So
Are you a writer or no? This is
I am. Well, I'm a dungeon master,
okay.
and I cannot write a book. I tried, but I can write dialogue and sound effects.
Okay, I got you.
Oh,
Keep going close. Just keep
sorry about
remembering to
that.
go close.
I'm used to doing voice recording where you have to stay a certain distance away
No,
from
I
the
know.
microphone.
This is just the mic setup. Is you have to be right on it. Okay, so you're a dungeon master. You built this out, and is there like 'cause I don't know this world super well, so like educate me. Is there like a certain kind of world that you're building this podcast around? Is something that exists already, or is it just in your own mind?
Well, this is all for my own mind.
Love it.
And
Super creative.
thank you very much. I can't help it. It's addictive.
It's a blessing. Trust me, it's a
It is.
blessing.
So I'm an anthropologist, and what I'm doing is I am putting an outside perspective on humanity while writing the story.
Okay, I got you. And are you? I don't want to keep you out of this conversation.
No, this is her. This is her show. I really want her to like get to say what she did. You did great, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm an actor in the show. I play the show's main villain, Gabriel, and I'm a voice actor.
Yeah.
And also a game master. I do it professionally on Start Playing.
Really?
Yeah. So when she first told me about the world and told me about like the characters, I was very much interested as like somebody who's also coming from games.
Well, I love the storytelling concept because I think when a lot of people, when I started my show, it was interview style. It was like very like, let's talk about what you've done. Because I think people are scared of being creative, of putting something new into the world. It's a very scary thought. It's very scary to be like, listen, this is a story that I have in my mind. I'm going to tell it to the world. I hope it's well received. So how do you get over that hump? Like, why did you choose to start this kind of
So I chose to start this time because I took a break from my college, for my anthropology degree. And I decided I still wanted to inspire the world, and I wanted to inspire people to follow their dreams. And if I wasn't following my dream, how could I inspire others to follow theirs?
Agreed.
And so the story follows Ren Black, and he is the main character. So his previous partner was murdered by Gabriel,
Yours truly.
and he now has a new partner. So it deals with depression and the tough topics that come along with that, and how he is pulled back in by the reemergence of Gabriel.
what would be the advice that you'd give for somebody that is trying to be a more creative individual? Because you are I'd say the extreme version where you can create a whole world, but with a fraction of your creative capabilities, this could help somebody with, I mean, how they tell stories in their business and their life. I think that being creative is a superpower.
Yeah, the best advice I can give is talk to people. Talk to your friends, talk to people you might not even know, and really talk about this idea, the story that you want to bring to life, because it's in there. The story is already in your mind. You know absolutely everything there is about your story world. You just need to ask yourself the right questions.
Do you do this? Do you like bounce ideas off your friends, your family, like your peers when you're writing a new episode? Or
Yes, I do. I do. And I'm going to be starting up a muse service on the Owl here where people can meet with me and talk with me so that
You're
I
gonna be
can
the creative
inspire.
muse.
Yes, I'm going to be the creative muse, and I'm going to inspire others to follow their dreams of writing and creating a world.
what limitations do you think people have when they're trying to create?
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
That is the biggest thing, is we consume so much media.
Yeah.
And we're afraid to use those tropes because we're like, they're tropes, but they're writing tropes for a reason, because we as humans are storytellers.
Of course, yes. Do you want to come in right now? Of course. Okay. We got a substitution.
Okay.
All right.
You're both amazing.
Thank
I want
you.
to follow
Thank
you
you.
after. Okay.
Oh,
All right,
awesome.
great.
1 second. Of course.
This is cool.
This is a lot of fun.
Doing great, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you. I got it. I'm a professional.
Okay. You know what? See, I didn't know you were going up, and I didn't know that this guy was going to interview, but here we are.
Yay!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Now, show us. I mean, you told us what you do. Can you give us a demonstration of what you do?
Oh, of course, I'd be really happy to do that. So I'm Tragedy, and I'm the resident vampire. I did used to get into a little bit of trouble, but now I have my Druzzykins, and he keeps me balanced.
What? Can you repeat that? What? No, I heard it. What? Now, so what is that character?
So what I do is I'm a double agent.
Double agent.
Yes, I am, but don't tell Gaby because he doesn't know that yet.
Oh,
I play the show's main villain, Gabriel. Yes, Gabriel is sort of a character with bravado and dramaticism, with and large amount of gravitas, but also he likes to poke fun at folks because he's sort of insecure, and others like to poke fun, and the other villains like to poke fun at him.
Oh, yes, I do.
His sort of conflicts in the show is a lot of imagine sort of being that person in a workplace with people who are just the worst, who are just absolutely just like going at you and mocking you. You're like the new guy in the office, and they're just going at.
Well, hold on. I'm a character too. I have to be a character too. Hold on. Oh, I am Shady Lady. Shady Lady.
Who let this woman in?
Oh, Shady Lady, you sound like so much fun.
And you know, this seriously, life is supposed to be fun.
Yes.
Fun, light.
Oh, yes,
I love
honey,
that.
Of course it's supposed to be.
Oh, there's more than one character in that little body of yours.
Oh, of course. Of course. I am Annabelle, and I am so happy to meet you.
Oh, well, Shady Lady is happy to meet you, and you have more than one character, sir.
Oh, well, I also play another, not a character that really hasn't appeared yet, but we're kind of working on a sort of another character like this one. Hi, I'm Marco. I'm just a Kappa who's a travel agent. Hey, you're tired of the same old reality? We another place. You ever been to Avernus? Real hot place, lots of sulfur everywhere.
Well, isn't he just lovely?
That'll be a
Well,
great
I
time.
do enjoy Gabriel, and I do enjoy the energy that he brings to the show. And although I do have a little bit of trouble with him at times, only because he deals with tragedy, it can be a little overwhelming.
Now, I have a question for you too. Both of you. I have one question for two of you. Question. Do you do any, other than voices, do you do any bodily fun? Movement.
Well, of course I do, darling.
Well, would you like to demonstrate, please?
No. I'm sorry, Ellen, because the only thing that I can do is a waltz. And unless I have a dance partner, I literally not doing anything else.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And you, do you have any bodily movements, sir?
I can do this.
Oh.
I told you, Davy is really gifted.
Ooh.
Yes, I also do. I also play the dulcimer and the kazoo.
I love both of you. And why? Because you are a light on this planet. Not a stuffy cloud. You are
Stop
a
it.
light. Not a dark cloud. You're light, light, light.
Oh, that's new because everybody calls me the darkness.
Oh, okay. You're a dark light lady.
Oh, wait till I tell Rachel about this.
Oh dear.
Okay, so tell everyone where we can find you, where we can find your name, and where we can find you, and where we can connect you one at a time.
Oh, of course. So you can find us on RSS under Cactus Cat Creations LLC. And you can also find us under the same name on YouTube and Spotify.
Perfect. And you?
And you can find me on TikTok and Instagram under insert zero name. I do on there. I post music on there as well as speed paints of illustrations that I do because I'm also an illustrator.
Really good. Very good. Thank you both. Thank you both for being here on the Owwll app.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Yes, yes. Okay. Let's away.
All right. Well,
Fly
thank
away.
you very much. See you later. Bye.
Okay, up next we have Lisa. Be careful there. Lisa is joining us next. Hey, Scott. Scott, can you please come to the hosting? Can you come to the hosting?
Okay. Okay. Will you introduce yourself and just
Okay, my name is Lisa Spencer, and I am the host of a podcast and the author of a book called Real Estate Common Sense.
Oh, speak a little bit closer to the mic. I'm getting a signal from the booth.
Is that better?
Much,
yes. You can
Okay.
even hold on to the mic if you like.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
You want to hold it?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, much better.
Perfect. So, what are you passionate about? You said real estate. Besides real estate, what is your passion?
My passion is really helping young entrepreneurs get started with their own business.
Okay.
It's not easy to start. So
isn't.
It's not easy. Also, how would you recommend somebody get started?
Well, first of all, they have to decide what they're passionate about and what that they feel they can authentically represent as their product or service.
Do you find that sometimes following your passion can lead to something that isn't very monetizable? And how do you solve that?
Absolutely. I've had that experience myself. I have a place where I earn income, and then I also volunteer to help young entrepreneurs. And that's one of the reasons the podcast was born.
I love this. And when you think about like the podcast, as somebody who wants to help entrepreneurs, is it more like an altruistic thing, or is it a marketing strategy, or is it what is it for you?
Well, I got a real estate license in 1994, and at that time, it was not a field that was dominated by women, it was dominated by men. And so I was really at a loss as to how to get started. I also had 6 children and had to.
Congratulations, that's a big.
So pretty much I had to become an entrepreneur because I couldn't stay available 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, because someone was always sick, someone always needed something. And so it started out, it was a little bumpy, driving a conversion van and trying to start a real estate career, but I was determined.
What is one of your favorite success stories?
So I guess my favorite success story is an agent who was in our office who was a single mom, and she was having a very inconsistent production experience. And I through coaching and helping her, I came to understand that she only worked when she didn't have her children. And so I think one of the biggest success stories is that I was able to help her understand that we lead an integrated life, that we don't have to separate our personal and our professional lives. And she was able to incorporate goals that her children helped her achieve. And then she now owns her own real estate company. So that's one of my favorite stories.
Well, I got chills when you said that. You just owns her. So the interesting thing about giving to others is just a shift of perspective. That's it.
Well, I actually led an office of 400 agents. And
How many?
When I was doing
How
that,
many?
What?
How many?
How big? 400.
How many?
Yeah. And so I left that job in 2019 to launch my consulting business. And when I was doing that, one of our biggest themes was that we can be in a cooperative, competitive environment. And so it's okay. Competition is good. Comparison will steal your soul. And so I think that's the biggest thing that entrepreneurs need to understand. You're running your own race.
Yeah.
And that competition is good. You can study your competition. You can learn from your competition. You can set goals for yourself to measure yourself in competition, but don't compare.
Yeah.
And so I think that was my biggest contribution to the agents that I led.
You know, you said something very powerful. I'm a happiness specialist, and so I have 54 program behaviors that subtract. And when I say happiness, I'm not talking about, oh, something happens and now I'm happy. I'm talking about an energy of contentment. And so, 54 program behaviors, and one of them is comparing. And we don't compare stars, we don't compare trees, but this program of comparing each other, and that is such a, I mean, I used to do it. No. But yeah, so that's really powerful.
Thank you, and I agree. I think that one of the things, I think being a parent helps you the best with that. You love your children. They are so different from each other, and the love just doesn't run out. And so that was very good for me to help understand that each person brings their own brilliance into the world, and for us to magnify that brilliance is really how we can help people.
You know, the comparison trap is difficult because social media is so loud. We always look at what the next person is calling. I mean, it's all grass is green ever. What would be the advice that you would give to an entrepreneur who, you know, that they stick with it for 10, 15 years, they'll figure it out, but it's the act of sticking with it that they have to do. How do they carry on for so long? What's the KPI they should look for? What's the metric? What's the personality they have to adopt that allows, because I believe that if you do anything for 10 to 15 years, you'll be some version of successful at it. So in your mind, without comparison, without being burnt out, without giving up, how do you get somebody to continue on?
Well, I think if I understand the question, I think
it's a very wide question because I just want to know how you stick with it. What's your advice for that?
So I think that also being an integrated full person helps you stick with your business.
I like that.
So when you have a part of your life where you can check that box of success every day, and maybe that's, I got up and took a walk around lake today, and that I know I'm a successful person because of that. I remember my very first training course as a realtor, and this stuck with me, and I always remember it because it was so, I want to say powerful, but powerful in a negative way. So I went to the very first training class, and it's a gym teacher who's going to teach real estate. So
Interesting.
no, that was a different thing. And he said to everyone in the room, here's the good news about real estate. You're going to be paid what you're worth. And here's the second thing. You're going to be paid what you're worth. And of course, the mom in me and the spiritual person in me said, I'm worth more than what I do as a realtor. And yet, I think that's full circle, 30 years later. the real estate industry is in crisis because people don't understand what we do and the value of what we do. And so I think that that's why I was compelled to start this mission, that we have to get back to really understanding our own value and be paid what we're worth. And that may be a sliding fee scale, but ultimately, like I said, it made me mad when he said it, but I also want to tap into value is determined by the person receiving, not the person giving.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating because you know what it does? It puts all the weight on you. It's a powerful thought because if you think about anything in life, like if you can just trust yourself, like you'll always be successful. I
Correct.
believe that.
Well, we have to determine our own value and our own definition of success. So what is your definition of success?
For me, it's giving back. For me, we're, I think, very much kindred spirits. We started the show for the same reason. It's like, I believe that you don't have to reinvent the wheel because people have already figured it out. People have already failed 1,000 times. So let me try through whatever ability I have to bring those stories out of people so that the person who's just graduating college or hasn't even gone to college yet can learn from somebody who's done it before. And if I can do that at scale, that to me is a win. I really enjoy it. I am a firm believer that if you help enough people, the money comes.
Absolutely.
What did you say? I didn't hear the last part.
If you help enough people, the money comes.
Oh, okay.
And so what would be your definition of success?
Oh, my definition of success is I have two, living in the present moment.
I love that.
That's it. The second one is just being able to smile on my deathbed.
Yes, I love that. And so my definition of success is that at the end of my life, the people who knew me best will respect me most for living a life that was true to who I am and serve them. And so that's how I feel really great every day, regardless of what my bank account is doing. But as you said, I'm at this place 30 years into it, leading a very large office, having ownership in that office.
Okay, guys.
Now I'm in a place of passive income.
Yes.
But that contribution, that need to contribute still is very strong, burning very strong
Amen.
inside me.
That's because you know your
You're a
purpose.
giver.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Where
Appreciate
can
that.
people connect with you, find out more?
So I lead a podcast, Real Estate Common Sense. They can also find me on Facebook, LinkedIn. I have a website, realestatecommonssense.com.
Lisa Spencer everywhere.
Lisa Spencer, Lisa
Thank you.
Spencer, live on the Owl app, live on the Owl app. Lisa Spencer, good job.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Ed. Ed, are you ready? All right. Welcome, Ed.
Oh, what did you drop? Oh, one second. I got you. You're welcome.
They just asked me to interview because they were little.
Oh, of course. I don't mind.
I don't care. I just wanted to say. Yeah, I am too. Hello.
All right. All right, Ed, we're ready for you.
This is live. We're live. We're
All
live.
right.
Come on down. We're live. Who's alive? Who is alive? You're alive.
Lisa.
Lisa. Come on. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
What's up, Ed? How's it going?
What's up? Okay.
All right. What's going on?
What's on? So what do we do here?
We have to introduce
We're
ourselves first.
podcasting. We're live.
Oh, okay.
podcasting.
We're live.
We're live like out of the gate. Like we're live immediately.
Oh, okay.
They've been running this all day.
Okay. So do you want to know what I do, or how does this work?
It's whatever you want to talk about. It's
Okay.
right back. Listen, there's no.
It's all about you and
It's
what
all
you
about
do.
me.
It's all about you and what you do.
Okay, what I do, I'm a real estate investor,
Okay.
and I've had real estate podcasts before, and in around 2018, and for some personal things that I was involved in, that I was kind of busy, and I'm looking to start another one, with probably going to end up with a different style.
Yeah.
Different. The last one was, I did long form interviews with people who were real estate professionals.
Yeah.
So we're talking maybe a mortgage person, maybe appraiser. And I want to talk a little bit more about finance.
Okay. Okay. What would you use it for? Out of curiosity, like would you
Oh
use it for
well,
deal
one of the
flow
things
or-
I use it for, well, deal
Yeah.
flow. Right now, so what I found out was that there's money that a lot of people have. They can invest in real estate that they don't know they can use,
Mhm.
and it's in either their IRA or their 401k. So my IRA owns an LLC, and that LLC, you can do that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What are 3 things that you are passionate about other than real estate? Let's get to know who you really are.
Well,
Come on now.
I like.
Come on now.
You can see you can see the dog on my shirt.
Well, I couldn't see the dog on your shirt, but now I can now.
Now you can. Okay, that's my dog.
You got a custom shirt with a dog?
I did. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I got a custom shirt with a dog. What else? I don't know. My wife, my kids. Politics.
What makes you laugh?
Oh.
Not too much. I get it.
I sometimes watch comedies or stand up.
It's like me. I'm so
I don't-
focused on my work.
I
That's
don't- I didn't
Okay, so
expect
let
to
me
talk about this here.
let me share something with you. Are you workaholics? Do I what kind of
100%.
No.
100% we are.
100% workaholic, and him too?
I don't know. Are you a workaholic?
I don't know. I like to spend a lot of time on things that I like.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. Why do you ask?
Well, I asked this. This is way off the topic, but are you familiar with a study? It's called the 5 most common regrets of the dying.
I have heard of this before.
Aha. And
Tell me about it.
he says no.
Now I'm interviewing you.
So all I'm saying is, let's have some fun too. Line up, have some fun. So one of the biggest regrets is I wish I would have been myself and not. I wish I would have followed my own dreams and not the ones that others expected of me. Wish I didn't work so hard, and I wish I had the courage to be myself. And one of them is I wish I would have been happier.
Okay.
See,
I didn't necessarily follow the path that others thought that I should.
I think that it's important to listen. I think it's important to have balance, but I also think it's important to focus on what you care about. I think that the issue is not when you work a lot. The issue is when you work on things that you don't derive joy from. Like I do. I mean, this podcast.
Great.
This is work. This is pay. This pays. Not this. This doesn't pay. But sometimes it pays.
So wait a minute. You're getting paid for this? And I'm
Not at all. Not at all.
Neither am I.
Boss.
Neither am I, by the way.
Okay.
But this is a form of work.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it.
Yeah.
So
Well, I enjoy talking about
Yeah.
things that I'm interested
That's
in.
why you're doing finance. That's why you're doing
That's why,
finance.
right. Why I'm doing finance, why I'm talking about real estate.
Yeah.
I help. It's interesting that we're. Can I talk about Owwll?
Yeah.
I am not an Owwll expert yet.
Oh,
Are you on Owwll?
but
I
you
just when
Okay.
I have been for almost an hour now, maybe an hour and a half. Yes, I'm on Owwll, but I haven't actually done anything on Owwll. But I kind of help people in a similar way that I meet on Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm in groups that have to do with real estate, and people ask questions, and lots of people answer them, and I correct that. Well, no, I offer my opinion, which is often different than theirs. And I'm not an accountant, and I'm not an attorney, but I've been doing this.
You have the life experience. You have the lived experience.
Yes.
Which is important. It's very important because I think there's a lot. I think that in social media era, there's a lot of misinformation, especially on finance, especially on investing, which could be harmful. So I'm glad that people that have been in the trenches for X amount of time start to create. Because I think that a lot of people that are your level, sometimes they're like, listen, I've already built my career. Do I really have to put myself out there? Do I really have? I think, it's a nice thing to do, and I think you get a whole other level of value and fulfillment from it, because now you're giving back. And I'll tell you something, it will come back because there will be people that you'll mentor and teach and coach. Because I don't do real estate, I do startups. I've worked in tech for a long time.
Okay.
But I mean, coach people, and then it's like, fast forward 5, 6, 7 years, they're like, "Oh, Scott, you want to go in on this deal with me? Oh, Scott, can you take a piece of equity in this company to be an advisor?" Like, you get this opportunity.
Yeah. So actually, it's, I mean, for me, it's been faster than that because people, we're talking Facebook here. People
Yeah.
like what I say.
Yeah.
And people respond and friend me.
Yeah.
And sometimes they bring me a deal.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's, that's a very, very fast return. Sometimes the moderator comes in, if it's a moderated type Facebook group, and the moderator says, "Thank you for sharing that."
Yeah.
And when you're in a group that, some of the groups that I'm in, you had to have done something with the guru who set that up.
Yeah.
So it's a
very well
group.
established, vetted.
Well, no, it's a proprietary group,
Yeah.
and everybody in there paid money.
Okay.
So when the paid moderator comes in and says, "Thank you for sharing that," then it looks good to everybody else.
Okay, guys. Okay,
Hey,
Did you have a question?
no, we're about to
Do we
wrap
have to
that up.
Are they getting the cane out and yanking us off the
Yeah.
stage?
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Well, okay.
we ought to talk sometime offline.
We will talk sometime.
Okay, because I'm doing some things with business too.
Okay. Good. Actually, yes, definitely. Tell people where to meet you,
Yeah.
where to go, where to find you.
Online. Where to find me online. I'm on
Ed,
Facebook.
what's your
My
last
name's
name, Ed?
Ed Weinberg. I'm on
Okay.
Facebook, and that's probably the best place to
know what your podcast is going to be called, or to be.
That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
You'll figure it out.
Figure it. Okay, when Ed Weinberg has a podcast,
then he will tell everybody.
We'll put in the show notes somewhere.
And
Okay.
you think about the dog. Maybe the dog will inspire you for a title.
The dog. Well,
the thing.
Dog
real estate.
If it's Golden Doodle Real Estate,
I don't hate it.
Something. I said yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll talk after.
Okay. Okay. Next up, we have Mary. Welcome, Mary.
How are you? Good.
And Kelly. We're bringing Kelly back.
Where's Kelly at? What's going on?
Hi, I'm happy to be here.
Good.
Had this opportunity.
Of course. Joy.
Dear, how are you? Mary Fernandez.
Mary.
Joy, you better kick this off. You gotta kick this off right now because you're new here.
All right. There we go. We go.
Listen, it is a rolling feed. Like we don't stop. This is Podfest.
So our next guest up on the Owwll app. Yes.
Welcome. Thanks for being on here.
Talk right into the.
Oh, delighted to be here. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So introduce yourself. Tell us what brought you here.
Well, I'm so excited to be here. My name is Mary Hasbro Fernandez. I am a podcaster. This is my second year here.
Nice.
For you. And I came to up my skills, fellowship with the community, as well as learn to do what I do better. I create the impact that I need to make.
Okay. So let's talk about this impact. What is your podcast about?
Well, it's Leadership, Legacies, and Legends Unleashed. And it was designed to celebrate unsung heroes of our community, of our society, from the pulpit to teachers to moms, because so many people do great things, but they're never, their story's never told. So I created it in honor of my mother and a community who built it from dirt roads to sidewalks and brick houses, but they had to do that with community involvement. And they went to Richmond and got a few $1 million. And the project was executed, and they're all gone now. So I'm the legacy of their voice.
I love this.
Thank you.
I love it. I feel like people, when they think about like making massive change, I think a lot of people get scared because it seems like an audacious goal. Like it seems like too big of a goal for somebody who, like even my family. My family is very risk adverse. They work for the government. Like nothing wrong with that, but like I'm the black sheep in my family. I'm the odd one out in my family. Like I'm building podcasts, I'm building businesses. Like, so I always look back. I'm like, what happened that changed my perspective? Because I would like to sort of light that in other people and build a community or build an audience or give back or accomplish more than just impacting themselves and their close-knit family, which is important too. But people can do more. but you interview people that they do this all the time. They go above and beyond, right?
Absolutely.
What's
absolutely.
the thing that allows them to do that, that gives them the courage to go out and build something great?
Well, I created the stage for them. I seek them out.
Mm.
And the parent company is Women of Health and Influence, because I feel like a woman, you're impactful.
Mhm.
I'm impactful. I know a lot of things. You know a lot of things, but too often we're missing pieces of the puzzle.
Mm.
So now that this year is here, I'm accelerating my efforts to take the stage and use that platform. So how do I inspire them? I challenge them to just be in the moment,
Mhm.
work with your imperfections, and let me support you on your journey. What is it that you want to do? How can I help you? But I learned at this conference that it's how you look at yourself. Sometimes you think I came here thinking I was the backup singer to everyone, always helping groups, always helping organizations, always in the mix of great voices, very influential people from the mayor community. But once you're in that volunteer position and once you keep helping, then the next chapter comes and you're still doing the same thing.
Mhm.
So someone told me you're not a backup singer, and I got that from this. They said you're a rainmaker. A rainmaker wants to include everybody that they can possibly help, but not everybody is on that page with you. So as a rainmaker, keep doing what God wants you to do. Keep trying to make the impact in your community, your nation, or your lifetime. And then when your dream is being taken care of while you're taking care of others' dreams, then you're fulfilled and then you're answering the call that God put on your life.
I love that. You know what you said that was actually super important? I think it's very important. Tell me if there's other things that are important. But the one thing you said was you work through your imperfections.
Absolutely.
I think imperfections, it's the imposter syndrome. It stops people from doing good work. And people don't think about how good work lifts up community. Like you just said, you're helping build, and all these other people also have imposter syndrome. But when they see you doing it, then you're going to inspire each single person on their own path.
Absolutely. And,
Yeah.
and I want to go get them, go find them, bring them out of the shadows and put them on the help committee or wherever I can get them out, and then escort them to the platform and the stage.
Yeah.
When my day is done, I would have impacted the world.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Loves its legacy. Anna, you're the one leading the legacy,
Yes.
you know, as well as you interview
Oh.
and teach them. So tell me this, is there something in common amongst everybody that you interview? Because I think there's a difference, like Scott was referencing. Everybody at some, they believe in their heart they were made for more. But few have the courage to chase it.
Amen.
And so in these people, and like Scott was referencing, we have to get over the fact that I have to feel like I'm perfect, or I have to feel like I'm ready. I need to just get started, you know, even before I feel like I'm 100% there, because they have the courage to chase that within them, and to chase that made for more that they believe. Is that what you see when
I do see that, and having been here and attended the classes, I learned that there's so much we're up against personally. When Dr. Drew spoke, he said that sometimes people will ask him questions and he can look at them and tell them the age of the trauma that is part of their conversation.
that's amazing.
Because of the question they asked them.
Because, you know, they might come to him and say, well, my auntie is this, and my auntie is that. And I was listening deeply to his presentation. And so the young woman was asking for her mom. And then he started asking her questions. And then he could hear that there was more to the issue than the daughter knew. And then he shared that, you know, I could sometimes when I'm working with clients can look at them and see the 4-year-old or the 5-year-old or the 8-year-old. We get so good at people skills. It's a learning experience here. There was a neurosurgeon who spoke on the stage and talked about how her brain works. The breakthrough she gave me with that conversation was there are a lot of people with communication skills. You may be able to hear me and receive every word I'm saying. Someone else may sit on the left and say, I can't follow you. You're all over the place.
Right.
So you take the time to nurture this relationship and elevate that person and put them in the right personal growth position. And then you nurture this person and you elevate them and you lift them to a place that the route that they need to take. Because if they have something like the neurosurgeon was saying, ADHD, someone's sharing them that that's a superpower. But for so many years, we've looked at it like it's uncapped. God and it's all different.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. I look at the heart of a person, the soul of a person, and for some reason, God has given me the ability to see your hearts. But there's another side to that. In your trust circle, until you have your personal breakthrough, you can't see the alligators and the snakes in your own cage. But God does a cleaning up, a cleaning out, and once you accept what God has done, where you may think is a loss, it's a big gain because God cleaned house, and then you're free to fly and go get His people and go get His children and go help the people and help this community and that community.
I love it. Free to fly. So tell us again, what's the name of your podcast?
My podcast is Leadership, Legacies, and Legends Unleashed by Mary Fernandez.
Okay.
And it's on Spotify and all your favorite listening sites. And the parent company is Women of Health Influence. That was my war cry for women.
Oh, that's
I just say how much I love that name, by the way.
Woo, thank
I love
you.
it. I love it. That's a good name. That's a good name. Good
Guess
job.
my age.
Guess your age.
Guess my age.
Ooh,
I
here
usually
you
do
go,
this at my
Scott.
beauty parties.
No pressure, Scott.
Guess my age. Oh, this is good. I didn't ask you.
Watch him
but
squirm.
Squirm,
Watch
but
him
tell me my
squirm.
age.
We
Go
see
ahead.
him
Go for it. Go
squirming.
for it.
29.
Guess my age.
Oh, goodness. I would say.
Don't be nice.
I would say early 50s.
Oh my God, I love you guys.
Wow.
I love you. Okay, I'm 72.
Holy cow.
April, I will be 72. And what I learned from another expert here was your age does not translate with how you look. So he taught me how to get past the junk on social
You
media.
don't have a single wrinkle.
I do, but you just don't see them. They're soft wrinkles.
I have more wrinkles than you.
There
Oh my
you
God.
go.
So that's how I take care of my clients from the total brand, head to toe, inside out. I love it. I love it. So that's the superpower.
No kidding.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. And you go with that. You
It's
go.
been a
with
pleasure.
that. Awesome.
Well, thank you very much. I love it. Thank you all. I'm so glad I came and so glad I found you. It was a pleasure. You did a great job.
You got our info. Let's connect after.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah.
And I'll see you again soon.
Absolutely. Please find me.
Bye, everyone.
You're awesome.
All right, guys. We have Shay coming up here.
I can't believe.
Come on up, Shay. Woo!
Mean, and I still would have met Mark.
She looks amazing.
Only got 3. Shay, do we have Shay?
Please take a break.
All right, you guys just like talk.
We are having.
The bathroom.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Not a lot.
No.
I am filling in for Scott as he runs to the bathroom.
All right, we have someone coming up right now. Joy, if you want to share a little bit about what you do while she's getting.
Sure. I'm so excited to be here at Podfest this year. This was my first year, and we have our guest coming up right now, which we're excited here to meet and find out all the things. And I wish you could see this hair looks beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
It does
Thank
look
you.
beautiful.
Beautiful.
Tell me this color. What is this color? It's like the blonde going into like a
It's fire.
fire. I
It
love it.
matches my business and my personality, right?
Love it.
Tell us more about your business.
Yeah. So I am the CEO, Chief Excitement Officer of Spark to Fire International. I am a certified fearless living coach, master practitioner of NLP, hypnosis. I'm the co-founder of Firestarters Book Project and the host of 3 shows.
Tell us your name.
Shay
you are
Sparks.
very, very busy. Shay Sparks.
And it matches my name, Sparks.
I love it.
Yeah, thank
Shay,
you.
So excited. So is this your first year coming to Podfest?
It's my 4th.
Oh, so you've been here almost from the beginning. I know it's 10
Yeah.
years, but how have you seen it grown over the years?
Have I grown? It's really about kind of having a family reunion.
Yeah, is that what it
right?
feels
Like
Or
every time you reconnect with people you met last year, and then you just solidify that friendship, relationship, and then the next thing you know, you're doing business with them, and it's just natural. It's
That's
just
what it's about.
amazing.
It's about building
Absolutely,
relationships.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I think it's all about making connections. It's just really wild when you talk to somebody for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You find out that you have a connection. It's really,
In the same small town.
It's a tiny town of 1,000 people. We're both here in Florida. Back in
Yeah.
Missouri. We have a friend in common. It's wild.
You know what's funny is that happens when you get a group of people together, like
It happens way more than you
yeah,
think it happens,
exactly. Like, no way, are you from that same town? I met somebody in a Facebook group who was moving to the same town I was moving to, and it's a small town in Florida. And I was like, how is that even possible? And we met in a podcast group on Facebook. So you just never know. Yeah.
Connections and
Yeah.
Small world.
You're right. Those turn into friendships, and then those friendships can turn into business relationships.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
So tell us more. Why don't you as well tell us who's on here with us?
Yeah.
Oh, my name is Davina, and I just came here to help out the Owl this weekend. I've been involved with Owl for maybe a year, and I live in South Florida. I'm a professional nanny and newborn care specialist.
Nice.
Wonderful. How old are the kids that you nanny?
Well, I am in the middle of a very long interview process right now. And so I was with my last family for 11 years. And so the little girl was 6 weeks when I started. And she's
Wow.
now 11. She moved into middle school this year.
Aw.
And so we wrapped up, but we still text every single day. I was just
So
texting her
sweet.
today. And
sweet.
I'm just interviewing, and I think my final interview, and then I'll have a job offer tomorrow morning, I think.
Woo! All right.
I'll tell you more about it, but I can't talk about it right now. I have to sign some papers.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
So excited.
Well, good for you, because the
Thank
world
you.
needs people to take care of the little ones, and I'm allergic to them, so that's perfect.
Perfect. I love
Perfect
it.
that
I
it's
love what I
you.
do. It makes me very, very happy.
Oh, good.
So tell us more about your journey and how you got into podcasting and
So
where the why came from for that.
love that question. I was in a relationship
Okay.
for a long time. And when I got out, I started a healing process. And I'm also a former hairstylist, which makes up for the hair. Yeah.
Hair.
And I started to share with my hair clients what I learned about myself. And they were like, wow, and how did you figure that out? And I would tell them, and they're like, and what are you doing? And I would tell them, and they would go, oh, have you considered being a coach, a speaker, podcaster, writing a book, all those things? And I'm like, well, I've kind of thought about it, but not really. And then they would go away to 4 to 6 weeks for their next appointment. And then when they would come back, what would end up happening is they go, oh my God, because of what you told me, I applied that to my own family. My relationship shifted with my boss, my kids, my staff, whatever. And you should really look into this, like something else other than what you're doing behind this chair. And I honestly had thought about it in the back of my mind, but this imposter syndrome was just so overwhelming that I said, you know what? What if I borrowed their confidence in me? The worst thing that can happen is I learn a new skill and go from there. And here I am. I retired, quote unquote, 2 years ago from the salon, and I've been doing this full time for 2 years now. So yeah.
So tell us the format of your show. Are you interviewing guests, professionals?
Yeah, so I have 3 shows. It used to be called The Power of Investing in People, and now it's called The Shay Sparks Show after 5 years. And I interview military and business leaders on what it means to invest in people. Yeah, I do that. And then after that interview is over, I do a little coaching segment that I like to call Don't Be a Dick.
Love it.
And DICK stands for, it's an acronym, stands for dishonorable, inconsiderate, conniving, and know-it-all.
Say that one more time. That's awesome.
DICK stands for dishonorable, inconsiderate, conniving, and know-it-all. Okay? And how often are we those things to ourselves? Right? Right? And then it's like, oh, wow, well, that makes sense why this person's having a weird reaction to me, because I'm not being who I need to be. I'm not honoring me in this moment. I'm not being nice. I'm not being kind to me. Right. So really the flip side of that is kindness, right? So how can we be kind to ourselves so then it overflows rather than being the dick overflows? Yeah.
Right. So here's what I love that you pointed out, and we see that anybody great who comes up with the way to help people like that, it's because when we're faced with obstacles or hurt in our lives, we have 2 choices, right?
Yes.
We have the choice to either make it become resentful, bitter, angry, and have that negative effect, or we have the choice to do what you did, which is turn it into something that now you can go back and help other people with a roadmap.
Yes. So that's what I do with my coaching. I help people transform their trauma into treasure.
I love that.
Thank
Oh my
you.
goodness, that's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, and you said you had another podcast?
I have 2 other shows.
Two other shows.
The other show is called Underwired. It's to uplift and support women everywhere. So the W looks like a bra.
Nice.
And the other show is Real Talk. It's for real people making real change in the world. And both of those are on an online network called United Network News.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So, do you have any plans for any other shows coming up? Or
Actually, it's really funny. Yeah. So I get this asked all the time, like, oh, do a show with me, do a show with me. And I am totally fine with doing other shows as long as there's some sort of mutual benefit, right? Like, how are we going to make this worth our while? And so in the meantime, I came up with Host for Hire. So I actually go into businesses, and if they want a podcast, I interview them for their show.
Oh, wonderful.
Right. Make sure that we cover all the FAQs on the website, make sure that we're hitting the pain points, and then weaving in their personal stories. So they're creating that, know, like, and trust to their customer service, right? Their customer base, and then really bringing out their personality and showcasing them. And then my team takes care of all the back end stuff. And then I show their team how to use all the assets once I hand them back over, like the transcriptions, email marketing, blogging, ebooks, books, all the things.
Oh my goodness, that's so amazing.
Yeah.
Now, where can people find you? Are you also on social? Or?
Yeah, you can find me on pretty much all the socials, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, Shay Sparks or The Shay Sparks. And you can also find me on my website at shaysparks.com and my podcast, theshaysparksshow.com.
And if they want to meet you in person, just show up at Podfest.
Absolutely. Podfest is the place to be.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being on.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored to be here. Yeah.
Really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we have Lamar. No, okay.
Sorry, Link. Are you? Yes. Okay. A what?
That's fine. You can just ignore it. I don't know.
Where you look at it, South Florida too.
All right, we got Shroom Barbie up here. Shroom Barbie and Joy. I want you guys to just talk amongst each other and get the next guest.
Every time I hear your name, I want to sing that song. Every
We just
time.
want to go.
I can't help it. I
So
think you're
tell
so
me,
good at
do
that.
you have any time to do the fun stuff here in Orlando? While you're
We
down
had an absolute blast last night.
What did you do? Tell us,
Drug
tell us.
me out.
What
and
time
we
is this?
went-
What time are we getting
Well, we
drug out?
We went out at about 10:30 last night.
Okay.
And honestly, you
After
know,
a full day.
yeah, and you know those nights you have when you just laugh when you're.
Okay, guys.
Hey.
Sorry. Have Lamar and Joe join you guys now. Lamar and Joe.
Joe. Oh, here, I'll let her. I'll let you. And I come back. I gotta go back. Okay. I'm going to the
We can't at least.
Joy, it's nice to meet you, Joy.
Testing.
Hi,
Your phone.
Lamar, Joe. Okay, I'm glad that I get to do this interview because this is fun. Are we ready? So excited to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, Lamar
Yes.
and Joe,
Yeah.
and they have a podcast called Perfect Turd Podcast, and I'm gonna let you explain that.
We review B movies. We review B movies.
Yep. Okay.
So the bad ones, the Sharknadoes, the Toxic Avengers of the world.
Yes.
We review those. We're trying to find kind of the best of all the
Okay,
bad movies.
Okay.
Mhm.
Great. How many movies have you reviewed?
It's up in the 200s.
And how long have you been doing this?
What, 3 or 4 years? 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you now a member with us at Owwll, so we can find you here at Owwll?
Will be. There we go. Yes.
So, okay, tell me how you get business. Like you just pull the movie and you go and review it. Tell us more about the business.
Yeah, it's weird. People send us movies now.
Yeah.
the
They
different
send you to
companies.
movies to review,
Yeah,
but they
all-
want your review.
Yeah.
So you've got credibility now.
We do.
Yes, we get street cred.
Yeah, we get even some of the bigger companies now are sending us movies to review. So
Oh, fun. Did you go
Wow.
to Sundance?
no, not quite Sundance type movies. These are more independently made movies.
Yeah.
They're a little silly,
Mm-hmm.
low budget.
Okay.
So like Full Moon Features, Troma.
Yes.
Is sending us the movies. Yeah.
Okay, what happens after you give them a good review?
Well,
Does it help them?
here's what we hope happens. Sometimes it does happen. We get interviews actually from the directors, people that are actually in the movies. Somebody we got to really shout out is Charles Mann from Full Moon. He really gives us a lot of love. And also we've interviewed Lloyd Kaufman for
You
his.
have him on the show and do the
Yes,
interview?
have him on the show.
And it does help a lot because at that level with the independent filmmakers and they
Yeah.
don't have the big studios behind them, it's more support from the community.
Yeah.
So we found that like we're now part of that little B movie community.
Love that.
So, yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Good. Great. Well, where's your plan? Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself going with this?
I don't know. I mean, I would like to keep just doing the B movies. I don't review like the Marvel movies, and everyone does that.
You
So,
don't want to start doing the A movies yet?
but if you can make the B movies bigger, make them give them more attention,
All
that'd
right.
be awesome.
And do you advertise on your show with like the movies that are coming up? Because that's like that would be a really cool,
Yes, we do.
Right?
Yeah, we interview. Going back to Full Moon, we have a lot of directors. We interview them.
Yeah.
We have people like Joe said that just send us stuff, so that helps them out for getting
Oh heck
money and
yeah!
everything like
Right,
that for that
right.
movie. So
Great.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you on today. Thank you so much,
Yes.
and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Return.com.
Bam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you want more? Hello. How long do you want? How long do you want the interview to be, Jason? Hi, Myrna.
Yes.
How
do you remember? Oh, you saw my name here.
Okay, because I was going fast. I thought you wanted me to go fast. Hi, Myrna.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Oh, right. You've been here 3 days. Is this your third day or
Second day.
Second
I came
day.
in yesterday.
Right, you did. Are you having a good time?
I'm having a wonderful time.
Right.
You know, I haven't been to one of these festivals or conferences for a while. I mean, back in the day, I owned a limousine service.
Uh-huh.
And I used to go to the limousine convention every year in Vegas.
Right.
And every time I would come back from the limousine convention, I would up level my business.
And motivated.
Yes,
No, it's
yes.
really fun to see the new technology that they have to offer.
Yes.
And okay, but first of all, I want to know what you do.
Well,
you have a podcast.
I have a podcast. It's called Transform Your Mind to Transform Your Life. I'm a life coach.
Love that.
So I do a 5-minute segment every Friday, which is a 1-on-1 coaching session. And then on Mondays, I have my long form interviews where I interview guests in the space of helping my listeners to transform their mind on their thoughts, on their fitness. You know, I was born very poor, and my mission is basically to help women. My mission is really to help women to change the way they think about things, because every the mindset,
Changing the negative mindset.
Exactly. And even in relationships, you know, I've transformed my marriage and my relationships by just the way you think. Thinking is very important.
I'm a hypnotherapist.
Oh, wow.
And I specialize in childhood regression, but also manifestation. So I'm with you on the positive thinking. It's everything.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
You change your words.
Yes.
You change your world.
Yes.
Change your
Yes.
thoughts.
Yes.
Everything,
Yes.
right? So
Dwayne,
that.
right. Dwayne Dyer says,
Love
change the way you think about a thing and think you would think about change.
Dr. Wayne Dyer was my guru.
True.
And I saw him out one night. I was out in Del Rey eating it. I never go up to like movie stars. I never starstruck or anything like that. But
Wow.
I saw Dr. Wayne Dyer and I was like, oh my God, I have to talk to him.
Oh, wow.
This whole family. And I went up to the table and I go, I'm sorry, I never do this. Like, can I take a picture with you? And they were so nice. I'm sure. Like,
I
but
love
anyway,
this.
yeah.
Yes.
The power of positive
Thinking.
thinking.
Right.
So
Right.
you have a podcast about the power of power. And what is it called again?
It's called the Transform Your Mind.
Transform Your Mind. What a great name.
Transform
too.
your life. Right.
Right.
Yes.
And
once
now you're on the Owl app, so somebody
Yes.
can list, look you
Yes.
up and find you on the Owl app. We're so glad to
Call
have
me.
you.
I love that.
We need more
Yes.
positivity in the world, right? Just
Yes.
have to,
Yes.
it's just the little things that you say, even as much as like, hey, on my way here, I'm dreading the traffic's gonna suck, and you can't do that. You have to say,
Yes.
you know what? I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there fast, and there's gonna be no traffic. The little things that you say.
Even if it comes up, you find a way to accept it. Right. Yes. Or send it away. Right.
Instead of saying, I don't say BROKEE. I don't say that word.
Right.
I don't say that word. I don't say other words, but instead I replace it with I don't have as much money as I'm going to have.
Right.
But I don't use negative words like
No,
that. Only
no.
turn it into a positive like that, right?
Yes, yes. And everybody just now is talking about, and I've done a couple of sessions with David Katz, and he's amazing. And what he's talking about is that the thoughts that come into your mind, you can't really control them. And I'm in that space right now where you can't control
really-
them.
That's right.
They're automatic.
Right.
And all you've got to do is witness them, right? And maybe say something positive to bounce them off. Right.
My mother said to me one time, she said, Kelly, I said, Mom, I can't, I'm PMSing really bad. And I'm like, I can't help it, Mom. I can't help it. It's just the way I feel. She said, you might not can help what comes in, but you can help what goes out.
It's true. Put it here, girl. We got another clickable moment.
And she was right, you know?
Yes,
So
yes.
sometimes you have to,
Yes.
I hear
yes.
you, but no.
It's how you respond to it. It's like even when somebody says something negative to you, if you accept it, is your response to it. Other than that, you just, hey, that's their opinion.
Isn't it awful when once you get this as a spirit, right? But the other people around you haven't, and they're yucking your yum, and you don't know how to be like, okay, you know what? Please don't be negative around me. Then you sound like the prude, like
Yeah,
Aaron or
yeah,
something,
yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. So we need more of what you have to offer in this
Thank you.
world today.
Thank you.
Let's
Yes.
all try to be positive. Thank you for coming on with me
Thank
today.
you.
I
And
appreciate
transform
it.
your mind because
Transform your mind. It's amazing.
Thank you. All right. You're welcome. Who's man my phone? I guess somebody got it.
She's got it.
Okay.
You did good.
Thank you. You did good too.
Hi, baby. She's back. My sunshine.
I'm here with my girl. Don't play. You know you're one of my favorite people here, right?
Well, you are too. I mean, you are.
Yes.
Big energy. I love it because you're so positive. And every time I see you, I want to go.
Yes. Hold on, you too, because
Love
you're so
that.
bouncy. The
I love
energy
that.
is just
Well, I'm like that.
fabulous.
I'm having a good time. I don't know if I'm always like that, but I try.
Yes,
Right? I think
indeed.
you're always like that. But I bet you when you're mad, woo!
So I think we should do this a little different, right?
Okay,
So let's switch it up.
Okay.
Let's interview each other.
Okay.
Each
other.
So I think let's do this. Okay, I want you to start interviewing me first.
Okay.
Then we're gonna switch it up, and then I get to ask you questions. How about that?
All right, you got it.
Yes.
All right. 10 minutes.
All right. So 10 minutes
All
of
right.
fame.
So, loyalty,
Yes.
tell me what you are passionate about.
Wow, that is. Ooh, I like that question. What is loyalty passionate about? Okay, so I carry with me every single day loyalty in everything. Right. Let's break that down a little bit. So for me, loyalty in everything starts with my relationship with God. And to each his own. I'm not here to force religion. Okay, that's not what we're doing. But I'm speaking about me and personally. Okay, so I do believe in that relationship because when I really focus on my relationship with God and I give him the praise and glory that he deserves, and I really give him that loyalty, okay, that sets the way for every relationship outside
I mean,
of
it
that.
just makes you, something happens magically, right?
Yes, it
I mean,
does.
you don't know who you're talking to right now, because I believe in the higher power like nobody's business.
Oh,
Not
wow.
necessarily through religion,
right?
but I am a Christian. I believe in
Absolutely.
Jesus, but I don't really like all the rules of religion. So
Absolutely.
and I pray every morning and every night before I go to bed.
Right. So it gets deeper though, right? So let me break that
Deeper.
down.
Break it down, girl.
I'm gonna break it down in layers for you. So okay, we start with him, right? We already broke that down. Now it starts with me. Loyalty and self and me. Because if I'm not at my highest level, then how can I really pour into others and really upbuild them? So now it's about me giving self-love, self-value, self-worth for myself, figuring out what that looks like. Affirmations, okay? Very important. And shout out to my brother EA, because he got affirmations for recovery journal. Do y'all know about that?
He's amazing, by the way. I love
Absolutely.
that guy. He's joy and pain.
Yes.
Joy. He's good.
Yes, so I understand his journey because affirmations are big, right?
Yes.
So it teaches us how we speak to ourselves. It teaches you, like, the more life you speak into yourself, the more positive and the more good energy you're going to do. So when you learn how to create an overflow for yourself, now fill your cup, because you can't pour from your full cup. Now your cup is no longer full. You have to pour from your overflow. So you have to create it first. That teaches us how to be loyal to other people, right? And how do we be loyal to other people? Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable for what they say they're going to do. Teach them how to fish. We got to stop giving out fish, because now they're going to keep coming to you for the fish.
Right.
Right. I'm tired of giving people fish, right? So when I teach them how to fish, now that's going to teach them longevity. And I'm going to help build them, build their character, speak life into them, speak affirmations, encourage them. That's how we be loyal to other
I think
people.
people understand. Like, I'm a hypnotherapist, and in hypnotherapy school, they taught us that your brain is like a 7-year-old. So everything you
Right.
say to your brain, if you say, I'm stupid, or I'm
Right.
young, your brain is
It's gonna
actually
believe
hearing
it.
that like a 7-year-old would. Like,
Absolutely.
you can jump, but your brain is grabbing that like a 7-year-old.
Absolutely.
So you have to be careful with the words that you're saying, just like you said.
Absolutely. And then it goes even further. Okay. So let's go to the next level, right? So now you're teaching yourself how to be loyal to others. It's going to teach you how to be loyal to what you choose to digest, whether it's food or knowledge. We have to be a little bit mindful about our bodies, and I'm gonna bring it to our segment with you, because our bodies are our temples. Okay, the more we take care of our bodies, the more our bodies will reciprocate and take care of us. Okay, perfect.
Because
So
our spirit lives in our shell.
absolutely,
The spirit and the shell need to
they have to
cooperate.
mesh. They have to be
Right.
aligned, and
You
that
can work all the time and be successful like that. And then
absolutely.
take care of your shell that your spirit is living in.
Absolutely, because it doesn't work, right? And then when it comes to knowledge, right, we have to learn how to eat the meat, spit out the bones. Eat the knowledge that's going to serve your soul and it's going to bring value. If it doesn't value you, or it's going to devalue and not serve your purpose, spit it out. It's no good. So guess what? I think we should switch gears. So we 5 minutes in, that's perfect time, because it's your time, Kelly. Okay. So now the spotlight is on you. Okay, so let's switch gears. Okay, y'all know, as you know, this is Loyalty from the Loyalty and Friends Self Love Podcast. But right now, we are on the Owwll Podcast, and we have Miss Kelly. So I want Miss Kelly to let you all know, where does her claim to fame, what did she do, so we can support her. And let's get into this conversation, because we had a little conversation yesterday about the shrooms. So let's talk about it. All right.
I don't even know where to start. And in 4 minutes, I don't even know where to start. But I'm a clinical hypnotherapist.
Okay.
Right. I think my gift in the lifetime is to help heal people, to help people move to a different level.
Okay.
Right. So little by little, right? And the things that I know that will help do this: one, hypnotherapy,
Absolutely.
regression therapy, going back into regressing, childhood regression, going back into one's brain and dealing with traumatic experiences that may have created blocks in their adult lives.
Absolutely.
Taking them back and helping them release those blocks so that they can live their life to the fullest. one.
Yes, right.
And two, learn about the neuroplasticity that the plant medicine can have on your brain.
Oh, wow.
In the Bible, it says everything that you need for healing is on this planet.
It is.
And the plants, if you think about it, are healing. They're our medicine.
Absolutely.
So now we have new research that is proving that mushrooms psilocybin mushrooms and other things like ayahuasca and ibogaine and even marijuana, and used in the right medicinal way can help you overcome anxiety, PTSD, depression, and I'm here to let people know that this is an option, and hopefully the research that's going on right now. I'm a mycology educator. I like
Yes.
to call myself
Yes.
Clinical hypnotherapist. And let people know that this option is showing amazing results in the medical world right now.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of times people approach when it comes to like the mushrooms and the medicinal use, value of it. A lot of times it's misleading because they don't know. So the more educated you become and more sound about it, then you can kind of take the right sound mind and then make the right informative decision moving forward. Absolutely. So I like that you educate people on that.
I'm trying to educate and I'm listening to and watching every bit of anything I can absorb, all the movies, and there's a lot of them on YouTube. Right now, because,
Absolutely.
this mushroom thing is coming like a freight train. And let me just say, it's not all about, like, right now you're hearing a lot about microdosing. Right. And I'm ADHD. I mean, I'm hyperactive. I was classified as hyperactive when I was 5 years old.
Right.
Not ADHD. Now it's ADHD. But
wow.
Microdosing actually can replace Adderall.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But some people think, oh, mushroom trippy, let's have a trip.
Right.
I'm not necessarily here to promote tripping.
Right.
I'm here to promote like a hero's dose of psilocybin that actually has the power to change the human brain.
Right.
For good.
Oh wow, that's big. So I know we're coming up to the end. So what I think we should do is plug ourselves so they can know how can they find Kelly, how can they find Loyalty. Because Kelly and Loyalty, we are it, right? I love you, Kelly. Right. So how can they find you, Kelly?
Okay. Well, I have an educational website. I'm Shroom Barbie. You can laugh, but I'm going to educate about everything mushrooms can do for you.
Yes.
Also, Kelly Crosby Hypnotherapy.com, and you can book a Zoom session with me.
Okay.
A manifestation or whatever your problems may be.
Awesome. All right.
And we're wrapping this up.
Okay. So we have our next guest. I can't hear the mic. I'm not sure. I don't hear it.
All right, we have RC back. RC back. All right, we have Kelly and Scott, and RC is in the house. Woo!
All right. Are we live? We live still? We're live.
Shroom Barbie. Shroom Barbie.
All Scott's fault.
Uh-oh. We're still live. We are live. What's up, Instagram? What's up, YouTube? What's up, Facebook?
RC. All right.
All right, we're live. You're live.
I don't think the mic is on. I don't think the mic is on, Jason. Mic's not on. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. All right. Tell us what you mean. I'm Kelly, aka Shroom Barbie. Crosby Hypnotherapy.
Scott. I have no nickname, but like just Scott. You can go with that.
I'm RC Everbeck.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
We need to hear what you have to say, RC.
We're getting in tight today.
Uh-huh.
So what do we got going here? We're at Podfest 2024.
Uh-huh.
10th anniversary.
Yeah.
Anniversary.
You know,
you were on stage. Were you on stage? Were you speaking?
No, I'm on movie stage.
Not the
I don't do the podcast stage.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a podcaster.
Okay. So what are you?
You took a wrong turn going to Disney or what?
I did. I took a wrong turn going to Disney.
You were like, wow, podcast convention.
Got
Cool, I'll
kicked out of the
stop by.
rides. I'm an actor and a film producer in Los Angeles. I live in Santa Monica.
Okay.
But what brought me to Podfest 2024 was in 2017 to 2019, I played college football for Santa Monica College,
All right. Okay.
making me the oldest college football player ever who was not a special teams or we had some guys that did 1-2 plays.
Yeah. What position did you
55.
play?
I played safety and then I played outside linebacker.
Okay.
I ended up being team captain, academic All-American. So I'm the oldest to have more than 100 plays, but not special.
All right.
So they shot a documentary about that. Paul Hutchins. It was really cool. I'd done a movie with him, and he's like, "Hey, you want me to shoot a documentary?" I had offers from
Okay.
guys that,
Yeah.
weren't experienced. I'm like,
Okay.
no, bro, I don't even know if I'm going to make this team.
Uh-huh.
I don't need it documented.
Okay.
Right. But ultimately, I did make the team, and then I was made captain, and at this point, articles were coming out, and like, okay, let's film, let's do it.
Okay.
And so they got permissions from the school, and then we started filming.
Yeah.
Filming the journey. Then immediately I get hurt.
So funny.
Now they're filming a recovery. My actor tendon got torn off my leg. So we filmed the recovery, and then we filmed my second season. Yeah. Because it was a weird thing. When I was young, I was a decathlete, a scholarship athlete. I had a scholarship to go to Arizona or Washington State, and I transferred to Arizona State. And I came to LA and I was acting, for the summer.
Yeah.
But then I started hitting. I got Pretty Woman. Like, I was living in my car and shooting Pretty Woman. Like,
wow.
And like from there, so acting was just a bigger dream than the Olympics.
Okay. Right.
Because I know since second grade I was going to be an actor, but the Olympics was like maybe in my teens. So, So then time goes by. I go back to school. I go to USC. I play rugby there.
US. Not my USA. I'm South Carolina.
Yeah.
You're
No, the other USC.
California.
I think his USC is a little bit better known. So a little bit.
Hey, watch it.
Finance degree.
I like my Gamecocks.
I like the Gamecocks. They do, SC all the way, right? I mean,
right.
Here we go. So then 20, 30 years goes by, and my buddy says, "Hey, will you come coach pole vaulting for Santa Monica College?" And I live in Santa Monica, right across from the school.
Pole vaulting.
Because I was a decathlete. That's one of the events.
Okay.
He didn't have a coach. My father was a phys ed teacher, and giving back and teaching, that's important. So for me, I was like, yes. So then he goes, yeah, forget that. Let's play football. And he's a 20-something. And I'm like, all right, bro, listen. First, I don't have eligibility. I've used it in NCAA. Two, that cutoff is 26. He's like, no, bro. He goes, you get 2 years for life in California Community College for every sport.
Really?
Now, I couldn't do track because I didn't play football. I chose.
You could go back and play 2 years football. Oh, okay.
So now I'm already talking to the athletic director. And the athletic.
27 when you're doing it?
No.
How old are you?
47.
47 when you're doing that. Damn, dude.
My jersey number was my age.
Oh,
When I
wow.
was 48, it was 48. When I was 49, it was
Oh,
49.
I thought you were like 47 right now.
I'm 54.
Okay. Well, hey, we're together right there.
Right. Hey.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Too young.
Yeah.
Too young.
Wow, young.
The athletic director says to me, I go, Reggie, I can play football here? It's like, look at me like this is like, technically, yes. And I'm like, that's all I needed. I went out, I got a running coach. I had to learn to run again.
Yeah.
When you're young, you run. You do 4 sports a year, and you run with your friends. Like,
Yeah.
you leave the keys in the car at Costco, you run back,
Yeah.
get the keys, run back.
Yeah.
When's the last time you ran to the car? was the last time you ran? Or even younger
Never.
than we are.
Never.
Right?
Never.
Learn that again.
Yeah.
You have to run again.
And you got to do it without injuring yourself.
Without injury.
I'm Canadian. I played a lot of hockey, and then the second you stop playing, I mean, if you're not drafted by like 14,
You
you're
look
not
like a
going
hockey player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so perfect.
I knew the guys that were going to go pro in grade 10.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's guys in Hollywood that I'm friends with, like Bob Gill and stuff. They have a league. Yeah, they play. They all come off the bench and they join that league. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Like you don't just go back and play.
Right.
You get hurt. Yeah. Well, anyway, so a cool thing happened after that. So I played from 47. I got hurt for 48, 49, and then when I was 50, I played 2 games at the age of 50 on the field.
That's phenomenal.
I went in with a shoulder.
Not normal, by the way.
No.
That's not normal.
I go to the gym. I hurt myself on my day of practice.
Okay.
And I go to the trainer and go, my shoulder. She says to me, she goes, how many games do you have left? I said 2. She goes, how many practices? Ever? I'm like, 8. Yeah, I'll see you in 2 weeks. And I left. She's like, I thought so. Because, I mean, right?
Yeah.
I lift my arm, but if I swung my hips, I could tackle. I ended up getting an interception, played 2 games.
Questions about the
So
app?
then, now it's over, right? I get a call from a buddy. He says, still playing college football. I said, no, I just finished. He goes, well, playing football at our age is incredible, but I own a team. You're done with your college career and you'd like to become the oldest professional football player ever. I have a team called Wheeling Miners. We'd like to give you a tryout.
Wow.
So in March, I go to training camp in West Virginia to be an outside linebacker for the Wheeling Miners for the 2024 season.
Oh my.
What's going on now?
So that is 2024.
Training.
Yeah.
It's
like
so
months
we're going
away.
to see you playing. Oh wow.
It's gonna be. It's now
I need to know how this ties back to Podfest. I still don't.
I'm wondering too. I'm like, hey, wait,
the Podfest thing. There's
he was going to training camp.
one distribution.
You did the wrong level. This is not
distribution
football.
for the documentary, and I want to have distribution for the sequel, which would be going pro.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get my story out there, but I mean, really, with the Podfest,
Dude, do you know how
I'd be-
people are going to be calling on Owl? Do you have any idea how many people are going to try to call you
No
on Owl?
idea.
I mean,
You're,
ready
you're
for
the
this?
best kind of anomaly, dude. Like,
Are you ready?
Here's the thing. Look, you were an athlete, right? Yeah. I'm sure you were an athlete. Of some
I was an athlete
Right.
before I turned into like a girl that cared about my own makeup.
Exactly.
Right.
But here's the thing, like, when you're an athlete, you have, especially if you're good, you focus on it. Like, they call us dumb shots for a reason. All you focus on. It's all
You
should
breathe and live and
Even if it's without
I was like,
I've been doing it for
yeah.
but it ends and it's over.
Yeah.
And then what? You sit on the couch.
Well, you coach.
yeah, and also
Coach or whatever.
even if you make money, I mean, I think that
Okay, let's say you make money. You can go
still
for
blow
2
it.
years because we're talking.
I've been doing it for like
Yeah.
12 years.
Who can go forever.
Where do you live?
Yeah.
My thing is, you don't have to go play the hardest sport there is. You go try to be a professional football player at 54.
Right.
But what you do need to do, what you can do is go back.
Yeah.
You can ice skate again. You can
Yeah.
rock climb. You can run. You can. There. You don't have to stop because it was taken away from you. You just have to find it.
That's what everybody
I got
does.
a loophole.
Yeah.
But if I can do what I'm doing, back it off like 25 steps, you can do that.
What's the name of the documentary?
Right now it's called A Football Fantasy, and part 2 is called Going Pro, the
Fantasy.
movie.
Love it,
He's
dude.
got a documentary. He's playing football, professional football.
I really gotta
at-
get up here.
Wait, you're 50. He's 50. Am I
54.
allowed to say that? Because I'm close there. I don't know how you're doing that, but 54 has a documentary about him playing football at 54 years old. So I am sitting here at this table with the oldest football player who is still playing in history.
The oldest college
He's on
football
Al,
player.
and I don't know how long he's going to be on Al because his phone's going to be blowing up so hard. I mean, but anyway, yeah, he's on Owl. We got a celebrity here.
It's gonna be fun.
Can I have your autograph?
You bet. So RC Everbeck on Instagram or rceverbeck.com or Twitter. RC Ever like forever, Beck like David Beck.
Yeah, but you're not messing around. It's forever.
It is.
It is forever.
Look. So the first game will be it will be on Hulu and YouTube TV
Hulu, YouTube TV.
for the Wheeling Miners, and it's April 13th.
Awesome.
And then the Guinness books will be there to
And the
document
Guinness
me being
Book
the
of
oldest
World
player.
Record. I'm scared.
Well, the next oldest guy right now, the record's from 1972.
Yeah?
It was 52. The thing is,
So
for
you got to meet
52
by,
years.
by 2 years
Stay
already.
healthy for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
That's the reason why you can have
Awesome, dude. I'm glad you came on. Thank you,
Amazing.
man.
Okay, don't get hurt.
Yeah. Don't get hurt.
Dear God, this man.
They don't like that.
Amen.
Amen.
I'm all for it.
Facts. And they find it in one library. And they find it in another library. They don't know
But
which.
they retitle it where? Like if I'm an artist, my song's on Spotify, right?
Right.
And they want to use it for sync, non-exclusive. The song's on Spotify.
Well, if you're directly licensed it, then you're not fine.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to put it in multiple music libraries, they'll have to retitle it. And then over the years, I've noticed TV editors are like, no, because it's just a logistical problem for them. So that's why they're and then we more exclusive libraries that hey, these we represent just this song. But if you're direct,
Yeah, that's
you're doing
right.
it yourself,
Yeah,
then
that's
you're
what I
fine.
am. Okay, okay.
So you just write your contracts up like, hey, this is whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I see that. Anyway.
No.
Can we get the South Skip?
What?
We take away the South Skip. I see.
Can you get
No, I got it. All right. Is the name showing?
All right, all right, all right. All right, so Scott.
We on?
Yeah, we on.
All right, we're on.
All right, so we have our next guest who has joined us right here on the Owl Podcast, and I believe is it
Dr. Ann Trong?
Dr. Ann Trong. Okay, so
How's it
Scott.
going?
Yes.
Scott.
Okay, Scott. Okay.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
Absolutely. Oh, let's ask you some questions first, and let's start with you introducing yourself because people don't know who is Miss Ann. Who's Dr. Ann? Okay, we need to know.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ann Trong. So what I do is I'm a medical doctor and I specialize in sexual health for men and
Ooh.
women. And our goal is to optimize and help you have the greatest sex until the day you die.
I just got excited.
yeah.
Did she say she is a
Right?
sexual health doctor? So she wants you to have the greatest sex of your life. Okay, who's out here having the greatest sex of their lives?
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
but until the day you die.
All
So
right.
there's a misconception that your sexuality, your sexual performance decline after the age of like 40 or even 35, right? But that's farthest from the truth because we are being brainwashed in media and our culture right now and thinking that your sexuality has to be dependent upon a medication if you start to notice underperformance, right? That's because pharma is brainwashing you guys. So as a medical doctor, I am trying to educate you and thinking that your sexuality is the most natural thing that you have and it shouldn't go away. Almost like blinking. Would you need a medication to blink your eye? So is your sexuality because as human beings, we are made to procreate. We are made to continue the human line, right? So if your sexuality declines, it's nothing wrong with you. It just means that it's a warning sign that you need to kind of look at your health, like your diet, your exercise, sleep, stress level, smoking, all of that first before you pop in a pill like Viagra or Cialis. So I'm trying to change the culture, the way we look at sexuality, and creating this sexual revolution
because
like
we
that.
are
I
being
like that.
so brainwashed.
Absolutely.
Yes,
No
absolutely.
crime, straight
So,
doing, straight doing.
you don't know, until
Yeah.
somebody actually educate you, right?
Wow.
I don't think I know many people that educate. Like as a guy, so what is a guy? What happens with a guy? So guys, their testosterone declines as they get older.
Yes, it
And then
does.
everybody takes Viagra or Cialis, like you said. Not everybody, not everybody, but I mean, then guys go on TRT, and then that's the fix, right? So what's the thing that guys should do instead?
Well, it's so there's a yes and a no question
Yeah.
to that question because after the age of 35 for a man you naturally decrease 1% a year.
Okay.
So your production decreases because of Mother Nature acting on your body parts, right? So having said that, um, you need to know that, right? Then every man has a sweet spot in their testosterone level. So some guy like you may be functioning best at 700 level because it ranges from 300 to 900. Some guys range it at 900 level. Some guys are optimal at 500 level. So depending how much you drop per year depends on how it affects your libido. Does that make sense?
Wow.
If you're functioning at 700 and and by the time you're 50, you drop 15%, you may notice, oh boy, I'm at 500. I'm just not the same
Yeah.
anymore.
But
Versus
for
a
another
guy
person who was
that's
at
been at 500, he may not notice it as much. Does that make sense?
It
So
does.
that's number one. So, how do you increase your testosterone?
Okay.
More muscle mass. Yeah, put in more muscle mass, and also eat better, sleep, because your testosterone is made while you're sleeping from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So
I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good.
right, yeah, right. So, but I do believe that testosterone replacement therapy is a big goal. After so,
Okay. Do you think it's a good thing?
I used to live in Beverly Hills for a while.
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat the question?
Do you think it's a good thing?
Well, I think it's a good thing. For to have testosterone therapy after 50, both men and women. Because for women, they don't realize that testosterone will help with your bone, your muscle development. So prevent osteoporosis, and it also help you preserve your muscle mass so that you don't fall when you get older. And for men, obviously, it's the libido. But for men, it actually help you be a man, right? Help with more muscles. Like
More aggressive, would you say?
I would say be more aggressive. I think it helped them be more assertive. Not aggressive, but there's nothing wrong with that because that's where you've been at since you were in your 30s anyway.
We're not talking like steroid levels of testosterone. We're talking like normal functioning healthy level.
We're talking about normal physiological function level between 300 to 900 and not because some people abuse testosterone, drive it up to like 1,500 or over 1,000. That's when you start hearing the bad stuff about testosterone. But let's get back to the narrative of sexual health. And that, I wanted to educate people that Viagra and taking ED med will actually make your sexual functioning worse.
Oh wow!
You get dependent, or because you get dependent on them.
You get dependent on it, and your body forget how to produce sexual function on its own. Right? Because if you keep taking the medicine for you to perform, your body's gonna go, oh, every time I need to perform, I need that medicine. So you create like a different pathway in your brain and in your sexual organ. And just know that the brain is the largest sexual organ. The brain, not the organ below the belt at this point.
Absolutely. So I would say I kind of compare that to like you overstimulate your whatever the case. Sometimes you're not looking at orgasm. Right. I think they cut it off. I'm not sure. But yeah.
Yeah, but
so let's see. Nope. Absolutely. So sometimes. Okay. Sometimes, yeah.
As long as it's online.
All right, can you hear me now? Awesome. Sometimes I feel like if you overly stimulate it can allow you to perform like the natural way, just penetrating now because it's overly stimulated, you have to continuously be stimulated that way. You don't want to overdo it because now that's like your body's kind
Right, absolutely. It's like I said, your body is made for you to have a natural functioning. You don't need a medication for that. So, and the last thing I want to say is that for a man and a woman, sexual functioning is a barometer of your health. So if you notice that you're underperforming, take a step back and evaluate, okay, what am I doing for my diet? Am I exercising? Am I sleeping? Am I under a lot of stress? If I'm smoking and vaping and marijuana plays an issue too. Too much of anything it can be an issue, right? So it's really a barometer of your health. So instead of just saying, oh, I'm just not performing as much, I'm just gonna pop a pill, you need to take a step back and say, don't take that pill because when you take it, you're really giving away your manhood and your functioning.
Are you saying that marijuana can have a negative impact when it comes to your sexual stimulation?
Right, because marijuana a little bit will help you relax, so that way you can get going. But too much will actually affect the firmness of it.
I want to ask something.
Like it's not too bad to do a little bit, but overindulging is where it can cause complications.
What is the issue when a woman is no longer sexual?
Interesting question. I like that question.
Right. So the issue when a woman is not, her libido decreases, usually hormones. That happens in a woman at around the age of around late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
All right, because she's not producing the same hormones she used to produce when she was younger. Number one, it affects the lubrication down there. So for her, it's becomes a little uncomfortable. She's not aroused as much, and she's not getting the excitement as much as she normally would get.
There's no Viagra for women.
There's no Viagra for women.
What do you do?
Oh, voice vibrator.
Well, let me ask this though. Do you think
vibrator?
Let me ask you this: do you think the lack of interest in sex when it comes to women can also be a result of like fibroids? Because as we get older, we have to have other issues like that may contribute to that. So I think about fibroids, things of that nature. A lot of times during that age, they're having conversations about even hysterectomies and other complications. So maybe that could be a contributing factor to why they maybe not being as stimulated.
Just remember that women have hormonal changes that affect the functioning of the genital down there. And particularly, they have a hysterectomy early. And what happened with the hysterectomy? It causes physical functioning of the muscle down the pelvic area. That's not the same as she was when she was younger. So the sexual response is different when she gets older versus when she's younger because of the structure of the muscle, right? And the lubrication of the muscle.
Right.
Hormone plays a part as well as the muscle tension down in the pelvic area. However, all that can be rehabbed by doing pelvic rehab therapy and also hormone replacement therapy. I've been on hormones since after 45.
Okay.
Now my level now is the same as it was when I was in my 30s. My husband is on testosterone replacement therapy. I'm his doctor as well. So I believe that all men and women should consider safe hormone replacement therapy that are managed by a doctor. I can't tell you how many times that testosterone is like received without a doctor management because you can get it sent to you.
Yeah.
And people are managing themselves. It's like, are you trying to manage your heart attack? Would you want to do that yourself?
Of course not.
Right.
So it's very, very dangerous to do that. So don't do your own testosterone management.
Right. So I was thinking it would be great to wrap up with. So I think it's safe to say that you and your husband are probably having the best sex of your lives. Could we say that? Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
right.
go.
You all to have the best sex of your lives. So I'm telling you, I would connect with her. Make sure you connect with her. She will be on the Owwll app. So download the Owwll app today. Put in that referral code to get a $10 bonus as well. So yes, you will be on.
You got to learn from Ann. You got to learn from Ann.
The name of my podcast is Sexual Health for Men, and we are everywhere on Spotify, Apple, and we're on YouTube. To connect with us on YouTube, where I talk about everything I talk about today in more detail on my YouTube channel, which is under Trauma Rehabilitation Center.
Bro.
I'm subscribing as well. I need to know because I need to make sure my sexual, atmosphere is good.
I'm gonna follow your journey on Instagram.
All right. So it has been amazing. I look forward to connecting with you on the app as well. Okay. So thank you.
No. Oh yeah.
All right. So we're gonna have our next guest joining us very momentarily. Yes, and in the meantime, we tapped into our and we have our sponsor that's Celsius. Okay, so Celsius is an amazing drink that I would advise you to. You want to get fit, get live, and have a lot of energy. Tap into Celsius. Okay, but yes, make sure you download the Owl app. You can monetize as an expert and with me, okay? Code for a $10 bonus also, right? Absolutely. All right,
Do I just go?
All right, so you want to call on the next guest? We have, it looks like Miss Veronica.
What's up, Veronica?
Take your first 10 calls.
Like, come on down.
Come on down, Veronica. We ready for you, girl. Hi, Veronica.
Yeah, let's go.
You want to get a little closer to the
You,
mic so we can hear you? But yes, we ready for you.
Like a literal or figurative?
Can you find like so logging out?
What are we doing?
No, we're ready to purple it up for domestic violence awareness. And y'all, right here, we're at Podfest. We're at Podfest, right? And now you know, in this environment, what a heroic action everyone is involved in. Our awareness for domestic violence. Right here at Podfest, it's the 10th year anniversary.
I don't even know the password.
That celebration is 100. Some wonderful heroic people. Baby and Chris Kamitsos. They have stepped up. I was driving. They welcomed me in their environment.
You work full time for the company?
Oh wow!
Behind the scenes,
Yeah.
when you see straight out of Podfest T-shirt that
What kind of musician?
carry for the Podfest merch for cause, it's a support victims of domestic violence.
Where are you
With
located?
every shirt, every sponsor,
absolutely,
every donation, it goes to the cause. We have lives right here. In
I've got. I
this
write
space
some lyrics.
pain
I've
that
got
are going
self-improvement books now to make
they lost loved ones. And when a father comes to you and said, I'm interested in podcasts, my daughter was murdered. And
check it out if you're
love shouldn't hurt.
Oh, sure. I love you.
It's profound right here. Your voice truly matters.
Oh,
So we got to purple up, y'all. And we're on a mission because as of December 11th, 2023, someone stepped up and said, we don't want you to go into 24 without having more. Purple Up for domestic violence awareness has been voluntarily being
I've got some
ground
that I
that
know.
victims that
I can try to help
resources are not going. And so that means that after December 11th, we became a 501c3 because someone stepped up.
Yes.
All of the heroic leadership of Chris and Katie to help us to have more in 24. So everyone should be very proud if you're hearing this and you're part of Podfest.
Absolutely.
Made the heroic strides matter. And you know what? Because of Podfest, it's global, y'all.
Absolutely. So I want to make sure, have you already downloaded the Owl app?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that's a great way to get a lot of people who want to support the cause, not only support you, but then of course their support is going to also, benefit your nonprofit and everything you're doing. So what was the inspiration behind your nonprofit? Like, what truly inspired you to even start this organization? Well, I'm interested to know.
Well, back in 2008, after the loss of my mom, loss of my dad, my grandmother, it was back to me. And I wasn't dating. I did 6 years of hospice care between both of them.
Oh, wow.
Back to me was a significant time. And coming from a business meeting at a restaurant, and the guy walks across and says that.
If you ever want to, I have,
I go get something
you know,
to
one
eat
of the
for
books
me
that I
to
have is
direct
all
that
these
conversation.
lyrical
He asked
poems.
me to dinner.
Right.
If you ever want to
I'm
kind
not
of,
interested, but
you know,
what inspired me is
yeah,
turn out to
turning it into a book.
Oh, wow.
I waited for that.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't deserve that. I deserve love, honor, and cheer. So the next finding myself thing is like dealing with
pop music about
adults' characteristics of domestic violence.
Absolutely.
My
And that
self-improvement book that's
on
coming out.
other things. And after I realized it was going to be a feeling that I expected. And unfortunately, in my survivorship, I got through to
but we're turning
make
it to audio.
that I found that the resources on the other side were not exactly what it should be. And I realized then people needed help. People needed a cheerleader.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of times, in order to be able to really support somebody, you have to go through the journey. So I feel like you going through your situation with your ex-husband, and there was a lot of violence and domestic violence. You can speak to it on different levels. So because of your story, you're going to be able to lead a lot of other people and get them out of domestic violence situations. So I appreciate you sharing with us your inspiration, because that's big, and it really makes sense, because you were a victim and now you're showing other people how not to be a victim, but to really stand in that power and speak up against the domestic violence. I think that's big.
People need champions and heroes, because when you're going through this, I'm assuming it's very scary and lonely, and you don't know who to look to, and you don't know who to trust. And I'm sure there's always
yeah, I know
trying to help, and they're really trying, but like, this person hasn't gone through it. I'm assuming that but it's good. You are going through it, and your friends reach out. It's probably a lot of like, well, what do you know about my situation?
Absolutely.
Tell me what to do. How do you know what's best for me?
Right.
So like,
yes, yeah.
I would even ask a person, look back. What would be the advice if somebody's listening to this that's going through a situation you think will change your life or change their life? Somebody who's going through it.
What that looks like, y'all, is simply, if you get it in your gut, speak up.
Absolutely.
And let that person know they are not alone. There are resources and help. The more we speak up and create awareness, look at where I am now. It was not about what I had, but it's about what I did.
Right.
In that situation, I did not let that one or the next one let it be determined because what I didn't have or did have, but what I did.
Right.
So this developed, purple it up right in the midst of my journey, because there's holes, there's gaps, there's not enough awareness. And breast cancer is in the same month for domestic violence. It's October. So we need to see the pink and we need to see the purple. Because I would tell you from my life experience, my parents passed away from cancer, and I ended up surviving domestic violence 3 years later. And I will tell you what made a difference is me showing up and bringing people along. So Podfest community and Podfam, I know they're ready, and I know there's love, there's joy, and I'm not alone in this. How can I do something that I didn't even have what I was supposed to have, or my rights, or being supportive of who I was and who I was connected to? So I broke the barrier, I broke the silence, and continue to break the silence on domestic violence with awareness, and doing an in-kind day, in-kind thing every day, any day, anyhow. And I will tell you, in this place, there's 60 or more people that have came up, and they know something that we just need to purple it up. Get it in your mindset, speak up. If it comes in your gut that somebody's going through something's not right, don't just stand there and patty cake. Don't play. Speak up, do something, and act. Be more aware about what you got going on and what's going on in your business. And I'm coming for businesses because there is workplace violence. There is people that are surviving domestic violence that are full time. They're CEOs, they're directors, they're owners, and we need to break the silence with awareness. Because awareness is everything, and prevention is to break the silence on domestic violence and do something. And resourcefully help that one know they are not alone.
Yeah, so my question to you would be, what type of support us as a community, what can the out community and just the world, because a lot of people are watching this, right? What type of support can we provide you for your organization to really, spread the word about nonviolence? And where are you? Where you find out? Like we really would like to know.
Okay, well, as of December 11, 2023, we became a 501 nonprofit. We were nonprofit all along, just voluntarily doing what we're doing. We helped over 250 people. So now that we have a 501c3, we need the support financially, socially, emotionally, physically. So that means we need businesses to step up and help us purple up. We need you to step up and purple up. And you can go to purpleup.org. All the information's there. You can donate. And if you're at Podfest, you can come by the booth and have that conversation of how you want to take the Purple Up and Don't Drop the Ball challenge. It is a challenge that we're doing.
What we can do is
We just need people to text 813-922-5433 and put in Purple It Up. That means you need to have a conversation. You want support. All in that said, we're here. You're not alone, and we want to hear that back. That we have more standing with us.
Absolutely. It can resonate with all of us in some way. So,
You never know when. You never know when. And it doesn't. That's one thing we need to know. Domestic violence does not discriminate. We're trying to get COVID.
There's no age limits on it.
There's no age limits. There's no cultural background. There's no color. There's no sex. It's intimate partner violence, and that can be educational from childhood. And that's what we want to break the silence, bring up the level of awareness, so we can have awareness is everything, and prevention is to break the silence on domestic violence. So go to purpleup.org and seriously text now, Purple It Up, and you will get that answer back. And we would love your support and hear your voice. Have a podcast or business, or just an individual, whatever you got going on in your community. It's the 1 in 4 women, the 1 in 7 men that are surviving domestic violence. And they're struggling with that survivorship, and they're being victimized. You can break the silence by Purple Up in action wherever you are. It's global now as a Podfest. So we want to empower you to keep the conversation going. If you have something, say something, and let us know. We're right there for you to back you up on that support. It's a network, y'all. So let's look up.
Which one?
Your last name actually Life?
Yes, my last name is Life. I went back to it because that's the only thing I thought I came to at the point, and I didn't have legal help. But I'm bringing a team of people, attorneys, prosecutors, and people that will answer back with me to let that one know they have a full support. And we're on a mission for housing. We want to identify 50 homes throughout the globe, our first 50 homes by 2024. We want to have that place designated where we can bring that person out of their situation just for a moment.
Absolutely.
And Duncan, running on Duncan, we really do that.
Absolutely.
And just keep in mind, straight out of whatever, we're going to purple it up.
Okay, so purple it up. Make sure y'all follow her on the Owwll app. And thank you so much for being a guest here, okay? I look forward to even having you on my podcast, so we'll definitely make sure we connect further, okay?
I would love to.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Nice having you. Awesome. So, you all, thank you so much for tuning in. You all, we are here at the Podfest, the 2024 podcast for the Owwll app is in the building, and we have more and more guests coming. I believe it's Kanisha. All right. I see Kanisha in the building. So give us one moment, you all. She will be right down here. And I got my co-host, Scott. And we are doing it big, man. Scott, how you feeling, man?
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm feeling good. Are you ready for our next guest? Yeah. Right. And it looks like, is it Kanisha? Kanisha is fabulous. Look how gorgeous she is. I want you to get close to the mic so we can really hear you because I know you got a lot to share, Queen. I can tell. I feel your spirit. I feel your energy, Queen. So I just want to speak on it. So Kanisha, you can take it off. Get comfortable, Queen, because we got to have some conversation, right? And guess who you're speaking with today, girl? My name is Loyalty, okay? So, yes, I am here representing the Owwll app, but also representing my brand as well, which is Loyalty and Friends. I have a self-love podcast that I operate, and it's all about telling people's story, right? So I know you got a story, don't you?
know.
You got a story.
I
All right. So, Scott, I think we should start probably maybe let Kanisha introduce herself. How do you feel? And maybe we can bounce back and forth for questions. Awesome. So I'm looking forward to this interview with Miss Kanisha. Yes. So Kanisha, let the people know where are you from? Who is this beautiful queen sitting next to me? I want to know who Kanisha is today.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Kanisha Simone. I have a podcast called
Get a little bit closer.
I'm good.
Here.
All right.
I'm gonna kiss that mug. Don't miss it. But get close.
All right. So my name's Kanisha Simone. I have a podcast called Heart Check Pod. It is on all platforms, so you all can listen to it.
Okay.
About family, sexuality, faith, marriage, and things of that nature.
Get a little closer.
Okay. I'm used to just saying.
I know. I'm working with it.
It's okay. But yeah, so that's my podcast. It's available everywhere.
Okay.
But we talk about marriage, relationships, and the important, hard, difficult conversations that people normally don't have.
Okay. Yes, and I like that narrative. So, are you married?
I am.
And how long have you been married?
17 years.
Wow. How long?
Wait. I've been married for 8, together for 17.
All right. So, listen,
Here
we're
we
going to
go.
put some respect on that. Because nowadays it's like people cycle through relationships like they cycle through money and everything else, how they go about life, right?
Yeah.
So I want some pointers, especially because I'm single, okay? I'm still out there licking y'all. So if you ready to mingle, you might want to holler at Loyalty, all right? We're here for the lamb. But I'm somebody like myself, okay? Because I can take some pointers. And I think there needs to be more mesh between those communities, those who are in marriage. That's a lot how we groom ourselves, get in position for that, right?
Yeah.
So what is the pointers you can get someone like myself who's single? Now I put my age out there. I don't mind because I know I look good. Okay. So yes, I am ready to the 40 plus club. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm 33.
Okay.
So I'm 33, but
All right.
when it comes to finding somebody, finding a person, I think if they align with the things that you align with, and they have those moral standards, that don't let you guard down on that. Like moral standards is it?
Yes, standards is important.
That way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would never think I would be in a relationship for this long.
Right.
And it just happened. It just kept going. It never stopped.
Absolutely. And I think communication, I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So you speak on, man, like I'm interested in all like challenges, because I think everybody thinks
17 years is challenging.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm 5 years. We're good, but there's always
Okay.
challenge.
Oh, yeah, there was.
Wow.
It's not perfect, but I would say that like communication is key. Some challenges we've had financial challenges. We've had challenges with having children, career wise, things like that. Education sometimes it's the perfect time to think, and you have to make sure that you guys are aligned with the same things.
It's not always infidelity. I think people think when people having issues
Oh,
that
no.
it's because someone is stepping out, but it's not necessarily always infidelity. And I think financial is the biggest.
Money, kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me kids. You have to remember that it's all together.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times we think that things are separate, like it's me versus him, when it's really us versus us.
Absolutely. So I see we got Scott here too. Scott, I would like to bring you in on this conversation because you two are married.
You're just
I'm not.
killing it. You're just killing it.
Yes,
Keep
I'm
going.
not married, so I like to get that perspective because I want to groom myself to put myself in position to be wife material,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
So-
I think that if you have the mind to be, long term, I think you're already halfway there because you're looking for the right kind of people. I think it's just you're not wasting time on bullshit. You're not wasting time on people that are wasting your time. You fire them quick. Fire them quick because there's so many people in this world, and I think that people just give too many chances.
Absolutely.
I believe that. When you're
What they
dating.
say in long way.
Yeah,
on that.
and you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. Same as if you hire an employee that you know is not going to work out. They're like, you want to give them a chance. You want to give them a chance. Well, it's pretty serious when you're dating somebody.
Yeah.
Pretty serious.
Absolutely.
And I think people are scared, unfortunately, to leave too quick. I mean, you gotta put effort and energy.
Absolutely.
If someone's not respecting you, you just get
Right. You just gotta go.
you just gotta go.
Yeah, because that's why I said the morals are important. That
Yeah.
foundation that you set in the beginning
Yeah.
is very important, and you're already a wife before you become a wife.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you already know who you are. You already know what you want to do in life, and things like that. So it's all aligned.
Absolutely. So
What have been your issues dating?
go ahead.
Why? So let's have a therapy session. So
Okay.
why can't you find a man that's gonna stick around? What's the issue?
Okay. For one, I live in Atlanta. I don't know. No shade. Okay. So
No,
I'm in Atlanta.
we're having a super candid conversation. I'm
All right. So I'm about to create a little controversy here, right? So
Wait, why hasn't he found you? Because I don't think that you have to go find him.
Oh, I like that actually. That's my bad. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And then sometimes I like, even as women, we ask for things that we may not be in a position to actually obtain. Okay, even relationship, you can want all the nice, glory things, but what are you doing to work on you, right?
Yeah.
To get yourself in that position so you can attract exactly what you want. So for a while, I had to really sit back in my solitude and do work on me.
Yeah, definitely.
So now I feel like I have done the proper work. Like I'm ready. I wasn't ready at one point, and I'm still doing work because work is a constant battle. It's a
Constant, and it doesn't
thing.
stop after you.
It doesn't just
Yeah.
stop, so you have to constantly work on yourself. So now it's like more or less getting the right attention. Like anyone can approach you, but I see red flags from a mile away, and I'm quick to cut it off. Like I feel like I'm too old for someone to waste my time, and it seems like Atlanta is very saturated. So I feel like then I'll be more aligned with whoever God sees fit. So it's no rush to get there. When I get there, I get there. So I'm open to the opportunities. I just don't want to put too much pressure on myself.
I think you're thinking the right way. Your mind's healthy.
Because they'll come at the right time, the right place, and you want that person to be like, you
Right.
don't want just anybody. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? Like, gotta send you the person at the right time. Like
Right.
When it happens, wherever you it'll align.
Absolutely. I thank you for that. Thank you.
And actually, no, that thing you corrected me on, that mindset shift is important.
It is, because you got to know that you're a wife already.
Absolutely.
Already like on that path to healing, and whoever God brings to you is gonna already be all right.
Right,
Like,
right.
Know that it's gonna be okay.
Absolutely. I
You see
love
people
that.
run into the wrong relationship just because they're tired of being single.
I think so. And I think that people ignore red flags because it's comfortable. You know what I mean? Like he's a good guy, but he cheats sometimes in a week.
The trauma bonding.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People don't talk about the trauma bonding. Right, right.
What is it?
He said we got 2 minutes, but yeah, I was.
No, I know we got the trauma thing.
Trauma bonding. So you think about it, okay? A lot of times people go through things, and it may be something they relate to, right? It could be a death or anything.
Yeah.
So they bond on that level, but because they haven't done their proper healing, that's the only thing they really have in common. So now that they're together, they start to see these red flags, but because the way that they came together, they can't see beyond that because they bonded on trauma, not necessarily on the actual connection they had, more or less because of the trauma that they experienced.
Okay, both of you should do a podcast together on this.
Absolutely.
People do that all the time, though.
Yes.
They just connect because of trauma, and they think that it's like a good situation, but really, like y'all hurt each other.
Right.
The person isn't healing.
So what I want to find out is how can people connect with you? Because I think all your information is very informative, and a lot of community, like even myself being single, I can get a lot of pointers from you just coming from that marriage perspective. So I can find you all.
All right, so you can find me on you can find me at Heart Check Pod. That's gonna be on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook.
Okay.
You can find me on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all of the streaming platforms.
Right. And you all can find her on the Owwll app. So yes, she has downloaded the Owwll app today.
Yep.
And so make sure y'all connect with her. Let's get some pointers and tap into her podcast. So thank you so much for being a guest. We love you, Queen. And I would love to have you on my show as well, Queen.
Okay.
Yes, I got you. Yes, I'm sliding all up in your DM. Thank you, girl. Awesome. Yes. So we got our next guest coming. All right, so it looks like we got Mr. Bob coming down next. Hi, Bob. Hopefully you're doing amazing. So yes, we got Bob coming down, and we got more and more guests. Scott, are you ready for Bob? I don't know. Are you ready for Bob?
I'm ready for Bob.
I don't know, Bob. Bob, how are you? Look at this hat, yo. Bob came styling and profile. I don't know if y'all see Bob in the building today, but look at this hat. How are you today, Bob?
Good.
Yeah, you want to hold it or you can, yes. So let's do that. I want to get you comfortable, Bob. You want to speak close to it so we can hear everything you got to say because I think you're going to educate us today.
We go live.
We are live right now, believe it or not. You are already live, okay? So, Bob, bring it a little closer to me. You see how I got my mic up on my mouth?
Okay,
Almost
good.
like I'm kissing, but not really.
I got it. There's a lot of distractions. So
Absolutely.
That's
So,
good.
Bob, go ahead and
It
let
is a wild atmosphere here.
yes, let people know a little bit about yourself so we can kind of get an introduction for those who are watching us.
My name is Bob Whitcomb, WHITCOMB.art. Don't worry about that right now.
All right.
What do you do, Bob? Bob Art.
BobWhitcomb.art, yeah. I have been an entertainer my whole life, but now I'm doing art, and now I'm doing digital, and now I'm thinking about doing, what do they call this? A podcast.
Oh, one of those?
I thought,
I don't know about that.
if you're going to start, why not start here? So
Actually, a really good.
Okay.
I started like just now.
So let me ask you, you said I said doing a podcast. Obviously my co-host, I also podcast. So where would you do your podcast on? Like what is your idea as far as a podcast? Because there's a lot of versatility when it comes to the podcast world.
Yeah, boy, that's a whole thing. And then I'm going to do the open mic night. So you want to?
Ooh.
I just had a meeting. Like I thought we were going to help us. They were, panelists, and they were.
Okay.
And I lost my train of thought. No, but yeah, they were just saying.
What would your podcast be about?
Oh, right. They said how many interview people, like majority of people.
Okay.
So I'm thinking maybe I should do that. And it is because as an entertainer, I was the world's strongest juggler, blah, blah, blah. And so it's all about me, all my promotions.
Absolutely.
Back in the day, it's all me. But
now you want to give back to others, right?
I remember Johnny Carson saying when he does his show, he doesn't have to be the one always getting the laughs. If anyone's getting a laugh, the show goes great. I'm like, wow, that sure would take a lot of pressure off me.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially being the world's strongest juggler. I mean, bowling ball juggling.
Bowling ball, that job.
I got the title as the world's strongest juggler by juggling 3 16-pound bowling balls for an endurance record on an international television show.
Did he say he juggled 3 bowling balls?
Yeah, world's strongest juggler.
The world's strongest juggler. That is a big record. Okay, y'all see him right here in the flesh, right?
So
I don't think I could juggle one. I don't know.
Can't even juggle non-bowling balls, like let alone.
Right. And you think about a bowling ball, that's got a little weight on it. So how do you master that? I want to know.
I was bigger than I am now. I was younger than I am now. So that's why I retired that.
So you were juggling bowling balls. You said you're doing open mic. You're a comedian too?
Ah.
I made people laugh. And I'm an influencer too because now that I have a laser pointer in my neighbor cat, I'm officially an influencer.
All right, Bob, you do a lot. You the jack of all trades. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
Definitely do.
And then what's this artist thing? Artist of what?
There was this thing called COVID. I don't think you heard of it, but we shifted, and I no longer did the strongman stuff.
Okay.
So I came up with an idea with my phone to take pictures, and I know you can't really see them. Use mirrors, so do different shaped mirrors. See motorcycle.
Kind of like what's on your hat.
Oh, right, on the hat thing. See,
I
now,
like that.
Are you ready?
Oh, wow.
She's very beautiful.
Like what?
Wow.
So I think cruise ships, as soon as they find out, they're going to want me. And what about Sandals Resorts? It just goes on and on.
Custom mirrors.
There's Florida Keys, by the way, right there. See
So you turned into a photographer, a very specialized photographer.
Yeah, there's the metaverse.
Oh,
and
wow.
Here in town, I'll tell Atlas.
built
Atlas Glass and Mirror in Altamont Springs say they don't need the business, but they said, we love what you do. We'll make any shape mirror you want in exchange for cool photos. So
so you can make a custom owl mirror.
Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, overlooking
beautiful. I love this. I really love this.
I do. Oh wow, look at
video.
that.
Look at that. You can do. I know you guys aren't seeing all this, but BobWhitcomb.art. I'm just kind of now getting all
BobWhitcomb.art. I love it.
my shot.
Yeah. Let's go.
Wow.
I know this is the podcast, so it's the worst format for this, but it is beautiful art.
Absolutely.
It's
There
very
you go.
beautiful
There's
art.
the answer right there. The back door. And now,
Wow.
I'm even showing you this is because what would you do for Podfest? What kind of mirror shape would I do?
Right.
I don't know. We're
and things.
I like
Maybe
that.
Oh, wow.
see how they're talking in my ear when I have the headphones on. All the podcasters in town. Look at their thing right over here.
Okay.
That's what you got in front of us right now.
Wow.
They have a headphone. And yeah, there's the headphones right there.
Oh, wow.
See how we're doing this?
I love that.
Yeah. So,
So how do you get reflection?
I was using a sign, and you'll see in the pictures. I have a bunch of pictures where I'm doing this girl, because I'm using
Right.
a sign. So, and they show me the pictures. I'm like, this is. I'm not used to.
Turn your head.
I feel like it's got a chiropractic adjustment.
Right. So here today, guess what? Right here we have a little kind of cutout.
Oh, wow.
They were much happier. See how happier they are. They don't, I'm not grabbing their head. Yeah, there's some podcasters. They're all.
I love this.
So we can get that later with the picture, and you guys can use it for whatever.
Oh, yes. I would love to do that.
Arts and entertainment is my thing, and if I can distract, the longer the better, right? And I'm older, switch it up, and I want to, when it comes to sales, three things:
You're right.
book,
Yeah.
and then the story. The wallet,
Yeah.
make it easy for them to, enjoy this stuff and download it and all that.
Yeah.
So, Bob, I want to tell you this, right? So, I'm not sure if you have already downloaded the OWL app, but if you have not, we do want to make sure you download OWL. That would be a great place to market those mirrors, exactly what you have, because a lot of people are branding themselves, and it's good for branding overall.
Yeah.
So I do want to encourage you to kind of get on there, really network with people on the app. You can get to your product, because that's something I was interested in. It looks pretty cool. I really like it.
I am excited about. I've already downloaded it. You know why?
Okay.
They insisted before I sit here. You don't have to try to tell me to do it. They make you do it.
Well, not only do we want you to download, we want you to be intentional and actually utilize it how it's meant to be used, because that's how you're going to get the benefit from it.
Unfortunately, my mirror is round and your logo is. Hey, it's round.
It's round. So you can do it with OWL?
That was the whole setup.
Ow!
It's a good enough. We can make it happen.
Absolutely. So, Bob, again, before we wrap this up, I do want the people to know, how to connect with you, how we can support you as a community, because OWL is all about support, networking, and connecting, okay?
Absolutely.
So you are a part of that community. That means whatever you have going on is awesome for us, and we want to support that mission, right? So definitely let the people know exactly where can they find you, and what type of support can you use at this level right now?
Well, you know what? It's a matter of the more you give, the more you get. And so I'm, hey, y'all need some photos of some shape mirror thing, let me know. I would be happy. And even talking to your boss there, I gave him the idea.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
You want to OWL? How much? Right.
He's wanting money. I said, put me on here, connect me with others, and that's more than enough.
Wow, and I'm all about cross promo. I have a podcast as well, so I would love to get your info, Bob, and maybe even
get your picture in there, right?
Absolutely.
Not done yet. We're just getting started.
We're just getting started, man. I know I got a lot more to learn from you, Bob.
At 5:30 to 7, we have open mic night. Gonna be live somewhere.
Here tonight, right now.
Yes.
Okay.
And I am gonna do the ultimate mic drop.
Okay.
Oh, not
I'm
the
there for it.
ultimate now. Okay.
I'm there for it. Good job, man. Good job.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being a guest here for us on the OWL app, and we're going to be connecting with you. So make sure you just go over to the table to get all the other information.
All right, and how you guys can help out is I just set up this website through Smugglug. I'm still trying to put the photos up and all that, but then I did all the social media. I've set it all up, but I haven't done it yet.
Absolutely.
But once that's up and running, just share, like, comment, whatever they do.
Okay. Just make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. All right. So thank you, Bob. We appreciate you.
And I won't do it later the next drop because you guys have a with mic.
Thank you. Yes, Bob the guy. Yes, indeed. So, Bob, yep. Awesome, y'all. So, y'all, we are still here. We are at the Podfest 2024, and we're making it happen, man. So there are so many more guests, man. Look at our people, man. I'm so excited about this. So shout out, man. Shout out to Jason Hill, because without him, this would not be possible. We got sellers in the building, okay? So make sure y'all also support our sponsors, because, hey, without sponsors, without the community, it's not possible. So if you haven't already downloaded OWL, download your OWL app today. Put in that put in your referral code for that $10 bonus to try it out. It is free to download. Free to download. But we want you to come on, become an expert, become a brand ambassador. We're looking for affiliates. We're looking for it all. So yes, indeed, we got our next guest, and it looks like it's Michelle. I see Miss Michelle coming down, you all. So are y'all ready for Michelle? Because I know I am. I am ready for Michelle. Are you, Michelle? Right. I want you to get comfortable, so you have to bring the mic a little close to you, okay? So I almost be kissing, but we ain't kissing on mic today, all right? All right, and I love this red. It looks so fabulous, queen.
It's funny, these girls here the night before.
You, Michelle. So I want to know more about you, okay? What brings you here to the podcast? You know, got you on the owl. After we appreciate you being a guest. But this is the highlight of the moment. And the nails, oh my God, I know y'all probably can see them. She got the nails, they are so cute. Y'all know we Nellies, okay? So are you from here? Are you local? Okay, so she's from Tampa.
Pretty
Florida.
local.
Yes, that's pretty local, not too far. So let us know a little bit about you, what you do. Yes.
Well, my name is Michelle, and I just started a podcast on Monday.
Okay.
It's called The Forbidden Fruits.
Forbidden Fruit. Ooh.
Forbidden Fruit. And it's all about sex, sensuality, and opening a safe space for people to be able to talk about the things that make us uncomfortable.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yes, I love
I've been coming to Podfest for 7 years.
7 years. And
7
crazy thing,
years.
this is my first year.
First
so
year. So you're far ahead on the game scale.
Listen, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, so I came all the way here to connect with people like yourself, Michelle. So I thank you so much for being here. And so, did you just join Al?
I just joined Owl.
Absolutely. So you're gonna love this platform because people like yourself who is a creator, it allows you. This is like a playground for you. You get to come on here. You get to find guests. You can come on. Other people who's gonna support you. Who's gonna on your podcast? Who can follow you, like, comment, subscribe.
Absolutely. I have met the most amazing connections that I've been making while I've been here. It's just shaping the future of my podcast and everything that I want to talk about.
Absolutely.
And that just creating that safe space to discuss things where I can educate people and learn myself as I go. I'm not a professional.
You are. Hello.
Woman.
We're gonna switch that. You are a professional, okay? And even in our learning process, we can teach people through our journey. Okay?
Absolutely. And
You're
that's what I
always
want to do. I want to be on the journey with my listeners.
Absolutely. I love your mission. Yes.
So much.
So, what are some things like what inspired you? I want to know what truly inspired you to do exactly what you're doing today. Where was your inspiration?
Family and friends. I feel that the way the world is right now, after so many things, after COVID, that people need space to be able to find happiness within themselves.
Okay.
There's so much out there, so much negativity in the world that we tend to see on media, like negativity. So why not try to turn that negativity into positive? Every day being grateful.
Yes.
And doing things like passion, pleasure, and
Absolutely. Self-care.
Self-care. So that's why I wanted to come on this journey.
Yes.
Just provide a space to learn how to
love ourselves more. Yes.
Provide
Absolutely. I think you mentioned it's very important because the more we love ourselves, then the more we're capable to love others. How can you love someone if you don't know how to love you first, right?
That's the hardest part is how do you find the time when you're taking care of everybody else to find
Absolutely. Absolutely. So your cause is big. So I do want to know, like, at this level in the game, what type of support could you utilize? Like, how can people find you? How can they support you in general?
Just by listening to my podcast, listening to what I have to say, giving me advice on what you're listening so that I can shape my show into what everybody wants. Not everybody, but what people want to hear. So just having people listen to me,
behind your head, so I turn
comments, whatever it is, so that I can shape myself.
I'm going to. She wanted to put her lipstick on now.
Absolutely, make a lot of sense. So I would say, once you get everything set up with Al, connect with myself. I'm a podcaster. I can give you some pointers. I've been doing my podcast now for 3 years. I've published a book since
Congratulations.
then.
Congratulations.
I started a nonprofit organization. So I've been a big part of that. You understand? So that's what I am. You need a community and build a community for you.
That Podfest,
Yes.
support that you're getting from
Yes.
everybody. It's like you can understand how it feels until you actually are
And
here.
you got to experience it. It's like
Exactly.
a lived experience. You can't just look at it.
It's
You have
like
to
a
experience
fire,
it.
like you're lighting the flame.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. I love it. So anything else you would like to share with us, Michelle, before we wrap up this interview?
I just want to say, learn to love life, learn to be passionate, take control, and learn how to love yourself so that you can provide that for others.
Absolutely. So thank you so much,
you for
Michelle.
having me.
It has been amazing.
Thank you.
How do they follow you? Where do they find you at?
You can find me. My podcast is The Forbidden Fruit. Follow me on Instagram, on Facebook. I have a link tree, and soon we'll be doing some video also.
Awesome. So thank you so much. It has been amazing. I want to make sure we connect as well, so I can maybe even get you on my podcast even outside of the podcast.
So honored. Thank you.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Michelle. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Absolutely. So again, we are at Podfest 2024. 2024, and man, so who's gonna be the next co-host? Oh, we got Christine coming down. We got Augustina coming down. Don't play. We are ready. We are ready. Yes, indeed. Hey. Hi. So you get the podcast with the one and only Loyalty right here on the Owl app, of course, on the Owl podcast. Right?
I'm following you there now too.
Yes, she's following me, y'all. So I can't wait to have that conversation. But let's start.
The best. The best.
Yes, so we got Christine with us. Look, she gonna help ask some questions, but we want to get in her business too. You know, I'm
I'm
nosy.
open. I'm an open book. Let's talk about it.
I'm nosy.
I'm the same. I'm the same.
Actually, and I also had the opportunity to actually podcast with Christine Little People Know. So I was kind of like the first one to kind of bring her out of that shell, and we sat down on my podcast and we interviewed. So make y'all tune into that. But enough about me. I want to get to know more about you, Augustina. So let people know a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself. Let them know what you got going on.
Well, thank you. Hello, I am Augustina Rush, and I am a professional sensual massage therapist and gentle dominatrix. And I am getting ready to launch my podcast all about erotic and kinky sex talk. And
absolutely.
I mean, it's amazing.
It's a
because
natural.
It's really geared towards couples. I'm good at my job. Anyways, so it's like we all are sensual human beings. Like we're meant to explore and feel comfortable. And so I love to be able to have couples, come to me that are in a stage in their life where maybe they've been raising kids and they haven't been having a lot of sex.
Oh, I think that's a big problem.
Right?
A lot of relationships.
Big problem.
Empty nesters out.
We need to be having sex.
Well,
Right?
they don't know how to make the proper time to schedule. They have to schedule
Right. Or it's
Scheduling
like
sex is
lights
not
off.
always-
Like no, lights on.
Right.
Lights
should always be on.
And so it's great. It's a great podcast because a lot of people are going to be able to come to a platform where they're going to feel comfortable talking about some different taboo topics that maybe they were not allowed to explore or experience as kids are growing up or adults due to religious backgrounds or where you're living or raised. And I'm super excited. I teach sex classes that I just launched here in Orlando, Florida, and they're fun. They're called Lick, Suck, Spank, Ride, Massage, Seduce, and Talk. Sign me up.
Yeah, I can relate to all of that.
Is it getting warm in here?
Yes. So
everybody's getting a little hot.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. So I do have a question, okay? What is your target audience? Are you looking more just for married couples, or is it more targeted for anyone? Like, I mean, is it like the 21 and older community, or what is your targeted audience?
Both.
Okay.
So one for the younger generation, that is what we're on our phones. They're in our face. People are swiping left or right.
Okay.
And, you know, maybe they're really great at sexting.
Okay, yes, they are.
Great at sexting, great at videoing, this younger generation, right? They
Yes,
got
they
that
are.
down. But then they get in person. And they're like, well, how do I look at them in their eyes?
Right.
How do I foreplay?
Yeah.
How do I seduce?
It's more
Well,
like
how do I
sex is
talk
not-
in
They don't have to
person?
be more intimate. It's not more intimacy. It's just more like just having sex. So there's no real connection, and I think that's why conflict, because they just looking at kind of like smashing it. We're gonna put it out there like that,
Right,
So
there's
they
more
just
to that.
smashing.
Right.
We're not actually getting that connection from that intimacy, and I think that's why if you don't have the connectivity, sex is not just about getting on top of each other and humping. Okay, it's
No, it's
more
not.
into it. You want to have that intimate connection, and that's how you really hone into the person that you're with.
Right, absolutely.
Well, and I think the younger generation is much more open to the kinky side of things. Like the younger generation is far more open-minded about that.
Yes.
But what you offer is fantastic because there is also the older generation that there was so
Right.
much shame attached to sex, and now they're like, well, forget it. I want to enjoy this again.
Right.
And having those opportunities to talk to somebody is fantastic because that wasn't an option.
No,
You
no,
know,
it wasn't.
all that long ago, there was nobody to reach out to, and that's where a podcast like this too. You know, you can tune into the podcast and find out,
Right,
you know,
right.
the answers to your questions without having to really ask anybody.
And to add to that, right, I think you should consider making it edutaining, okay? I like that because it's like you want to educate people, but you want to be able to entertain and get them, like, engage them, grab their attention. And now, once I got your attention, I can teach you anything I want to teach you, right?
Absolutely.
So bring that sexy side to it. You can be flirty because I think we got to get more comfortable with who we are, get more comfortable in our skin, and your confidence is everything. You're fucking and you're confident, they're gonna believe
That's
anything
right.
that you bring to them.
That's
So
right.
that's where your sexy come in. You
Yep.
have to really
Yep.
instead of walk in like, listen, I'm the baddest thing you ever seen.
That's right.
Okay.
I think there
Yeah,
is a
that's
serious lack of women being comfortable in their dominance because they've always been told that they're bossy or bitchy. I think women
But you
should
know what?
own their dominance, own it, be confident,
Yes.
and that's hot.
But I think it stems from childhood, to be honest. You know, like, okay, I think about, because I went to school for psychology, okay? And some of what we learned, like even when you think about the Sigmund Freud theory, we talk about like how as a child we explore our bodies. So sometimes when parents see things, they see their child following themselves and things, they teach them like, no, no, no. It's more like you're gonna get a slap because you're doing something bad, but that should not be our reaction. This is a natural thing that happens. This is how they learn who they are. So instead of shaming them and making them feel embarrassed about what they did, and then it causes issues in their adult life, we have to be able to educate them even better, even at a younger age. So I really think this talk really needs to start even before the adult time, because we don't want to wait till they're adults and now we just put them and they're having to learn all this stuff for the first time when we could have educated them properly.
And they're already uncomfortable talking about it because they've been shamed because
been
they
shamed.
yes,
Well,
you
the
have to
school
know what feels
systems
good.
don't do any of that either. I mean, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. So, you know, but absolutely. I mean, everybody should feel empowered about what they're feeling sexually, or if they want to go to their partner and say, hey, you know what? Like, I've never done this before, but like, I want you to blindfold me. I want you to tie me up to our bed. You know, like let's explore our senses with one another, and you know, to be able to know like that their spouse isn't going to look at them and be like, what did you tell me? I don't think so.
I want to bring this up too, right? So, especially when it comes to women, we bear children, we go through so many things. So, we go through periods where we don't feel our most confident. We don't feel sexy, especially after having a baby. Imagine what you go through, what your body goes through. So, these are things we have to learn how to work through so we can be at our best and have a healthy sexual experience in life overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. This is going to be great.
Can y'all imagine us three on a podcast?
I sure
I feel like I could make that happen.
We
Look, this thing talking about female-led relationships.
Well,
you talking about the sexual intimacy, and you get this personality. I don't know.
I think
That
it's a
right
winner.
Wow.
I think we could start a big group, and we should just have a big group of all the
Hold
talk.
on. I think we're great, but we need some man energy. So now I'm challenging. We probably need to bring your husband on, maybe our brother. E.
Yeah, I was just
we need
thinking
some
that.
more energy,
Right,
though. Like,
right.
because it could be controversial. I think more like a battle of the sexes.
Ooh, that would be
Yeah, that
fun.
would be fun. Q&A style.
My husband won't battle me on anything though. He knows his role.
And not only that, you get a different perspective. So the women can kind of hear what the men, what they have to say. Because a lot of times I feel like us as women, we're scared to speak on things. In the bedroom. We don't want to demasculate our men. Okay?
That's right. That's a big problem.
It's approach.
Right.
It's about the approach to how you doing it. Can you demasculate him if you approach it? Yes, you can. But if you show a softer side to it, or you give direction in the act of doing it, it changes everything. It changes the way that they perceive it. So now they're more quick to give direction, and not everybody's
Right,
about
exactly.
perspective.
And feeling like a goddess in your partner's eyes. Like, you're talking about the things that we go through as women and bearing children and, all the other things that women have that men don't have. And, and to be with your partner, your man, your woman, whoever your partner is, and to feel confident, empowered, and like when you're with them, you are that goddess.
Yeah.
You are that. You
Who doesn't want to
embody
be the
that.
center of your spouse or partner's world? I mean,
Right. It's a very euphoric feeling to both feel that way. Like, oh, you're my king, you're my queen. Like, yes, like we can have any conversation with one another and explore and feel comfortable and safe. And if we don't know what to do, we know who we can go to and ask questions to.
Absolutely. And also, when you're having issues, intimacy issues, it causes stress build up. Your anxiety can be crazy. You're depressed. And sometimes it's just because you're not getting the proper release.
Right.
That sexual release is necessary. It's
In
so
connection,
necessary. Yes.
connection through that release. Like wanting to have that connection. If you've been raising kids for years or you don't have kids, you've been traveling, whatever your excuses are, you're busy, you're not making time for each other. But to have that genuine, intimate connection intentionally, mindfully, to set aside time, set your stage, set the mood, get your toys out, get some lingerie on, go shopping, right? Work each other up to that.
Yeah.
I would also like to point out that that connection or that sensual connection doesn't always have to be through intercourse. Like, you can have that connection. It's not something, you make what works for you, or whatever works. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be penetrative.
That part. But it's all about exploring. You got to explore your options, because if you don't necessarily explore and you limit yourself, you don't know. Like, you could be giving it on a disadvantage to you and your partner. Not just to yourself, but a disservice to your partner as well.
That's right. Yeah.
You should also be comfortable talking about things that you want to try. Like, there's nothing I wouldn't say to my husband. I'm not ashamed. There's nothing that I wouldn't tell that man. You should be that way with your partner. You should be able to openly communicate about things that, hey, I just saw this today and I thought I might like to try it. Let's talk about it.
Right. I'm the same way with my husband. I mean, there's nothing we don't share.
Well, I guess I don't have a partner like that.
You can share with us.
You can share with us. But this is for singles too. Because, I have men that come to me and they say, I haven't been with a woman for 10 years. I don't know if I can turn her on. I don't know if I have what it takes anymore.
Absolutely.
Like, can you work with me? Can you show me? Can you walk me through? So when I go out and take this woman that I'm so head over heels for out on a date, I'm nervous as it is. I'm scared to take her to the bedroom, but now I feel so much more confident and empowered as a man to know I know what I'm doing, and I'm gonna rock this woman's world later on.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's not always like it's different levels. I think sometimes people when they have like dysfunctions when it comes to how they perform, they're quick to jump to medication.
That's right.
And that's
Yeah.
not always the answer. There are a lot of
As we heard earlier. Right. Right.
Absolutely, there's some natural things you can do. You don't want to get too dependent on that drug because now your dependency is like you're not going to be able to perform without it.
Right.
So you want to be able to do things where your body can naturally stimulate and increase your ability to perform as needed versus just always going to medicine. That's not always the best option. So it's about knowing who you are, looking at your diet, changing that up a little bit, because sometimes
Absolutely.
it's about what you're eating and health things. Like health concerns can also cause you to have some intimacy issues. So looking at everything overall.
Yeah, as a whole, coming together and having all those raw conversations with one another. I call it like getting all your cards out on the table. It's just get them on the table. No need to hold any cards in our lap.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and speak it into the atmosphere because I can really see this conversation not only being entertaining, being very educated. I can see not only us three, as we mentioned, I would like to get even and his wife, okay, to leave with too because she can bring some good.
I love her. That would be great.
And not only that, we get a perspective to singles, to couples, to
The
those
young couples, older couples, all in between.
all in between.
Right.
And just really had a conversation that's needed, and maybe do it on a consistent basis, maybe like a once a month type thing.
Yeah.
So we can kind of educate them and kind of let them know on some real life experiences that we may experience in conflict, how we got through it.
Right.
All the above. I think we should.
I think it's a great idea too to offer a platform like Owwll people can call. But even if you do this podcast where you do question and answer sessions, so people can anonymously ask their questions in case they're nervous about being found out or whatever.
Right.
But they have questions they want to ask. It's always better to be educated.
Right. And also, I want to say these two ladies are very much experts, okay, when it comes to these, okay. Now, Christine, like if you already in female letter, you want to know more information, follow her. She is on out. Have a one-on-one if you're not comfortable speaking in front of others about it because that is something personal and everybody's just not an open book when it comes to their sexual life. And even I would say reach out to Augustine. Look, experts, okay? So it doesn't have to be publicized. It's confidential. No one has to know your conversation. Nothing is recorded. It's between you and the individual. So make sure you download out. That's what the app is for us to connect and really do the work that's needed. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
I'm excited. I just got on there today. Very excited.
All right, so I'm gonna be calling you.
Sounds okay. I need
All
my
the
first
talking.
10 calls.
I'll call you.
Okay.
He's awfully bossy, isn't he?
Yes.
And I just opened my Instagram account yesterday too. So
Okay.
I've got 3 followers right now.
Guess what? We content creators, so we're gonna. You got the right person on the side of you. She was trying to dumb it down, but she do a lot. Christine does a lot. Okay, so we gonna have to get that platform together so we can really speak.
I got you.
Yeah.
So before we end this, okay, let the people know how can they follow you. We're gonna all plug ourselves so they can know and connect with us.
On Owwll, I'm Christine Kellogg.
Yes, like the cereal, Kellogg.
Yes. Christine with a Y. That's how you find me on Owwll.
Yes.
And my podcast is Christine's FLR podcast. So you can find that on all major platforms. And we also own a podcast editing business called Ocean Tree Creative.
Yes, indeed. All right, your turn.
All right. You can find me on my brand new Instagram account called Erotic and Kinky Sex Talk. That's all one word. You'll find me on there, and a website is coming soon.
All right. You can find me loyalty in everything. No slang, okay? So spell out the word N. I is in India, N is in Nancy, okay? You ain't speaking slang. So loyalty, Loyalty. I is in India, N is in Nancy. And spell out the word everything. You got it. Yes, indeed. So amazing combo, but this is to be continued.
Thank you, lady. I like it. We will pick up.
So we got another guest that's getting ready to come down. You all, yes, indeed. And we got a co-host joining us, or he may be taking over. We're gonna see. Who is this, Mr. David? David is coming down. All right, and I'll be back.
Okay, I'm back like I never left. Owwll podcast is Podfest 2024, and we're just talking to people that's new to Owwll. We're just putting the paint where it ain't. You know what I'm saying? We're putting the paint where it ain't. We're talking to new people that's new to Owwll. We're introducing the platform. Just excited about Podfest 2024. It's a lot of great people, a lot of great energy. So the next person coming up, man, I just met this man about 2 minutes ago, literally. He's super dope. The kind of dope you don't need a counselor for, right? I love this guy, Mr. David Torres. David, say your name and give him your email address.
My name is David Torres, so just repeating that for you. Email address is davidt.mfdd@gmail.com. The MFDD stands for My Favorite Dog Dad. You can find that on
Okay.
YouTube.
He said my favorite dog day.
Yes. It's
I
a
love
dormant,
it.
it's kind of a dormant channel, but about to revamp that. But that's what led into the live streaming on audio.
Okay, tell us a little bit about you. And again, this is the Owwll podcast. It's important that you talk about ask so when people call you because you're new. So people are going to be calling you. Tell them, give them a reason why to call you. Who are you? What you do?
So as a dog dad, my goal here is to bridge the gap between pet parents and pet professionals.
Ooh.
I am a specialist in dealing with hard-to-handle dogs and their, we'll say haircuts, so we don't get confused when I say
Ooh.
grooming, but rehab them, take care of that, do that. So helping spread that education, showing how it's done, multiple reasons, but going live streaming on video was pretty cool 5-6 years ago.
Yes.
But you can't get the information out quickly.
Right.
But we want to stay live streaming, so Owwll's pretty good for that because you go live, it's audio, you don't have to worry about your screen, you can still stay plugged in, multitask, pretty much what COVID led us to. So,
That's big. So how long you been doing that?
audio, about 2.5 years.
Okay.
Some of you may recall Clubhouse, using
Yes.
more of a tool,
Yes.
just to learn how to work with the team, how to run live events, live engagements with the communities from our
That's
tech
big.
communities,
That
everything.
is huge.
Come right
Come in,
on.
hey, come on in, infiltrate. Come on, lady. Come on up here. She dope. We gonna have her join our interview. She's super dope. Oh my gosh, she's my tag team partner. I love her. I love her.
I am
Hi, what's her name? What's the doggy name? We're interviewing David Torres. He is a.
Oh my God!
He does therapy. He does therapy. He's dog. Yeah. Oh, look at
Look
her.
at that! Oh my God!
What is her name?
This is Munchkin.
Yes. The mic off there. We need you to get in there.
Okay, sorry. This
It's
mic thing is
Munchkin.
new to me. Munchkin. Yeah. Small.
Munchkin. Oh my God.
She's small, right? Munchkin?
Right.
No. It's Dogs and Donuts.
Dogs and donuts.
Yeah!
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
What's the backstory on Miss Munchin?
Backstory of Miss Munchkin. Actually, 2 days ago, she turned 5 years old.
Okay.
So a little over 5 years ago, was in Hershey, Pennsylvania at a dog grooming expo.
Oh.
Went to, had decided I was going to keep the next dog in my litter. Didn't know
Okay.
when that was going to be. But went to Duck Donuts. Delicious bacon donut.
He stopped the party for that.
Oh man! So ever since then, an affinity for delicious donuts.
Yes.
We have coffee shop conversations all the time.
Yes.
Where are some of the best coffee shops? In those donut shops.
Yes.
Yes,
Right?
we all about the
Get it.
donuts. Anything with holes.
Anything with holes. Yes.
So and it makes it easy because there's great donut shops in every city. We travel a lot, so trying new innovative things, innovations key. All it just gets the brain going. So these donuts, that's what led to her.
Yes.
I mean, other things, but that's part of her name.
Oh,
And
she
branding.
is so beautiful.
So wait, I have a quick question. So how many donut cafes, shops, or whatever have you been to so far?
Okay, so I need to be better at keeping track, and I do start logging them. So
Yes.
I don't know, but it's at least 40.
Damn.
And do you like try different donuts or?
I try to find ones that are either made in a unique way. One of the most interesting donuts I've had one time was an ice cream injected donut.
Ice cream injected.
Ice cream injected donut. So now you're taking two different ideas. Some of the best
I'm not this water.
integration, like for hours, right?
Yes.
Getting live audio.
Yes.
Directly, putting things together, new innovations. So
it's like the ice cream injected donut. Owl. I like that. I never compared it to that. But I
Owl's
will
audio
now.
is now like the ice cream injected donut.
Yeah, so I
You
can tell
can
you got a
be
question.
you can be telling us the shit without having the donuts here. Like now I'm like, where's this ice cream like
Absolutely.
and I don't know
I'm
if
gonna
we
tell
have
you-
donuts in
I'm gonna
here.
tell you something funny about that donut shop.
Let's go.
It's about how you don't even realize what's right down the street from you. That donut shop that does the ice cream injected donuts is down the street from my main residence in my home state. Not even anywhere else. So you don't even open your eyes right around you. Like,
And how long were
I
you,
didn't find that
wait,
out until
how long were you
Wow.
staying there until
Oh,
you
I-
found it?
So I've been living in that house for over 5 years, but looking for donuts probably about 3 and just found out about it 6 months ago. Like,
Oh my fucking
but because I
God.
do it while traveling, so I'm not really looking for donuts.
Yeah.
But that goes to show, enjoy what's right around you.
So, guys, before we continue, I want you guys to know where you are because there's people in the audience. I want to make sure they know too, right? This is the Owl Podcast. We're talking to all the new people on Owl. We got Mr. David Torres, and I got my tag team partner. She's the unnamed host, but her energy is to fucking die for. I love her fucking energy. She just came, and I see people in the audience got their mouths dropped. I'm telling you, it's because of her. She's electrifying. She's half woman and half amazing. So back to Mr. David Torres. You said you've been 5 years. She's 5 years old.
5 years old.
So, and I remember we was talking before we came to the podcast. You said that you had got saved as well. So tell us a little bit about being saved, bro.
So yeah, she was born. Actually, let me rewind a little bit.
Rewind.
First litter of dogs I ever had somehow miraculously was born on Christmas Day, 2012.
Damn it!
Like you can't
Oh,
play on a
wow.
day when they're born.
Oh wow.
So they were born on Christmas Day. Now fast forward, her mother was one of the litters somewhere in the middle. Fast forward a little more. Third generation dog. Decided I was gonna keep dog. So I don't know when she's gonna be born, but also had decided to commit myself to be saved.
Come on.
Amen.
Amen.
Actually, today is 5 years ago.
Come on now.
Oh,
Congratulations
wait.
to that. 5
So-
years today. You
Wait,
got
5
saved.
years
born.
today, and she's 5
Yes.
2 days ago. Look
So
at
when she was
that.
born,
gotta
she was
stop the
born
press.
actually the next day. She broke the puppy pile because I was next to them and curled into my ear. I knew I was keeping dogs, so yes, she did choose me.
Oh.
And then the following day is when I was baptized.
Oh my gosh, that is a hell of a story. When he said it, I was like, man, I'm getting you on the podcast. I want you to tell that story particularly. So when people call him, he's new on Owl. So call him. I want you to welcome him. I want you to welcome my little princess dog here too. And when you talk to him, say,
Munchkin.
yes, I want to talk to Munchkin. I want to say happy birthday. I want to sing happy birthday. Make sure you guys call him on Owl today. He's a beautiful individual. I love his spirit. I love his soul. OMG. Tell the people how they can follow you outside of Owl.
So outside of Owl, I mean, you're saying I'm new to Owl.
Yes.
Let's tell the truth.
Yes.
I'm an Owl OG. I just didn't commit.
Right.
So I had the account. So I do park myself places. So
He said,
I had
put
to-
some,
he had to
he
send my
said
door-
put some respect on my
Hey,
shit.
he is the OG. He was on Owl before Owl was on Owl.
I got the receipts. All right.
Yes.
So
I looked it up. The person that referred him to Owl ain't even here no more. So that's how long he has been here. Okay. So yes, he is an OG, original, thanks to Owl.
So when you go to YouTube and you look, my favorite dog dad video from about years ago, I let that go dormant because I was all into live streaming, but we redoing that, but similar styles. That'll tell you about how I handle dogs. Show you a couple crazy grooms, and say that face. The business page was set up under my favorite dog dad, but didn't do anything other than post one picture. Started activating it now. So if you go there and just like it, the picture of the Havanese, I'll know it was you. Follow you
Aw.
back. So that's activating right now this year here at Podfest. Page has been set up and everything. So this is over 5 years of branding, planning, and
Damn it.
organizing.
Consistency is key, guys.
Statistics.
As you know, consistency is key. That's how you win. It's being consistent. Man, I appreciate you stopping by our podcast today, guys. Make sure you call Mr. David Torres and Munchkin. Say hi. Say welcome to the app. It's a party. This app is a party, man. Everybody on the app, extra valuable, man. Thank you again for being here, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Woohoo!
So, I think our next guest is coming to the air. David, thank you again for being here. Make sure you stop by over by the booth. Make sure everything is tightened up before you go, please. Okay, talk to them.
Will do.
And then
And
I'm
I'll
just
be
gonna
waiting
do
to hear-
you. I'm gonna do you into our next
do
guest.
me?
Yeah.
You gonna
I'm
do me?
gonna do you into our next into our. Let's go. So, guys, again, welcome to the Owl Podcast. This is our station, Podfest 2024. It's the 10-year anniversary. I'm telling you, man, it went down. We've been here since Thursday, the 25th. Today's the 28th. I see people packing up. We at the end of the road.
Say you've been here since Thursday. Some
Yes,
of us
ma'am.
have been here since Wednesday.
Wow.
We've been kicking it.
I'm telling you about it's like the Grammys. It's the Grammys for podcasters. I'm telling you, flight attendants, prepare the cabin for arrival. We are here.
We have arrived.
It's almost over, guys. Thank you for being here. Flight attendants, make sure you pick up all the extra garbage in the baggage, man. We are arrived. Yes. Al, it's been a beautiful 3 days, man.
Sure.
I love you. I love your energy, man. People love to be interviewed by you. Hey, make sure you guys call her on Al.
People, I love Alan, right? I mean Eric.
EA.
Sorry.
Yes.
I don't know why I keep saying that. I love his wife more, y'all. I got to meet his wife last year in Atlanta.
Speak on it.
We kicked it off. And by the way, we were there representing Owl, both of us. Imagine that. We were there.
Yes, she is amazing.
Oh my God.
Bolden Awards, right?
Yes, the Bolden Awards.
Her energy is the same as it was then as it is now. So I know for a fact she's genuine, the real genuine. So I'm gonna interview you. What's up with you, girl? What you do? I see you got a podcast shirt on. You've been in and out.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, sheesh. Staff, influencer, ambivient, introvert, extrovert. She got an introvert and an extrovert. Damn, she's both. Yes. Speaker pass.
Because Jason Hill is responsible for this.
Yes.
And if you're on this live, you know who Jason Hill is.
Jason Hill is
So he's responsible for this last tag.
What is that last tag? Explain it. Talk to us. Pervert. My pronouns are pervert. What are we talking about, pervert?
The pervert in me loves touching boobies and asses and playing with nipples. So if I see a nipple hanging out, I want to touch it. If you have some nice boobs, I want to squeeze. If you have an ass, I want to squeeze.
Damn. So that's why you remember my wife. Yes, I mean nothing to you. I thought I was a handsome individual, but it's the missus. Okay. She's after the missus.
And here's the thing also. I'm stickly dickly. I just love appreciating women with boobs, asses, and nipples.
Yeah, so you say
Like
you
you all
stick dickly, though.
deserve.
I can dig it.
Like give me that eggplant.
Yeah. Okay, guys, remember where you at. This is the Owl Podcast, and we're talking to people that are on Owl. That's the main source of what we're doing this for. So if you're new to Owl, we'd love to have you on the show. Come one, come all. We want to hear about what you're doing. Since this is Podfest, I'm sure it's a podcast that you're going to speak of.
But can we tell them what our slogan is?
Oh, yes.
Can we tell them our slogan
What's the
is?
slogan, beautiful?
You can pick my brain after you pick your payment method.
Yes. After you pick our
This shit ain't
payment record.
free.
No.
I worked on this shit.
Yes.
I pay for the shit.
Right. And you should be willing to pay. This is the new wave. Like I'm telling you, there's a lot of social media platforms. When you hop on Facebook, TikTok, BlickBlock, X, all these other things, when you first hop on, they don't pay you to be on there. Al, the first day you hop on, man, if you do it right, they're paying you.
As long as you receive a call.
As soon as you receive a call, there's a monetization factor to it. And it's a really great way to meet great people. Okay, it's for today, working entrepreneur. Most of us have jobs and we have side hustles, right? We have side businesses. So Al is a great way to connect with other people that look just like you.
I can't tell you the amount of opportunities I've gotten and the amount of people I've gotten to meet. I know we have so many social media platforms, but I probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for Al.
Absolutely.
And now I get people requesting me to go live. I'm like, what the fuck?
What? Come on up here, Rebecca. Jiggy wins, Rebecca. We need that energy. Come on, Rebecca. But this is Queen. This is one of the Queen OGs of the app. I know she's been hosting, but let me reintroduce.
What's up, Owl
Reintroduce
family?
my sister. Say, hey,
guess one,
Miss
two, three.
Rebecca's been in the app since it was booked, right? Shout out to her.
Woohoo!
She does a lot of work with the energy, like energy healer. I'm gonna tell you, my description of her. She's an energy healer. She's a motivational speaker. She's a. You can just fill in the blank. But what I can tell you, she is great energy. So make sure you call her today. If you want to experience the experience, call her on Al today. Rebecca, how you doing, boo?
I done that because she was among my calls. We got to know each other because of our
And
on our
calls.
And after that, I was like, fuck, I love her.
I'm telling you, I was so happy to meet her in person at Podfest 2024. I just couldn't stop hugging her. Every time I see her, I give her a hug because that's just good energy. I love you. I appreciate
I'm back on and let you guys
Yes,
continue.
let me go. Let me
I
go.
love you all, and I'll be back.
Be back. Be back. Don't grab no asses and touch no titties, okay, girl? This is the Al Podcast. We are here getting to know you. You want to tell your story, podcasting. We want to talk about that. We want to talk about what you got going. We want to give people a reason to call you on the app because a lot of us are new to the app. We want to give them a reason. And if you haven't joined Al yet, oh my God, that's a great way to end 2024 Podfest. Get the app. It's free to download. It don't cost a damn dollar to download. It's free99.com. Let's go. So Rebecca, woo! I get the opportunity to sit here and actually just talk and fellowship. You've been on the Al app before Al was even in the regular market,
the beta
right?
stages.
Yes.
During the beta stages. But you know, you and the cute little one talk for so long. I gotta go now.
Oh my God, are you serious?
No, I'm kidding.
Damn it. I lost her.
I'm just
Damn
kidding.
it.
I'm just kidding. Let me put my other glasses on so I can see my audience.
Right. So how long have you been on the app?
I've been on the Owl app for I believe only because I lose all track of time. At least 2 years.
2 years.
Okay, so
been about
I
before.
talk and then you listen and then you talk and then I listen.
Okay.
Talking over.
Yes.
I can't understand.
Yes.
Okay. So I met Jason in a clubhouse room and he was talking about it. I didn't meet him, but I was listening to him on a clubhouse room and he was explaining the app, how it connects people and you can call 10 minutes. I mean, he just explained the app and I said, oh my gosh, for what I do, which is talk to people that are having some kind of life challenge in the moment.
I'm sorry. I gotta acknowledge you.
No.
It's not good for you? Okay.
No, it's not good radio etiquette. Yeah.
And let me, how do you want me to
I mean,
say
if you're listening, anyway, okay, that's just my technical thing.
Right.
Okay, so I was.
Can you?
Oh, so then what I do is people challenge. So for instance, someone called me just yesterday on the Owl app, and he's a new owl. He just signed up maybe 2 weeks ago, and he only spoke with me once, and he's called me back. I like what you said, different ideas, different perspectives. So this app, for me, I'm just talking for me personally, allows me to do what I do best, which is give somebody a quick minute, maybe more, maybe less, different perspective on the instant. So if you called, in other words, shift your perspective because nothing has to change in your life to make you feel better or worse, but your perspective.
No, say that again. I hope I'm not interrupting you, but I want you to say that again, please. Because people are slow. People don't hear everything on the same speed. Say that one more time.
I will, but you did not interrupt me. See, when you're talking, after I'm finished, then it's better for the audience. Okay. What did I say?
Damn it. See, look at her. She don't. It's so much game. She's full of game, and she can't even repeat it. It's that much game. Well, just go to the next. Go to the next. You came to the Al app. You've been 2 years. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit.
Okay.
2 years. It gives you the opportunity to do what you do best.
Okay, I got it.
Hello.
Thank you. Because let me tell you something. At 68 years old, sometimes you forget where the hell you are. But it goes back to a gentleman called and just to do. I remember what I said. I said, your life doesn't have to change at all. I don't care where you are. I don't care what your experience. I don't care what the story is. But if you shift your perspective, your energy shifts. All it is a perspective. May I give you an example?
Please give them.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, audience. I was so enthralled with this one. Yes, I'm so enthralled.
Whatever you telling me, I'm telling them.
Okay. So say you're on. Have you ever experienced road rage, or are you a road rager?
I'm not a road rager, no.
Okay.
I've experienced people being upset with what I'm doing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So what happens? I mean, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. So say you're driving and someone cuts you off, and it's so dangerous that you're on the freeway and you have to swerve, and you're thinking of your safety. It could have been an accident, and they're rushing and they're driving recklessly, and you're pissed. Sometimes people give finger. But what if you found out that that person was rushing to the hospital because their only child would be hit by a drunk driver in their emergency?
Wow. That would matter. It would matter a lot.
But doesn't your perspective shift
Ma'am.
from
Absolutely.
anger to
sympathy, sympathetic?
Whatever it is, compassion.
That's a great analogy. I didn't swear you just flip my perspective just with that little analogy.
Compassion. So the book that I'm writing now talks about program behaviors, and I'm up to 54. But one of the behaviors is the ability to constantly, not just one time, but every time you feel stuck, mad, or angry, guess what? All you have to do is shift your perspective. Change. In other words, look for what's good in the situation as opposed to focusing on what's wrong.
Look for something that's good in a situation rather than focusing on what's wrong. I'm just repeating that. I want to program that into my thought process. That's exactly what I believe.
Now we're doing a good show.
Yes.
Now this is the show.
Yes.
Yes. And 54 program behaviors, and there's 3 different levels: level 1, level 2, level 3. So the first level, worrying. You worry?
I do.
Okay.
Not enough. Not enough though, because I have people like you in my life that teaches me really, not to worry, because it is what it is.
Well, I'll tell you, there's only 2 reasons why people worry. First one is they're programmed. You did not pop out of the womb knowing how to worry. So you were taught by mommy, daddy, but you were taught to worry. Second reason is lack of trust. You can't trust and worry at the same time. Choose one that you're going to feed.
I'm hot. I'm sweating over here. She's
I'm
talking
hot
to my
too.
soul.
Choose one that you're going to feed. These are just level 1. There's 18 on each level. Let me give you another quick one. This is an easy one. Do you rush? Are you ever rushing?
Oh my God, I'm always rushing.
And that doesn't feel good, does it?
It takes the energy. It displaces the energy.
Okay, so here we go. Rushing. Do you think rushing adds to the when I say happiness, I'm talking about a personal vibration of contentment. Okay, a personal vibration of peace. So do you think rushing is going to add or subtract to your peace?
It's going to subtract. Rushing, it leads to worrying and all that good stuff. Yeah.
And so put your seatbelt on for this one and your crash helmet too.
I'm going to take this head off and put a crash helmet on.
I'm gonna do a trick.
Just turn it around backwards. It'll help. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. You got a seatbelt? Got a seatbelt? Now, you've heard about all the addictions to drugs or alcohol, shopping,
sex, drugs, rock and roll.
What about the addiction to worrying?
Addiction to worrying.
Addiction to the need to be right. An addiction to drama. An addiction to complaining. An addiction to negativity. If I told you to stop worrying like that, you know it's not good for you.
Right.
I mean, in general, you know it's not good for you. But why are you continuing to do it? Just you.
No. You're asking in a general sense, right? And that's a question. We're on a podcast. Take it the way it is, right? And I believe us as people, like you said, you started the sentence. People are trained to worry.
Programmed.
Brainwashed.
Programmed. Conditioned.
So, with that being said, how do you suggest we unlearn those behaviors?
Frank King.
What did you say?
Unlearn those behaviors.
What was the question?
What do you suggest? How do people unlearn those behaviors?
What a great question he just asked me. Well, thank you for asking. Well, first of all,
Does that mean he kills every night?
this happiness thing,
Oh yeah, definitely.
it is a commitment. It is a priority
So this
all
guy,
the time, more than money, more than health. That's right, more than health, more than relationships.
this guy's telling the story.
Number one, commitment. Everything else is going to fall into place because the better you are, the better your energy. I don't want to use better. How about this? The lighter your energy is, you're going to be able to assist others with lighter energy. See, if you're not worrying, now you're going to teach people how not to worry. So it's not, so the practice is not only for you, practice is for people that you love.
So is that a learned? That's a learned behavior.
Worrying is a program behavior. Learn, yes.
Guys, we are at the Owwll Podfest 2024. It's the podcast. We do what we do. I'm sitting here talking to one of the greatest brand ambassadors on the app, Miss Rebecca. She's an energy healer, and she just does a lot of amazing space. When it comes to recovery, she's an unlearn, relearn manager. She manages those behaviors, how to unlearn and relearn. So how can they find you outside of Owwll?
Outside, you can just Google me, Rebecca Warrington.
That's simple. She's old school for real. Like she's been on the app before the app was even out.
Don't tell anybody. I'm not tell anybody. I'm 68 years old. 68.
68.
68. Don't tell anybody.
You guys been on the show? Man, come on up, man. We want to talk to y'all, man. Y'all at Podfest 2024, man. You gotta be exposed.
One of you.
These guys are next.
Okay, well, whoever's next, let's go. That's what we're here for. Okay, but make sure that they get in line. I want you in line. I want to hear what you got going. Don't we want to hear what they got going, Rebecca?
So Kelly is going to take over hosting.
Okay.
One of these guys, right?
Okay. Well, guys, thank you for having me. I'm always here when needed. Owwll Podcast 2024. We in the building. We are in the building. Make sure that you download the app. It's in Google and it's in Apple Store. OWWLL. Let's go. Make sure you find me in there too, okay? Yeah, you'll find me. Let's go. Thank you, Rebecca. You're so beautiful.
I'm going to be looking for you. And when I find you, thank you. Yes, you can.
Until next time, guys.
I think they want to do one at a time. Separately.
Separate? Okay. You're supposed to set up your phone. Yes, so you get your own. Yes. Okay, let's talk about Owwll because it is a live streaming. And we are here at Podfest 2024 in Orlando, Florida. And this is just a personal thing right now, but Orlando, I mean, when I'm in Vegas, my hair is straight.
Crazy.
Thank you.
I know. It's got to be hard to keep it straight in Florida. Or keep it straight in Florida. You can't keep it straight in Florida.
I can't.
You go in the humidity and poof.
Yeah, that's why hats. Thank you for a hat. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We're ready.
Okay, we're ready. Guys, we are.
Okay, we're waiting for our guests to arrive.
Absolutely. I'm on my way to explain Owwll, but guys, make sure you guys
Unleash
download the app.
thyself.
I'm coming to you, ma'am. Don't worry about it. I'm coming to you. This message is sponsored by Celsius, the beverage.
for our
Oh my
next
goodness.
guest.
If you don't got Celsius, oh my goodness, this is one of the best beverages in the building, man. I'm so excited about what they do for Owwll. Make sure you get on Owwll. I gotta do some explaining right now. Okay, ma'am. So
You sit right in the middle.
In the middle.
Right in the middle and give us your name and what are you passionate about? Who the hell are you? Get close to the mic.
Sure.
You gotta, yeah.
Yes.
Real close to the mic.
Real close. So my name is John Estacio. I'm the host of the New Age Human podcast. My passion is really connecting with people that, let's just say, something in your past, something in your life. Let me just hold this.
Yeah.
Let's just say, very simple, the traditional way of solving your problem, whether it be health related, mindfulness, or technology, just failed you. And you realized you needed to find a better way to do stuff. And you went out there and did it. Whether it be like, hey, you know what, you had this certain health issue and the doctor just totally jacked up. And then you just went and had an ayahuasca. And you're like, this is for me, right? And so like talking to those people and empowering them through just having the podcast share their stories. And then, yes, there's other things that I'm going to be doing too.
I love that. We're in the same family.
Cool. I feel welcome.
I love that. So I would like to call you and get on your podcast because I had an ayahuasca experience that changed my life 10 years ago.
That's awesome.
Absolutely blew my mind.
And you know, it's interesting because I'm like deathly afraid of doing like ayahuasca or mushrooms, and I'm surrounded by it. And so what I decided to do is mostly focus for myself on meditation and then help others with the meditation part. And then at the same time, I like building the idea of building a community so I can be like, hey, you know what? If you wanted a meditation, I can help you with that. I got this person, I got that person. And we're all pretty much empowering each other because there's just so many better ways of doing things. I just feel that, you know, old world is falling apart. We just see it every day.
We need a better way.
And
they're not working the we need them to be working right now. So, you know, breathwork is also a way to get there without having to do mushrooms or ayahuasca or plant medicine. I am Shroom Barbie.
Okay, awesome.
Kelly Crosby Hypnotherapy, aka Shroom Barbie. So I know a lot of what you're saying, and you're right on it. And we need to share the information and get it out there.
So what got you into that or ayahuasca or that?
That's a long story. But
Okay,
I'm gonna start by telling you that both of my parents are botanists.
Oh, interesting.
Right? And so when I was a little girl, I was born when they were 19 and 21 years old, and they were still in college. And so we would go in the woods and name the genus and the species of every plant. And my mom showed me what we could eat and make tea out of and the health for your body. And so I really got into that really early on. And I believe in plant medicine. And I think that in the Bible, even it says that all the healing that you need is on this earth, that it's here. And I think that plants are here to heal and used without being abused for certain purposes. And I think that getting out the word like that is key.
You know, actually, have you heard of the whole concept that the plants communicate with each other just like in Avatar?
Absolutely. It's called mycelium. They have a mycelium system under the ground. It's like, it looks like the internet under the ground. You know this, right?
Yeah.
And one tree, they will have a family of trees, and one will let the other tree know there's a fungus over here. And, you know, they talk to each other. They're way more intelligent than we are.
You know, I'm getting chills now because my best friend just told me this 2 days ago about, because he does no, but just about how trees communicate with each other. And okay, I'm having a moment because I just met this woman a couple of days ago. I didn't even know what you did until right now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's insane.
It is insane, but I do know that she has great energy. So I'm really not about what you do. I'm about where what kind of energy you
Showing
have
on the outside, right?
Yeah, I can feel. So I felt that in ayahuasca. I'm a big Aaron Rodgers fan. But he did ayahuasca, and then he also did the dark room.
The dark room. Oh, wait. I think.
about the dark
Yeah. Let's talk about that. Can you elaborate?
Oh yes,
About it?
that means you're in a darkness, complete darkness for 4 days.
A lot.
Complete
You're in your
darkness.
thoughts with yourself.
Black. I think there's a toilet in there, but you can come out if you want. I mean, there's a door you can leave, but it's complete darkness.
Oh, you go in, I feel like I'd go insane.
4
myself.
days.
So what happens when you come out?
Everybody's different. Every experience is different. Every revelation is different. So it's personal.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I gotta I don't know if I should hold this.
can
I'm
hold
gonna
it.
hold it.
Hold
'cause
it.
I
Yeah,
feel
do whatever
awkward,
you're comfortable.
Hunched over and whatnot. So there's a couple things. Which one to talk about?
Talk about both.
So because we're talking about the dark room, that reminds me of. Have you heard of the people that like the weirdest thing is they can see out of their armpits?
Haven't heard that one. See
Nope.
out
You
of your
wanna
arm.
educate us on that one?
Or in the same zone they can see but not with their eyes. Like there's a tour guide somewheres that is blind that drives on the cliffside as a tour. And like imagine getting into a van and finding out that the tour guide is blind,
I
like
wouldn't be getting in that
legally
van.
blind, but they're able to see as if in third person in a video game. So their sight is technically better, and it's actually associated with just a lot of stuff that's going on the planet. But there, I believe, is a tribe that they know how to activate that, and it has to do with raising children in the dark for a while, and so that activates certain areas of the body to do some extraordinary stuff. And each person, sometimes it comes like the sight comes from different parts, and the weird part is the thing that's common to all of them is they see a black room with, think of like a whole bunch of displays, like screens, like next to each other, and that's how they see wherever they want to see. It's very, very weird, and it's like, why is it not like that? That looks so artificial. Like you're in a room and it's like a bunch of screens, but apparently they can see that. Like there was this woman that can do it, and they were testing her about like seeing in space, and they're like she was able to like identify a certain marking on a satellite somewhere that they didn't tell her about because they're just
crazy.
But then of course she probably went into like a black ops program for like other stuff, but it was pretty interesting to notice that like if you can stress the body enough, right, it'll do some
It
miraculous
learns
stuff.
to use other senses.
Body adapts.
Right?
Yes,
You learn how
yes.
to adapt. Wow, that's interesting. Super interesting.
And then, are we out of time?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
yes.
So then I want to go back to you with plants. So you know that test, the lie detector test,
Yeah.
where it measures, I think, is the viscosity of your skin to tell if you lie, you sweat more, right? So the inventor of that, he was like bored one day, and in his office, he clamped that to a plant, and he's like, I wonder if it can react to me, right?
Wait, you know about that?
I know about the noises that plants make.
Ooh, yes, this one.
But
Okay.
I'm not, but I know about the noises. I don't know about this one. I think you're gonna.
Yeah. Okay. I think you'll appreciate this one. This one was pretty cool. So yeah, he clamped it onto the plant.
Oh no,
Oh,
I
that's-
was mouthing.
Okay.
She's really something else. I got to talk to her.
Yeah. See, these conversations are awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, he clamped it onto the plant, and then he was wondering. He's like, how do I get a rise out of this plant? How do I make it like move the ticker thing, right? And then he's like, maybe I can like burn it. And the second he thought about burning it, it started going wild. The second, that's not a gunshot, guys. That's not a gunshot.
Kind of like what's happening right now.
I don't know.
Now that's called a universal cue.
Oh
He
my-
said it's kind of like going wild, and then all of a sudden, bam, bam,
Right?
bam, bam. Thank
Everything's
you,
connected.
ma'am.
But yeah, it's like, really fireworks.
No, I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's an honor. That's an honor. Come on now.
Celebration.
It might as well be a standing ovation.
But what are your thoughts on that? It's the second he thought about it.
I don't discount anything anymore. When I did ayahuasca, it blew open a porthole in my mind.
Blew
And
open.
It blew open anything that I thought was reality. It became anything is possible to me. And I do feel like I was in a real space. I wasn't just like, tripping, right? I might have been, but I mean, I wasn't, because it changed my whole world when I came back.
How?
I don't discount anything. And yeah, trees are more intelligent than we are. They have to be. They've been around a lot longer than we have, right? I mean, there's old trees, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that they could be hearing you think. I heard something one time about plants that if you water it or if you touch it, that it takes it a half an hour to feel that.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's true. I have no proof, but I mean, I did listen to my mom and dad and stuff, growing up, as they discussed these kind of things.
There's like a funny concept, and I want to know what your thoughts are, how you would react to this. That plants, like you said, they're like, let's say they're more intelligent than us, and let's say they're the caregivers, and they're raising us, they're feeding us, and then so that
I could go
when
with
we die,
that.
they can eat us,
Well,
and we think we're doing that to them.
If they're not here,
hear both of you at the
if
same
they're not
time.
here, we can't survive,
That's true.
right?
That's true. That's true.
Right. So,
Oh my God.
yeah. What an interesting. We could talk all day. I think. So yeah. We thank you for being.
I would like more information. You said I want to know. You said your life changed, but how can you give me?
I can give you it. Absolutely, I can tell
Thank
you.
you.
I had
Fascinated.
depression problems.
Mm.
I am a happy, and low. I would never consider myself as a bipolar. You don't say that. You don't label yourself, but all of my life, my highs were really high and my lows were really low. And at this particular time that I did reach out to do ayahuasca, I was hurt. And I did it, and it's been 10 years now, and I have not been, thank you God for the blessings, depressed since that day. Doesn't mean I don't get sad. I go up and down, but I don't go way down and way up. I mean, I'm like more even. I'm a better mother. I'm a better sister. I'm a better person. My house is cleaner. My life is more organized. It got my shit together.
Awesome.
Can you give me the experience? What is it? Are you eating it? Are you
Oh,
drinking it? I have no idea. I mean,
this is a.
is it injected? Is it up your?
No.
What is
So
it? How the
ayahuasca
hell does this work?
comes from two different vines that you find in the Amazon jungle in Peru and Brazil. It grows. It's a vine that goes up a tree, and it has to be ingested right after it's boiled. So it's not something they can bottle and put in a jar and mail to the U.S. or anything like that. It has to be done. They do it with a shaman. So they've been doing ayahuasca in and the Incas have been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. But they do it to get rid of evil spirits. And they only use it then when somebody has that kind of problem. But what they found out is that Americans got a hold to it and found out that in one dose of drinking this, it's in a shot glass, they boil it, put it in a shot glass, and they only do it at nighttime.
Where do you get
Okay, well, initially, you can get it here now. It's not legal in the U.S., right? So it's kind of an underground market, right? But they do have retreat centers where American doctors have gone over to Peru and to Costa Rica and other places to start clinics, and where you would go, really run by shamans, real shamans from the jungle, and they're under supervision of a medical doctor now. But people used to just go and do it. But what they found out, which is profound, is that people who had been using heroin for 20 years every day could go and have one ayahuasca experience. It's not always, but sometimes just one time, or a boga, and come off of it the next morning, have what would look like to you a terrible trip where they purged from everywhere, and come out the next day and never have any physical or mental addiction. None. No, and never touch it again.
Question. How long is the
journey?
Yes.
That's a good question. So when I first did mine, I asked the same question before we went into ceremony, and I was shaking like a leaf, right? And the shaman told me, he said, when the mother wants to come, she will come. And when she wants to leave, she will leave. And it may take her 45 minutes to come. It may take her an hour and a half. And she may stay for 15, or she may stay for 7-8 hours.
So you said the mother.
He said the mother.
Oh.
Mother ayahuasca?
I said, who the heck is the mother?
I mean, is it the mother or is it the mother?
Let me tell you something. Whatever that thing is, she kicked my butt. And in my mind, I mean, we could get, this is a whole show here, right? And maybe for another time.
Oh,
But
yeah. Okay.
she has a personality. She's a spirit. And like when you're opening these things, they call her Pachumama. Pachumama. When they first said the mother, I said, who is mother? Like, is this like the Virgin Mary that you're talking about? Like I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, but I know now.
Hold on just one second. And this is what you get when you download the Owwll app. I've never met you. I just met you a couple of days ago, and you see how this app connects people all over the country over all different topics, from finance to podcasting,
right?
to spirituality to ayahuasca. What's up, Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I am blown away. by both of you.
Yeah, I was blown away too, and I'm still every day something comes to light for me that I learned in that. I was only under for probably 45 minutes, but you don't have any time, so you don't really know. And we can go into more about my experience.
I have
but it's vast. I mean,
one more last question on that experience. I hope I didn't. Oh, okay. Do you don't do it more than once?
People do it more than once. For me, it was one and done. My suggestion to you is to go in to get your one and done and ride that wave, because some people think it changes their life so much that they got to do it again because it'll make them bet it'll even be better and better, but they don't even process. Listen, you don't process that. It's been 10 years and I'm still processing the information. And if it ever comes to be a time that I'm so depressed that I need to go back into there and throw myself back in, maybe I will, but I don't feel called to do that. And I do have friends that have become my best friend became a shaman. She went into that first ceremony with me and she had the worst experience. She screamed and she cried. And I felt like I needed to get up and go wrap my arms around her. But they told me not to do that because then I'd be interfering with her journey. And she is from Peru. She went back into the jungle and she lived with the Incas with no electricity and no running water for 9 months. And she is now a full-blown shaman now for 10 years. She works all over the world with very wealthy people, and she has a place in Miami and in Costa Rica and Peru, and she is the best shaman. Her name is Gracia Maria, and I probably should get her signed up on Owwll, except for she can't take the business that she's got right now, right? So I know where to point you if this is something that you're interested in. There's a place called Rhythm in Costa Rica that has an amazing reputation. But if you want to hear more about it, I'll be happy to discuss it later. But yeah, it changed my life.
And we're doing this on the Owwll app where where do you connect all of this? Where do you connect finance with broadcasting, with ayahuasca, with spirituality, with entertainment, with PR, with marketing, with country singers, with real estate, with let's see what else? Comedy.
Yeah.
It's a broad list.
Right.
Who are you calling abroad?
Yeah.
It's, and I wanted to put my 2 cents into it. When I hear that, I freak out. Like I'm like, I don't want to scream. I don't want to be in that position. And
because
it's like, I guess I think of like all these. I grew up watching a lot of movies as a kid. I was like an only child for a while, and so I would watch. When I consider myself, let's say, in the realm of empath. If you're familiar with that term,
I'm very, very familiar.
So when I can't watch like these films because I feel it. And so sometimes like I'll just like run out of the room. And so when I hear these stories, I feel like I'm actually living it with them. And I'm just like, I don't know if I can handle even the story, let alone being there and doing it, But it's amazing how your friend, you said, purged, kicked, screamed, you wanted to hug her. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, if I had that experience, I would never want to have it again. But then she flipped it and then stayed out there 9 months, and then it changed her whole life. So it's like there's something that happened in that experience.
There was a lot of abuse for her in her life growing up, and I think it was a real good release for her. She needed it really bad. But after the ceremony, I got up and I walked over to her, and I was like, "Oh, Gracia, are you okay?" And she said, "Kelly, that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." And I was like, it didn't look like it from my perspective. I'm just saying it didn't look like it, but you don't know what they're going through.
Question: How were you able to even see her?
Because we were in a room of 18 people.
Oh.
So you have one shaman and you have a small group of people, and you go around and you do it one at a time.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but yeah, it was profound. And I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. I don't necessarily love religion because I think it separates people. But my relationship with the all being powers is
We're
strong.
about to wrap it up.
Anyway, we're
It's
wrapping.
time to wrap it up. We have our final guest is coming up
Oh,
now.
yeah, thanks for having
You
me
know
on.
what a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 38.
My son is 38, and he's an
Wow.
only. I'm just saying, and he is an empath
38.
too.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's I'm 68. He's an empath.
Wow.
He's 38. Yes,
That's
he'll be
awesome.
39 next month.
Well, I just because this is going to be aired and stuff, and people, someone might know me. I had a what call it, an experience as an only child, as an older brother, and a younger brother. So I've had different periods. So I don't want to discredit my siblings.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Constantine.
Nice to meet you, and good luck.
Pleasure meeting you. Yeah, I didn't even know all of that stuff. Okay, who do we have next?
Not sign up yet, but I was
Okay.
went into it waiting.
Okay, well, we're at the Podfest 2024 at the Owl at booth. Welcome.
I was listening in, so I'm cheating a bit.
No cheating.
Yes.
Dream Barbie. Yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet everyone.
Doesn't matter if I do this.
And
Constantine.
Yeah, so I'm Constantine Maroon from Unleash Thyself podcast.
You take it off if you want.
Take it off.
Unleash thyself.
Unleash Thyself,
Where are you
yes.
from? I hear that accent.
I was born in Eastern Europe, Romania,
Uh-huh.
during the communist time. Yeah,
Okay.
so- And now I live in Canada. And I have a podcast and I work in the tech world. And I went on a journey, ayahuasca journey like
You
you
did
did.
ayahuasca too.
That's why I'm here, actually.
All right.
But yeah, I
Can't
mean,
wait to hear. Okay, first of all, tell me about this tree on your shirt.
Yes.
well, so I'm a math geek. I went to math. I mean, like, that's my degree in. And this is all full of sacred geometry, which is all around us in the world. So my vision was that if I look at the tree of life, is the essence of life, the essence of all of us. And I wanted a symbol that represents not just growth, but transformation and perpetual learning. Because when I started this, it was all about me improving as a person and growing as a person, unleashing myself, and then helping others unleash along the journey.
Love that.
And when was it? When was the first time you said? You felt your passion and your going in that direction?
That's a great question, Rebecca. And I've been in that area all my life doing something that I was passionate about, but then I had to follow in the footsteps of what everyone else thought was best for me. My parents, society, culture, school, mentors. And I've always been someone I'm like, okay, I'll listen, I'll go in this path until I made a decision to, you know what, listen to my voice and follow my heart. And that's really when, this was about 2 years ago now, but that's when it all started. And that's why I'm here today.
So you did your ayahuasca experience 3 years ago?
No, it was actually April of 2022, so almost 2 years.
Okay, so 2 years. Do you agree with me that it sort of like comes out gradually, that something new, that you're enlightened all the time from that experience every day?
Yes and no, and I'll explain. So yes, for sure, in the sense that the integration component of any type of work doesn't mean if it's plant medicine, it could be therapy, it could be anything that you do in life. The integration component is the most important and the least talked about aspect of it. Integration meaning taking the lessons you've learned, being able to see with them, reflect, allow the emotions to show up. And as a man growing up in Eastern Europe, I'm telling you, I'm an emotional guy, but I cannot show emotion. Or I couldn't show emotions. Right. So I had to learn that. And yes, it took a while for me to unpack all of that. In fact, you're talking about depression and whatnot. I've suffered from depression all my life. Coming back from ayahuasca, because I didn't necessarily have a good plan on how to integrate, it sent me for my darkest period. Like
It sends you to your. I've heard that. I've heard
Yeah,
that.
so
But you
6
come
months.
out
I didn't
of
hear
it.
that. What did you say? It is you too.
Well, it's actually, let me take a step back. So I went and did the trip, which was amazing. I had 5 ceremonies, 2 different plant medicines, over 12 days. I met some incredible people, so some amazing transformations. Mine was one of them. But then when I came back, I was in the honeymoon period for, let's say, a few days, a few weeks. But then reality kicked in, which is I now have a new perspective, but no one else does. And because I sat with those emotions that were packed there, I'm 40 right now, so I was 38 when I went.
So I'm going to do some of it now.
There was so much packed up in 38 years of trauma and emotions and whatnot that they all came up. And it's not that ayahuasca compiled my depression and whatnot, but it actually opened up so many things I had to deal with and work through myself. And that's what.
Because emotions buried alive are still
Oh,
alive.
yeah. Yes. That's well said.
Until you deal with them one-on-one, they're not gone.
Yeah, that was hard for me because I had no one in my life that was like, oh, you gotta deal with your emotions as a man or even as a human being, right? I didn't see any examples in my life, and everyone was like, putting in the mask of like I'm strong, everything is good. And I have been blessed with a pretty successful life, especially in my 30s, right? I work in the corporate world. I have a senior role. I have a good family life. I have the American dream. Yet I wasn't happy. Yet I wasn't finding joy in film and any of it. And really what it came down to was, understand who I am, doing the self-discovery, going deep, and allowing myself to feel the emotions and work through that. And it took me a whole 6 months. In fact, I've never been suicidal in my life except for that period, because I was like, this is too hard. This is like, what am I doing? And well, fortunately, I didn't do anything with that. And I pulled myself out. And the podcast came as a result of, let's call it my healing journey and my growth journey.
Amen, brother. And I'm glad you told me that about the integration. I have other friends that have experienced the same thing. They made it through, and when they made it through the other side, they were much better. I did not have that. I never went down after I went up, but I have known people to do that with a lot of trauma in their past.
Well, there were about 40 people that I met over the 12 days.
Mhm.
And I am really good friends with at least, I want to say 15 of them. And probably 14 out of the 15 had some sort of difficulty, and some are still going through it 2 years later, because there was not enough emphasis on the integration. And we're talking about plant medicines here, natural plant medicine. Coming out of the retreat, I thought this was the answer for everyone, and I was heavily mistaken, because it's not. And nothing is for everyone, right? Like, what works for me might not work for you, and vice versa. And especially with the plant medicine, I went to my doctor before going there. I got all the checks. I was cleared for it by your doctor, and people don't generally know how to deal with the integration. In
They
fact,
don't know how to do the integration. That's an important thing yes, that's very important.
and we used to go to therapy and whatnot. Even when you do therapy, they're not always trained or specialized in integration. And the shamans, you were talking about shamans earlier, they made it clear that the real work is not during the tough ceremonies. The real work starts after. When you have to integrate.
Now, when you say integration, what does that mean? Does that mean integrate your after ayahuasca life to the present life? Is that what that means?
That's a great question, Rebecca. That's one part of it. So the way I see it is that, let's take an example that anyone can relate to. Let's say you go to work and you're going to have a tough conversation with your boss. Some emotions are going to come up because the environment influenced your thoughts and beliefs, and emotions came up, and certain things happened. What most people do, and I used to be one of those people, I would go home, I would get angry at, let's say, my boss because he didn't give me a great review, and I would internalize that, but I wouldn't necessarily do anything with it. The integration for me is the idea that you reflect back on what has happened, what lessons you can glean from it, and see how you can apply them to your life, should you choose to apply them to your life. Because you can be like, no, you know what? I'm fine. I took the lesson. Exactly.
Respond the way you used to respond, but your newly programmed brain wants you to respond differently, and yet you still have those emotions coming through. So what do you do with them? And who is there to guide you and talk to you about these emotions that are coming through? And that's important.
Exactly. And what I come in right now, what I do in my personal life, helping people beyond my corporate job, is I want to find a way, or not, rather, I wanted to find a way to bridge the science side of it, so psychology and my math background and all of that, with a spirituality. And how do you find a bridge there where you're like, okay, you talked about breath work earlier. For example, both Jonathan and I did a breath work experience, no medicine, no nothing, a few days ago. It was as powerful as
love to hear
medicine
that.
journey, right? But again, there is integration components to it. So, for example, what I have invested a ton of time in, money and resources in, is upskilling myself in understanding the psychology and how our human body actually works based on what we know, and then seeing how we can bridge that with spirituality, because you can start seeing many connections. So I have many people in my life that are not spiritual, and that's fine, but they're not spiritual because they have been the same as me in a society where spirituality
Programmed.
is not exactly
Programmed. That's
indoctrinated, programmed. But here's the kicker. I was so upset with that when I realized, the way I say, I grew up like this, and why don't I know these things? Why don't I teach it? And then I realized it's like we perpetuate what we know. My parents, my caretakers, my teachers, they all loved me. They wanted the best for me, but that's all they knew. So they
That's right.
did that. So now with a refreshed mind, it's like, wow, we go into it. and now we can help each other. So that's why I'm coming from the science, which is what everyone understands and can relate to, the research, the studies, what we know about the human brain and the nervous system, the subconscious mind, and then see, okay, well, you've had that experience. Try some meditation, try some breath work. What comes up for you, and then let's integrate it. Let's break it down and see where it goes. And it's transformational for everyone I've been able to
So
fortunately
would you
touch.
say that your podcast is an integration to help people integrate?
Part of it. So my podcast, it's been out for about 8 months. It shifted the direction a couple of times. I release 2 episodes a week, and one of them is me taking a subject and breaking down the science and breaking down into it, like limiting beliefs and overcoming procrastinations, things of that nature from a science point of view. And then I also have interviews with people that are either, let's say, doctors, like actual MDs, and seeing their perspective on the human body, and then spirituality. So well, what does an alternative healer believe? Like, what's going on? And then providing all perspectives so you can open up the mind for the audience.
People are starting to open up. You know, my
Oh,
family
100%.
my family is very religious, and anytime I said anything weirdly spiritual to them, like I'm going to do ayahuasca, they freaked out.
Well, that's why you don't tell them.
Well, and now though but I wanted their input because they're so smart.
Yeah.
But now they've seen how different I am, and they are believers because they saw the change just like that.
Wow. I have 2 things to say to both of you. Put your seatbelts on. Seatbelts, helmets. So this is what I practice. My second book is called Program for Unhappiness, and I'm up to 54 program behaviors. So one of the program behaviors that subtracts is labeling anything. I don't use labels, and that includes I don't label my emotions. How does anybody know what sad feels like? How does anybody know what lonely feels like? That's a program. This is my practice. And so what I say is I'm human, and being human, just like the tides, moon tides go in and out, I feel, period. I'm feeling, period. I don't add a story to it. I don't attach a story to it. I'm just feeling, and I accept whatever I'm feeling. Number 2, I've got there is do you know Dr. Robert Sapolsky? He's from Stanford. He just, do you know who he is?
Yes, I know.
Okay. He just finished the latest book about, he proves scientifically why people don't have free will. It's really interesting. And there's a couple
That
of
I
debates.
disagree with, but yes.
Yeah, I understand, but he's debated people, but I understand.
I didn't
Yeah.
read the book, but okay, I guess I can touch on both of those points.
Yes.
I would love. Let's start with the second one with free will. So here's how I see free will, and I would love to read that book and then maybe talk to him. When it comes, I thought all my life I don't necessarily have free will, but if you think about it, let's say we look at the spirituality first. I was a big believer in the fact that everything happens for a reason and a purpose. There's a spiritual reason and a purpose. And then the argument is, okay, so if there's a reason for absolutely everything that happens, then where is your free will? Here's where I come in, or my thoughts come in. Let's say I was meant to be here with you today and have this conversation at this time.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Because I'm here. But I had the choice to be like, do I want to step up to the microphone or not? That's my belief, because I came in, it wasn't predestined. But let's take it a step further. The topics we talk about, do we not have a choice over those? The topics that we talk about, do we not have a choice on them?
Listen, I do not believe we have free will. I believe it's a destiny.
I would love to have you on the podcast, and we'll check it out.
I feel like I have free will.
Did Jesus have a choice?
I always have a choice.
No.
I'll give you an example. I'm not an expert on the subject, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, but yeah, I just, if I had, anyway, I just trust that my destiny is part of my purpose.
Sure.
And I am surrendered. I'm on this journey with my hands off of the steering wheel. No, I am.
You gotta put your
No,
hands on the steering
No,
wheel.
you can
gas pedal.
You can put your hands on the steering wheel. My hands are off the steering wheel.
You're just gonna float. You're gonna float and land wherever you land.
Oh, you mean an ayahuasca?
No. Just in life, I guess.
No, I mean, I love both of the takes because I think both of you are right in different ways. Meaning that in your case, it's like if you get to a point where you can actually discern what your path is, exactly what your path is, then you can take your hands off and say, I'm going to be guided. But I'll give you an example from my life. I have taken many left turns when I was supposed to take a right turn because I was in my head more than I was in my heart, allowing that guidance to come through. And that's what I believe the free will comes in is we get the guidance and then we have a choice. Do we follow the guidance or do we not follow the guidance? In your example, my opinion is that you're following the guidance. You've tuned in so well that you can follow it. I can tell you from experience, I'm not. I'll give you an example. Over Christmas, there was a couch on Facebook Marketplace I really wanted to buy for my partner. And I got this intuition, gut feeling, even a voice in my head saying, you probably should check this. It looks like a scam. Sure enough, I look at the person. They have 3 items for sale in 3 different states. Looks like an okay profile. Again, have the message. Don't do anything with this. Right. But then my brain was like, oh, I want to gift this to her, so I'm going to send a deposit. And I did. And then, of course, as soon as I sent it, again, it came in. It's like, well, this is going to be a lesson. You're going to go with it. And sure enough, it was a scam. I lost money. But I don't think that's not something that happened to me. It's something that happened for me.
Exactly. Part of that had to happen for you to get that lesson.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
about the journey.
Isn't it interesting how we're all so different? And quite frankly, it doesn't matter. I do not need to be right at all. And whatever's bringing you peace is great. I mean, I stand up, standing ovation. You too. Me too.
Again, it's just the
we,
journey.
We are all as different as our fingerprints.
Exactly. And you talked about the emotion. I want to touch back on that really quick. So here's what I found in my life and in my research. There are 5 things that we can look at. So there's the environment. I'm going to mention all 5, and then I'll kind of come back to the point here. So there's environment, which is essentially everything that's around us, right? What it influences us, right? It has an impact on us.
Mm-hmm.
What does it impact first? It's our thoughts and beliefs. So for example, we have the conversation now. I'll walk off, and I might have a thought, wow, I missed talking about this, or I wasn't clear enough. That's a thought, or it could be a belief that's going to trigger emotion, going to trigger feeling. Okay, if I'm beating myself, I'm like, I didn't do good enough. It's going to create a feeling of not being good enough, maybe self-doubt, maybe something creeps in. That's going to make me feel a certain way without labeling it. And that's going to perpetuate the cycle, right? Now I'm going to have other thoughts and
Triggers
beliefs.
your belief system.
But then what happens after you have your thoughts and beliefs that trigger the emotions and feelings. And then from there, your actions are impacted. So now I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to be as happy. I'm not going to have a smile on my face. I'm going to be someone. I'm not going to be my authentic self. It's going to impact what? The results I get. So these are maybe the connection, the conversation, any of it. So if we want the results, then let's go up the chain. What do I have control over, at least in my opinion, fully control over, it is the thoughts and beliefs. You can control your environment, emotions. When I was depressed and suicidal, as much as I wanted to feel better, I couldn't, which meant my actions couldn't be better. And the results couldn't be. So I always come back to thoughts and beliefs. And it's thoughts and beliefs about you, yourself, those around you. So the 2 of you in this case and anyone else. And then the world. Right? So if I watch negative news all the time, how is that going to impact my life? Anyway.
Yes, got it.
Are you familiar with the work of Byron Katie?
Yes.
And she asked those 4 questions. The first one, the thoughts and the stories. Number 1, is it true? No.
Exactly.
Are you sure that it's true? No.
Right.
So
love that.
The thoughts I'm not responsible for my thoughts or my stories. They just come part of being a programmed human. So what I do is I witness. I don't identify with any thoughts or any stories. I put them on a stage.
And that's your free will right there.
That is exactly your free will.
I love both of you, but I love both of you.
But
no,
our time is up. Time is up.
Thank you for being with us. You did a great job. And you know what? You got it. You got it.
Introduce yourself again and tell the audience where they can find you.
Yes. So Konstantin Morun, Unleash Thyself is the podcast, and you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me at unleashthyself.com, or you can find the podcast on YouTube at Unleash Thyself or any podcasting platform.
It was a pleasure meeting you. Pleasure. We're still in the same family, whether we disagree or not. Yeah. Okay.
I'll give you.
Great
I want to.
talk,
I want to
man.
talk to you about.
Yeah, I
that.
want to
Today.
talk to
Thank
you
you
too,
so
especially about
much.
Robert. I
You
want
did
to
good.
send you that one debate.
Yeah, I'm curious
I
because
mean,
I haven't heard his new book. I haven't looked into it.
Okay. Are we still live? Are we still live? Okay, we are still live. Who's going to sit next to me?
Oh yeah,
I need someone here to sit next to me. We're done. We are stopping the live. Okay, so we're concluding our podcast, Podfest 2024. This concludes.